If you've been in real estate 20 years and you're not making the income that you would dream of, you've got to start doing things differently.
We flipped a lot of houses, but really what I like is building wealth through rental properties. The Invested Agent Summit. We've got an amazing lineup of speakers that are just going to be dumping a ton of value.
Focus on the relationship, focus on positively influencing people's lives, and then I know the transaction is going to come on the back.
Keep working on building those relationships, working on gaining your industry knowledge, your credibility, and being loyal.
Ian is a former hairdresser turned real estate agent and investor. We're all going to be looking at your hair.
Take action, commit, plan, market, assess, repeat.
I want you to start thinking about how to do reactive, passive marketing, how to put things out there once that work for you forever.
Everything you taught, wish I knew like 10 years ago. It's so powerful. It's not too late. Anyone can get better.
Short-term rental could be an alternative exit strategy if your flip isn't selling.
If you know your strategy, that's clear. And if your investment criteria is clear, then it makes it so much easier.
I love helping the realtors. We've helped so many, and I want to just keep helping more.
This event has been amazing, especially during this time of COVID. Everyone's locked down and shut down, but it's not going to stop us.
I really appreciate your story to begin with us.
We're live.
Good
live.
morning.
Welcome everyone to the second annual Invested Agent Summit. Are you excited?
Yes. Super pumped.
So who was here for last year's summit? We did the first one, the second annual one. So obviously we did the last one last January, our first ever like full all day live event. It was a lot of fun. So if you were here for that event, drop a fire in the emoji. I want to see who you are. And if this is your first ever Invested Agents event, because we do a lot of them, but if this is your very first one, we're super pumped that you're here. We're glad to have you. Drop a wave, drop a thumbs up in the chat. Let us know you're here, and we're definitely going to be communicating with you and engaging in the chat. So today we have 14 real estate investors and professionals that are going to be sharing their strategies and secrets to help you start and grow your real estate investing business.
Yes, so you are going to hear from real estate experts on various topics, including house flipping and wholesaling, short-term rentals, manufactured homes and mobile home parks, self-storage units, and multifamily. They're going to show you where to find deals, how to finance the deals, how to work with investors as a realtor, how to balance real estate and family life, and just so much more. So this is all to help you increase your income, build wealth, and create the lifestyle that you deserve. That's something Chris and I are super passionate about and excited about.
Yeah. So who are we? If you don't know who we are, my name is Chris Bounds, and this is my wife and business partner, Jamie. We are the founders of Invested Agents and your lovely host for today. We've been investing in real estate full-time since 2015. And together we've flipped more than 19 million in private lender, or we've used more than 19 million in private lender funds and equity partner funds to buy and flip 200 houses. We have 44 million in assets under management, most of which is from a large apartment complex we bought last year or we're partners in. And so that includes both single family and multifamily.
Right. And we started this because with the simple goal, our goal with Invested Agents is just to provide you with the knowledge, the tools and resources just to get the most out of your real estate business. So one of those resources is, drumroll, Chris, our new book. So top tips after 100 flips. Chris and I have flipped over 200 single family homes. Well, and I guess that includes a multifamily that we did. And so it's just tips and advice along the way of what we learned. So I highly recommend, if you it's available now on for pre-order on Amazon. And everyone who RSVP to this event will get an advance copy for free. So it's an ebook, you'll be able to download it. So we're really excited about that. It's always been a goal to kind of put it in a book for us. But here are a few helpful tips just to make sure you get the most out of this event. So number one, take notes, lots and lots of notes. Ask questions in the comments. We'll answer many of them live. That's why we just love to interact with our audience and answer as many questions as we can. We have the whole day. Give the speakers a shout out. They will be checking out the comments too. Leave a comment about great tips or takeaways that you hear. If you see like one gold bomb, then just like maybe write it down and repeat it in case someone missed that. Please be courteous and respectful. We're all here to grow, so you can ask anything. And please help others by sharing this live event to your friends. It's streaming live on Facebook, YouTube, LinkedIn. If you get any value out of this event, please consider leaving us a review on Facebook or on Google. And then also note that sometimes technology glitches happen. So trust that we'll work hard to fix them if they occur. And this event is recorded. You can still RSVP on investedagents.com/summit and request the recording, plus a special bonus Q&A session with many of the speakers or Chris and myself.
And just a quick shout out to some of the comments here. We have a lot of new folks, first time, whether first time with Invested Agents or definitely the first time with the summit. So, hey Daniel, hey Cindy, Lisa, and Tana. If I mispronounced that, I'm sorry. And then we got E. You don't have to full your name there, but E. We're glad to have all of you. And before we get started, where's everyone from? We want to know where you're watching this from. Let us know in the chat, city, state. Look forward to seeing where everyone's from.
Yeah. And in case you're wondering, we're broadcasting live from Houston, Texas, specifically Sugar Land, Texas. So yay, let's get started. So Chris, we are going to, we're going to switch it up a little bit on the schedule if you've been following along. We have George Solis is going to come up later on this afternoon instead of first up on short-term rentals. So we're actually going to bring Brant Phillips up first. Hi, Brant.
Hey guys, how y'all doing?
Good. Good morning.
Good.
Thank you so much for joining us.
Excited. Hey, I'm honored to be the first one up.
We're excited. So a little bit about Brant. Brant Phillips, he's going to be talking about opportunities with manufactured homes. Brant is the founder of Invest Home Pro. He started buying houses while living in an apartment and has flipped more than 300 houses. His company was also recognized by Inc. 5000 as one of America's fastest growing private companies. So welcome and go ahead and take it away.
All right, all right. So I guess audio check's good. Screen, can you see my screen? We're all good on my side?
All good.
All good. All right, awesome. Well, I'm gonna do my best to cover all my slides. I hope I get through them all. I'm gonna be very comprehensive. Not gonna go too in depth today, but my real goal here is just kind of, educate you guys, give you some information, some insights on manufactured housing, and maybe even get you a little excited and pumped up, and beginning to get equipped to maybe take some action in this space where I'm at. So quickly about me, kind of like my highlights, if you will, and just kind of shameless plugs here. I got started in real estate 15 years ago. My claim to fame, that if you've heard my story before, my wife and I were living in an apartment. We were broke. I had a job I absolutely hated. We had just been doing this Dave Ramsey. We're debt free. We paid off our student loans and bad debt. Had no financial education other than the Dave Ramsey thing, and read Rich Dad Poor Dad along with a bunch of other books very, very quickly, and decided to go all in with real estate. Use a credit card that we had just paid off as essentially a down payment to buy a rental property. And I bought 10 rental properties my first year in real estate, starting out living in an apartment and having no money. And kind of the rest is history. I've been able to write several books and go on Fox News and do a lot of things. You built a Fortune 5000 Inc. 5000 fastest growing company. And so that's my quick bio. This is more of the why you may want to listen to me, and it just kind of add some credibility before I start talking. I've done hundreds and hundreds of deals, primarily in single family. 98% are in single family, but I've done commercial deals and small multifamily, and what we're going to get into today, mobile home parks. I've got an RV park, subdivision developments, all those types of things. We've invested over a little bit over $50 million collectively over the years. We've got a little over $14 million in current projects right now as we speak today. And what I'm most proud of in my career, and this is, I'm not trying to toot my own horn, although I heard Grant Cardone say the other day, he said, "If you got a horn, why don't you toot it?" I love that, like toot your horn a little bit. But more importantly, I like to say that, what I'm most proud of is I do have a 100% track record of loan performance with all of my lenders and all my financial obligations. And I'm very proud of that personally, because it hasn't always been easy. My back's been against the wall. I've had to figure things out. But more importantly for you, the reason I share that, is not to brag or boast, to impress, but to impress upon you the importance of having a sustainable business model, a business model that produces cash flow, a business model that can help you get through the ups and downs and the different cycles of the real estate market, right? And that's why, one of the reasons I'm so proud of that, number one, is my relationship with my lenders, incredibly important to me. But number two, kind of, I've got a quote unquote proven model, that I've been, investing with for over 15. Now it's my 16th year in real estate. So all of that being said, not an attorney, not an accountant, not a financial advisor, or anything like that. I'm not promising anybody that you can easily go out and do, what I've done, or what Chris and Jamie have done, or others have done. But the point is, though, that I'm going to share with you what my experience has been. My experience has been really good. All right. And you're going to have to take that and get glean from that what you can, and apply it to your own business. So let's move into my training on manufactured homes. So you may be asking yourself, Brant, like, after doing hundreds of single family deals, what led me to begin investing in manufactured homes, and really more specifically mobile home parks and subdivisions and things like that we're doing, right? So that's a fair question. Okay, that's a fair question, because I for the first 10, 12 years, probably more than that, as a real estate investor, I never even thought about doing mobile homes. I had a buddy who started messing around with them, And I just thought he was crazy, maybe a little bit of a redneck. And I'm a little bit of a redneck, but I was just kind of like judging him, like, oh, what's the redneck doing here? Mess with mobile home. And but I started, looking at the opportunity, right? I just started to consider it. Why did I even begin to consider it? Well, there were two main factors, two main reasons. Number one, I just sensed the market was changing, right? And if you're in today's market, it doesn't make you a real estate expert to know that the real estate market has changed. But even going back 3, 4, 5 years ago, the market started to change, right? Saturation of our local market was the other, thing that was occurring where, we used to go, we could walk down the street, in 2009 and 10 and trip over real estate deals, right? Like they were everywhere because people didn't have the money to finance them, right? If you had the money to finance the deals were limitless. Well, the world has changed, right? Essentially, financing is limitless. You can walk down the street now and trip over money and lenders because the money's flooding the streets. But the deals are incredibly hard to find, right? And I knew things had officially changed when one of my acquisitions agents got back from an appointment, and he said the seller I just met with had 12 other offers. 12 other offers. She had them all in a notebook, and some of them were $30,000, $40,000, $50,000 more than offer would have been. It's hard to compete in that market, right? And so I, going back to my track record, I said, what? This is not a sustainable model. So I started exploring, looking for other opportunities in real estate. I've never been a multifamily guy. Like, I don't love tenants. I'll just be honest. Like, I love working with homeowners and giving people chance for, the American dream. That's why I do a lot of owner financing and things like that. I do help rental portfolio, but it was just never resonated for me to be that guy. And so I started looking for other things. So I really, started, digging deep into like, all right, so if as an entrepreneur, what do we do as entrepreneurs? Like we solve problems. And what were two of the biggest challenges I started sensing and started seeing in the market was supply, right? Our supply was going down, right? Because the market was coming up, cheap financing, investors flooding the market, iBuyers flooding the market. So our supply was shrinking. And as the government's printing money, affordability is going away as well, right? And so those are two big problems. And we know as, real estate investors, the greatest entrepreneurs solve the biggest real estate problems. So that's when I kind of started looking at, hey, what are we dealing with? I'm in the Houston area, and you look here, we've got 1.6 months of supply, right? That's a historical low numbers, right? And so that just means like it's really hard to find real estate, and when you do, it's typically overpriced unless you just kind of work your butt off with your marketing and spend much more per deal, right? The deals are still out there, but you just have to work a lot harder for them. And I like to find, work smarter rather than harder, right? And we all know about affordability. It's going, it's just getting harder and harder to find affordable housing. I'll go back here real quick. Median price in housing is $314,000. It was a few years ago, it was $214,000, right? So prices of real estate are like going through the roof. Affordability is going away. So let's talk about that, because that's really, I'm getting to the reason why I even considered, investing in this type of asset class, right? And let's just talk about affordable. What makes housing affordable? If you look here at the highlighted part, the federal government typically defines housing as affordable when it consumes no more than 30% of a household income, right? If median price housing is going in the $300,000 range, soon it's going to be, I've been told, in the next 4 or 5 years, it's going to be in the $400,000 to maybe $500,000 range in Houston, which is insane. That's not affordable for middle class, and certainly for lower middle class, right? They can't afford it, okay? So if you just look at the highlighted part as well, just kind of focus on the center of the screen. So for people interested in buying a home, for people that are wanting to experience the American dream, which is most people in America, we got to be honest, like manufactured homes are the most affordable homeownership option available. This is a fact. This is not debatable. And so I was like, all right, so we got to look at the problems once again, right? Supply of housing and affordability. And I started really looking at manufactured housing in depth, reading, researching, expanding my knowledge base, which you should do with any investment opportunity that you're looking to consider. And I just began to find a lot of reaffirming data, information. Also in the investment side of things, right? There's a lot of institutional buyers. There's a lot of funds moving into the mobile home park space, developing mobile home subdivisions. That was very intriguing to me, seeing a lot of these funds that had traditionally and are actively invested in multifamily now viewing the mobile home parks, right? And so that was reassuring to me. But the next slide here, this was the biggest eye opener for me by far, right? And so everyone knows on the gentleman to the left, Warren Buffett. Warren Buffett obviously is like, considered the greatest investor probably of all time. And you may not know this, you may or may not know this, but Warren Buffett, Berkshire Hathaway, is the biggest investor in Clayton Homes. Okay, so Clayton Homes is the largest manufacturer of manufactured homes. Okay, he's also the largest shareholder with. Let me turn that off. Sorry about that. He's also the largest shareholder with 21st Mortgage. So 21st Mortgage is the largest financier of manufactured homes, right? And mobile home owners. And so I was like, he's heavily invested into this space. He must have confidence in, the home, the buyers themselves, or he wouldn't be, manufacturing the homes and giving them loans. So that was a huge eye opener to me. The biggest one was the gentleman on the right, Sam Zell. So a lot of people don't know of Sam Zell or heard of Sam Zell. In case you haven't, he is essentially the greatest real estate investor of all time. He's the GOAT, the greatest of all time in the world of real estate. He's basically the Tom Brady. Okay, he's done it all. He's done it all big, and he's done it all incredibly successfully. So the story that I heard, and I read it in his book, this great book, and he talked about this. It's not a book on mobile homes or anything. It's just kind of a blurb in there. He's talking about a transaction that took place. So how he fell into the mobile home park space was his company was acquiring another company. I think it was like a 50 or 60 million dollar acquisition of a company. The company they were buying, one of their holdings happened to be a mobile home park. And so what he did, he called one of his guys in. He said, "Hey, I need you to go out to this mobile home park, check it out, and figure out what we need to do to get rid of it, get it off the books," right? Because obviously we don't want to own a mobile home park. And this is going back to the 1980s. So this guy went out, took a look at the park, got all their financials, dug through it, came back. He said, "Sam, you're not going to believe this." And Sam's like, "What? It's worse than we thought?" He said, "No." He's like, "I can't believe it. This thing's an ATM machine. It's printing cash. I've never seen a business model like it in terms of low operating expenses, high cash flow, low risk." And if you study Sam Zell, read about Sam Zell, listen to podcasts, YouTube, whatever, interviews, you'll quickly understand his investment philosophy, which is the same as mine, which is low risk, high reward. Low risk, high reward. Very, very simple, right? And that's what he's executed over decades, and he's been successful with it. Here's what really grabbed my attention. So over the years, Sam Zell has been like essentially the largest holder of commercial real estate, multifamily, small commercial, big commercial, meaning skyscrapers down to strip centers, you name it, a storage, all these different asset classes. He's done it big. Okay. However, over the years, he has sold off approximately half of all of his other holdings, okay, of every other asset class. However, after that first mobile home park in the 1980s, they've continued buying them to today. They own over 160,000 lots, I believe. Don't pay attention to that 144. I heard it's in the 150 to 160,000 mobile home lots at RV site lots across the country. And he's never sold a single park. He's never sold a single park. When I heard that, I'm like, that is the most that's the biggest, reassurance, stamp of approval, that validation that anybody could ever, have about an investment. So I was like, you know what? I'm just going to do this. I'm going to go all in. And I did what I do, and I just kind of go all in. So, and one of the reasons too, it resonated with me so much was, my focus, my heart, my, business focus is working with affordable housing, right? It's a very sustainable business model. So this was just obviously, when you look at the manufactured housing data, this is who we're serving, right? These people in the $20,000 range, how are you going to afford a house on that? You're not, unless it's manufactured home. Up and even to the $75,000 range, and some, I mean, even have more income than that. But that really resonated with me, right? And then you get into this, right? The negative perceptions, like we all, you have them. People have them, like, oh, trailer park, kind of people, trailer park trash, whatever. I lived in a trailer park for a while, so I've got friends and family in mobile home parks. But this is kind of more of a reality. And this is one of our parks. We did a picnic and things like that. Just kind of good, wholesome, good everyday folks, just honest, hardworking Americans, right? So that's more of the reality. I've not experienced much of this, all right, a little bit, but we cleaned it up. We do culture changes, we do redevelopments, turnarounds, and things like that. And then when you also look at, like, kind of to break the stigma, if you will, there's been numerous studies of research that's been done, and polling people, talking to people who lived in apartments and mobile homes, and people are vastly happier living in a mobile home park community as opposed to into an apartment. Why is that? Right? They got their own parking space. They're not sharing walls and ceilings. They got their own green space. They got their own privacy. They're not sharing walls, not sharing parking lot, all that kind of stuff. And they get that sense of pride of ownership, right? And so it's the data is overwhelming. Like, people prefer to live in a mobile home. So not only is the product better and more desirable by our customer, but it's cheaper. It's very hard to find a business opportunity where that you are a solution you can provide to your clients if something's better and cheaper, right? It's easy to provide something that's better, but it's usually more expensive. So it's better and cheaper to our biggest competitor, which is apartments, right? Single family rental homes not even comparable price wise to manufactured homes. So the question I have for you, as I get into a few more specific examples, is what's going to be different 10 years from now in real estate? Okay, and I kind of borrowed this from Bezos, so just not the real estate part, kind of the business. But what's going to be different 10 years from now in real estate? And it's kind of a bad question. A better question, perhaps would be, what's going to be the same 10 years from now, right? Like, who knows what's going to be different? Like, we're going to maybe living like the Jetsons. But what's going to be the same 10 years from now is there's still going to be a lower, income and a lower class. And this lower class, and even lower middle class, they're going to want home ownership. They're going to want a sense of community, and they're going to want a clean and safe place to live and raise their families, right? We know that's going to be true 10, 20, 50 years from now, right? And so if we can just focus on concrete data, things that we know, instead of all this kind of like Bitcoin speculation and all this kind of stuff. We're not going to get into Bitcoin kind of stuff, but just there's a lot of things that we don't know about the future, but the things that we do know. And that's why I saw a solution to a problem that's going to be here in the future. Okay. So the question, that you need to ask yourself if you're watching this and thinking like, hey, this is a little bit intriguing. I'm thinking about, getting into this as I go into these additional slides. Really, the question you need to ask yourself is, is manufactured housing a viable solution to the affordable housing and supply problem? I would even say it's a housing and supply crisis, really. So is this a solution to it? And then, second part of that is manufactured housing investment opportunity that makes sense for you first. Doesn't make sense for everybody, right? I've got a few different agents and wholesalers I work with, and they send me every single mobile home deal that they get. They're like, it's not for them. And a couple of these are, investor agents or agents who are doing deals, and they're just like, I'm just not their brand. It's not for me. They kick it to me. I give them an assignment fee or let them do a listing, whatever it may be. And it's not for everybody, and that's okay. It's just not. But like I said, the greatest entrepreneurs do solve the biggest problems, right? And that's where I'm at on this. Is it's a big problem, and we have a solution, right? Now, the solution is the affordable American dream, right? Because the American dream is home ownership. That brick home, 3-bedroom, 2-bath in the suburbs, it's costing $400,000 or $500,000 now. It's insane. It's just insane, and so it's not affordable. And that's what we're providing here. Manufactured housing, at least in the way that I'm, working the model. It is giving access to the American dream for many, many Americans. So let's talk about some affordable housing options, and you're going to see two on there that I've kind of already begin to eliminate. We're not going to be talking about apartments and single family homes as being affordable. Are apartments affordable? Yes, for the most part, but I will tell you that I believe a 2-bedroom apartment in the greater Houston area is $1,100 to $1,200 now on average. Okay, $1,100 to $1,200. The average lot rent for a mobile home in America is around $300. Okay, and 80% of residents in mobile home parks own their manufactured home free and clear. So their housing cost per month is $300. For them to downsize, most likely they have a 3-bedroom mobile home. To downsize and go into a 2-bedroom apartment could cost them $800 or $900, right? So apartments are really getting on the verge of whether or not we're going to classify them as affordable. Some are, of course, absolutely not. A lot of the Class A properties, they're not affordable for your lower middle class. Single family homes, forget about it. Okay. So what we're going to talk about today is, mobile home parks, affordable housing communities, we like to call them, are basically manufactured housing communities and manufactured homes on land. So let me give you a quick overview of these items. I'm going to do my best to get done on time. Let me take a drink of water. My throat's getting a little sore. So give me a second, Jamie. I apologize. All right. So let's talk briefly about mobile home park investing 101. So like I said, I'm going to be very comprehensive, just can't go into in depth. But mobile home park investing 101 is we own the land, right? That's the park. That's the park's land. They own the home. What do we provide? We provide the main infrastructure, right? Utilities, roads, lighting, signage. For the most part, one of my park managers, he's like, say, we take care of everything from the ground and down, right? Everything above the ground, it's on them. Meaning, our plumbing is stubbed out to the home, goes into the home. When that plumbing comes up out of the ground, everything else above that plumbing, because it's their home, is theirs to fix, right? A roof leak, a plumbing leak, all that kind of stuff is theirs. If it happens below the ground, obviously that's us. Same thing with electrical. So that's what we do. We provide the infrastructure, the common area maintenance. We're mowing the yards if there's a park or swing sets and things like that. We take care of that, trash dumpsters. And number 5, last but certainly not least, we do enforce community rules and laws. We help create community. And this was the biggest thing I saw. Honestly, probably thought the least about it. I was like analyzing, mobile home park deals just based on the numbers and cash flow and ROI and leverage and things like that. But I really got into this. I said, you know what? We've got some people who are not a culture fit with what we're trying to do here. This is not going to work with these types of residents here. So we had to, every time we acquire a park, we've got to get certain bad apples out. We got to build that community. We got to provide clean, safe, functional housing, right? And turn it around. Kind of like you see, happen with apartments and even small subdivisions to a certain extent. So that's what we do, right? And that's kind of the very kind of surface overview of mobile home parks, right? And that's what we do. We provide these items in exchange for lot rent, okay? So why would you consider a mobile home park? Well, there's limited supply, right? It's actually diminishing supply. They're, shutting down or selling, mobile home parks that are being sold for redevelopment of land, things like that. and they're only building 10 to 20 new parks a year, but they're, closing over 100 and something a year. So when you look at other asset classes, apartments, storage, things like that, it's an increasing number of supply. This is a decreasing number of supply, so that's huge. There's less competition in the space. Obviously, demand for affordable housing. We all like cash flow. We have long-term tenants. I've heard a study that mobile home park residents stay on average of 14 years. I don't know if that's true, but a lot of my residents have been in these parks for a long, long time, and they're not talking about going anywhere. We have higher collection rates in apartments, drastically lower eviction rates. It's easier to scale than single family homes, right? I've scaled single family. This is much easier. Less maintenance and operating expenses and other asset classes. And it's harder to finance. So you may say, oh, Brent, well, that's not a good thing. Well, it is versus your competition, right? So those are the overviews of mobile home parks. Talk real briefly about mobile homes on land. Guys, you're flipping a mobile home. Basically, you buy a home and land together, and you like a mobile home on land, you fix it up and sell it. Or number two, you buy a mobile home and you buy land and move on mobile home there and fix it up as real property. This is a case study of one that we did just a few months ago and closed on. We made $80,000 flipping this mobile home on land. It was 3 acres. I have found that, most of my mobile home on land deals, they're usually on 1 to 3 acres. Not always, but typically they are. And this is a snapshot, and these are like we do a lot of these deals outside the surrounding Houston area. The comps that you see highlighted in red, those are all mobile homes on land. Okay, my friends. And if you look at those price points, they're in the 200,000. These are, I only pulled for 200,000 and up because one of my potential investors didn't believe me when I was comping some homes. He's like, oh, they can't be selling for that much. And I'm like, yeah, they are. Here you go. It's kind of eye-opening. And then lastly, I'll talk about manufactured home subdivisions. I know if you're just getting started as an investor, you may be thinking, I'm not going to develop a subdivision, but I know there's more experienced people on here. And guys, our thoughts can become things, right? So I had no idea I'd be developing manufactured home subdivisions a few years ago. And here I go. I've got multiple subdivisions in the works right now. Basically, it's just like a stick-built home subdivision, but rather than putting stick-built homes, you're putting manufactured homes. These are HOA enforced communities. Here's one property that we bought 100 acres to develop into a subdivision. We're actually flipping this land. We've got a great offer on it. We've got another property we just bought 92 acres, and we also this is a picture of a home I forgot about. Guys, these are not your grandmother's mobile homes. These homes are really, really nice. They're manufactured. There are some really good products. I've been to the manufacturing facilities. They're putting out incredible products. And this is another example of a deal. It's kind of landed in my lap a little over a year ago, guys. This was from a wholesaler. And it was a partially developed subdivision. Wasn't done. We bought it dirt cheap. The funny thing was this was a wholesaler was putting this deal out for a few months, couldn't get any bites. I saw it. One of my students or agents sent it to me, and I'm like, this is an incredible deal. The land's already cut up, or most of the roads there. We just need to drop some mobile homes on it. So we've been doing that, and if you see here, we're going to be in this thing for about 3.5 million with total sales in the mid 6 million range, if not a little bit more. This is just a phenomenal deal. They're out there, guys. You may be passing on some opportunities you even think about. But I'm again wrapping this up. But this is a sign at one of our parks. We have a similar sign that we put, at all of our properties, and we really reinforce this. Like, why keep renting, right? Let's think about that. Like, renting ultimately, helps the landlord the most. And I've got rentals. I keep rentals. It's part of my, one of my buckets of wealth creation and passive cash flow. But guys, I have never seen anything more passive than kind of the owner finance model and the mobile home park model. And that's why I love it. 100% in love with this business model. And once again, I'm gonna go back to Buffett. Show me your moat. So Warren Buffett, if you've heard Buffett talk enough, he talks about having a moat, protecting yourself right against risk and adversity in the market. Well, this is the mobile home park investment mode, right? We've got lower cost per unit, lower cost for repairs and maintenance. We're able to spread out our risk, right? You've got, one single family home versus one park with 20, 50, 100 people paying rent. You're spreading out your risk. Demand is incredibly high for affordable housing, much less tenant turnover. We've got mom and pop owners, and basically what that means is we can negotiate some really cheap deals because they've got deferred maintenance, they haven't raised the rents, all those types of things. So it means opportunity for us as buyers. Much less competition, unlike my single family world here in Houston. There's decreasing supply instead of increasing supply. Incredibly low rents. They have not risen with inflation. If you adjusted lot rents with inflation, lot rents should be in the $600 to $700, well, probably I'd say in the $600 range. Average nationally, they're in the $300 range. What does that mean? Huge opportunity to get an upside and double, triple the value of our parks as we increase these rents. Life's better. Life's better when you're working with owners. Like, let's just not sugarcoat it. Our dealings with tenants, our property manager, and dealing with tenant residents as opposed to owner finance residents, night and day difference. Number one, communication is like 1% spent with owners and 99% with tenants, and it's just a different mindset that you have with an owner rather than a renter. So, guys, that's my presentation. I hope you got a lot from this. Check me out on, I'm on Facebook, I'm on YouTube. Got a lot of videos where I do like entire walkthroughs of some parks and communities that we've bought. Be sure to check that out. Got all kinds of content out there. There's how you get in touch with me if you want to. And I appreciate the opportunity, Jamie and Chris, to come on. And I hope some of the attendees got something from that. I certainly love talking about it. So thanks for having me on.
Awesome. Thanks so much, Brant. I've watched you venture into this space several years ago, and I remember you did a similar presentation when you were just starting in that space several years ago at a local event. And a lot of people don't know, Invested Agents came out of a local event. COVID shut that down. So here we are, bigger and better online. But in any case, you were live and in person. I was like, wow, that really makes sense. And I've seen you evolve in that, and probably do much bigger things in the space than you even thought of originally. So it's definitely very exciting.
I was kind of just I'm a very type A entrepreneur, and I throw a lot of things against the wall, and most of them don't stick. You know that I do this. And then when I came to speak at your event, I'm like, hey, I'm just throwing this against the wall and let's see if it sticks. I think it will, but I've been wrong.
You said that same thing too. I do remember that. But clearly it's stuck. There's a lot of Texas love in the comments too. So, since we're from Texas, and mobile home parks are actually pretty, and mobile homes in general are pretty popular in Texas. So you might find some business in the crowd.
Hey guys, send me parks. We've had parks come to us from agents, from wholesalers, and just average Joe, regular people, right? So we're definitely looking for deals. Love to help you guys do what I can, and absolutely love to help if we can collaborate on deals. Send those to me. We're supposed to be going under contract on a new park in Oklahoma right now, and that lead was sent from a guy from Missouri, and so we're working on that deal as we speak.
Gotta love collaboration, right?
Yep.
All right, thank you so much, Brant. So everyone, give it up for Brant.
Appreciate it.
He's a super busy guy, and we always love him when we can bring him on because he has just a wealth of experience in real estate investing in general, both single family and now mobile home park space, raising private money and all that stuff. So it was good. It was really exciting.
Yeah, great stuff.
All right, let's roll on to the next guest. I'll let you introduce the next guest.
Okay. So next up, we have Luke Wong. Hi, Luke.
Hi, how you doing?
Good.
You hear me okay?
Thank you so much for joining us this morning.
Thank you. Thank you so much for having me.
So let me just say a little bit about Luke. He's going to be talking about self-storage units this morning. Luke is a broker associate at eXp Realty and founder of 9 Mile Capital. He has flipped hundreds of houses and now invests in commercial real estate, including multifamily, retail, strip centers, and his personal favorite, self-storage units. So Luke currently has over 1,200 storage units under management right now. So we can't wait to hear about this little niche. So go ahead and take it away.
Thank you, Chris. Thank you, Jamie. Let's see. The background you see. I'm visiting my mom in North Carolina, so that's where I'm at now. I'm actually from Houston, Texas. Let me see if I can share my screen here. Let me go ahead and tell you a little bit about myself. So I started off in the single family residential house flipping in about 2011. But before that, I was actually doing land development in Houston, Texas, 2001, doing residential land development, land acquisitions. And from then, 2011, I did house flipping. And actually, Brant Phillips was one of the my first contact in that area in regards to he was our contractor. So it was it's very good to see the growth of Brant, and just we collaborate the last few years, and we've been following each other. Then I got into wholesaling. Before I had a brief health crisis, 2016, 2017. So I was pretty much out that year. When I came back to it, the market was a little bit different regarding what houses I was renovating and flipping. The market had changed. All prices had gone up. The area had flooded. So what I had done was go ahead and open a wholesaling operation to kind of see where exactly I wanted to fit back into the whole realm of the real estate game, and did that for about a year. And then I started dabbling into commercial space regarding different asset classes passively. And I picked 3 different asset classes and 3 different operators to try to find out which asset class I liked, which management style I liked. So we did a shopping center in Houston, we did a storage facility in Conroe, Texas, and I did an apartment complex in Dallas, Texas. So let me see. Hold on one second. Trying to share my screen. I'm on my iPad right now, and I don't know if it's going to allow me to do that. So I pinged.
Hey, Luke. I know we talked about that, and it's okay if for some reason you can't share your screen. Since you're I know you got to go out there
Chris.
and do family,
Chris,
so, just feel free to dive in. If you can, that's cool. If not, go ahead. Just dive.
Yeah, Chris, can you go ahead? The connection was. Can you come back again?
Yeah. Just you can dive right in. If you can't share your screen, don't worry about it. Just dive right in.
Yeah, you're coming in. You're coming in. Can you type it? Can you just text me?
Yeah.
Hard to hear you.
Yeah, I'll text you. But just dive right into the presentation.
So Chris, yeah, just text me on my cell phone. I mean, I have a good connection up here. I'm not showing. Okay, so we'll go ahead and proceed. So what I was going to show you was the different asset classes that I invested in, and that gave me, a good idea of what goes on behind the scenes of commercial real estate. Like the shopping center is 130,000 square foot shopping center right there, or 59 in Houston. I was able to find a syndicator that was putting that together. I really liked his style and what he was doing. You guys probably know Alan Schnurr, so he's in Houston, Texas. So that was my first passive investment deal. And that way I got to see kind of behind the scenes, the financials, how the syndication works, how they manage the property. And then I went ahead and also got into the apartment complex in Dallas. Multifamily was a very interesting aspect. I mean, it was very busy. The prices of per door were going up, but people are really still making, tons of money. And the third one was a self-storage facility. I had to talk to my attorney at that point, and I asked him, any investments or anything you're hearing recently regarding real estate investments? He's like, I have, some friends that I know that I'm investing in their storage facilities. So I got in touch with them. I invested with them, and it was a storage facility in Conroe. It's a bigger group that had 15 plus facilities all around Texas and some other states. And I got to see behind the scenes of what was going on there with their financials, how they manage and how they syndicate. So I wanted to go ahead and really narrow in on one. And the one that I really meshed with, my personality, and just really fell in love with how everything worked, was self-storage. Basically, multifamily was close second, but when I put myself in the shoes as of tenants and toilets and management, the management requirement for self-storage was a lot less. And I put myself in the shoes as, if the management company or manager got sick, who's going to have to step in? That's going to be me. So that's going to be me. And I really don't want to be an apartment manager. And, that's just not my personality. Now, a self-storage facility, I can deal with that because a lot of it is very low maintenance in regards to management, and a lot of it's automated. And also, so that was one aspect. And then once you think about if you have any casualty losses, such as a fire, apartment complex, you're going to displace some people's homes. Hopefully nobody gets seriously injured. Self-storage, I mean, it's basically their stuff, which honestly, a lot of people haven't probably been to their self-storage facility in months and probably don't remember what's even in there. And also when you go to the fact that you have to evict or take to auction, it's a little bit less drama taking a self-storage facility to auction within 30, 45 days than evicting a family or single mom with, several kids. That's something I really prefer, the self-storage industry in doing that. So that's kind of the reason I chose that industry. I mean, it's very recession resistant in the fact that, when times are good, people are moving into bigger homes, or they have more toys to store, their ATVs, their campers. And then when times are not so good, they are maybe doubling up and living with a family or downsizing. They need to store. So either up and down, and actually during COVID and pandemic, some of the operators have really found that was one of their best years. So, I mean, other than the first few weeks or months, the occupancy has not been really affected by COVID. So, and I'll go ahead and start off and telling you. So I chose self-storage. I went to Scott Meyer's Academy, and weekend, it's a 3-day weekend. He's out of Indianapolis, and Scott Myers, you can see him, has a lot of online presence also. He's been in it for a while. He's been in apartments. He's been single family, and really, really neat guy and really giving. And I'm also a part of his mastermind. But that 3-day event really jump-started me into taking action into now trying to acquire a self-storage facility myself and actively run it. So I know probably a lot of you out there are wholesalers or flippers. So I came from that background, and I used a lot of the same skills that I use for houses for the self-storage facilities. Now I am concentrating on secondary and tertiary markets. So my area is probably within a 2-hour drive time radius of Houston. My first facility is in Orange, Texas, right there, a little past Beaumont, probably about an hour, 45 minutes. It was, I had done a mailer. You know, I still, like the housing wholesaling days, you still get a list, and that list can be provided by companies like Info USA or Atom Data, or better yet, I go ahead and go on Google Maps and I search self-storage facilities and zoom in on their facility and get their information, and also see if that's the size I want to get into. I don't want public storage downtown Houston, too big. I don't want to compete with those guys. That's like competing with Walmart and Home Depot. I don't want something too small where it's just 10 units, where I'm going to have to spend the same amount of time dealing with 10 units than I am 100 units. So those are a few ways that you can find your self-storage facilities other than what's listed and on the commercial MLS or LoopNet. So I sent yellow letters. Yellow Letters HQ is actually where I send my yellow letters from. Simple yellow letter. My name is so-and-so. I'm looking to buy a storage facility. Are you interested in selling? I can, close quickly. And so I did a few rounds of those, and I got quite a few responses. The response rate, again, there's not as many single family storage facilities as single family. So you're talking maybe about 80,000 facilities in the US. So you go through the list pretty quick, but the response rate is a little bit higher. Now, when I stopped single family, I was probably getting less than 0.5% on the mail. And I'm probably getting 2 to 4% on the mail with storage facilities. Although, again, it's really gotten a lot busier in regards to other people coming into the market. So the yellow letter went out. I got a call from this lady that had a storage facility in Orange, Texas, wanting to sell. Her and her husband were retired, and they lived right next door. And they were getting ready just to, again, go a little bit better into retirement and for less things to do. So we spoke. I ran my numbers. I visited facilities, and things that you want to really look at when you're looking at facilities. Again, everybody's different. I'm looking at tertiary, secondary markets within 2-hour radius of Houston. There's different scenarios or different guidelines per se that people use. You got to have 50,000 people in the county or within the 3 to 5 mile radius. You've got to have them, spending or making $50,000 and up. There's different metrics. And while those are guidelines, those are not, absolutes. So I found this facility is all climate controlled. And if you can look at it, I'm sorry, I wasn't able to share the screen here. If you go to storewestorange.com, so STORE, westorange.com, you'll see that facility. It was sitting on less than an acre, 0.8 acres. Had 2 buildings, both climate controlled. One building was done in 2008, and another building was done in 2017. 135 climate control units. The thing was probably like 90% full. They had a lady on staff full time, and the place was in very good condition. And then it had some room to grow next door, which I've since recently put some portables in. I've added 24 outside storage units. So we can talk about the numbers. So that facility, I bought just a little over $1 million, but I got seller financing. And that's another thing. That's, just the wholesaling, rehabbing days. It just kind of it's really the same game, just different asset class, and then maybe a little bit adding a zero here and there. But if you think about it, 20% down, I was fortunate to have the money to put that down payment in. I had some one or two family members I wanted to get the experience, so they chipped in a little bit. But so basically, this was taken down all by myself, no syndication, 20% down, no banks, and I had a great rate. It was a 5%, 25-year amortization, 7-year balloon, and the thing cash flowed day one. Day one cash flowed, and what I did for getting that facility, I wanted to lower expenses and increase rent. So right away, we went ahead and talked to the full-time staff and told her, at this point, we can't keep you full-time. But if I do need somebody, to check out the facility in conjunction with me, and I could pay you a certain amount, per month, which, was, a lot less than having her full-time. She was able to get a full-time job somewhere else. Now this is just extra kind of pocket money for her, but it's great. She lives 5 minutes away. If I need something, I also have a handyman that's 5 minutes away. So right there, I was able to cut $1,800 to $2,000 a month in expenses. And as you know, in commercial, everything is kind of related on the net operating income. So not only can you improve the value of the property itself, but also you can improve the operation and net operating income, which is your gross income minus your expenses. And that's before any mortgage. And once you can up that, then the value of your property also goes up because people are buying on cap rates. And basically, they're buying an income stream. So if you can increase income, lower the expenses, the more valuable your property is. So great deal. Found it off a yellow letter. Got owner financing. I even got a testimonial from her on video. I haven't used it yet, so that I can use for other people, other sellers, to look at the perspective of owner financing. So let's put that in perspective of single family versus like a commercial property. Same type of hunting, same type of letters, same type of talking. It's just instead of a $100,000 house, now you have $1 million property. But that 20% down, 200,000, or 20% down, 20,000 for a house, it doesn't have to be yours. In my case, it was mostly mine. But just like in single family, there's ways to partner or get creative and to get that down payment. So in essence, if you can do it with single family, you're just adding, one or two zeros. It's the same aspect. There's no reason. I do know people that have actually gone in with $0 in regards to down payment wise because they've had either they syndicated it, or they've reached out to outside investors, or they've partnered. So just there's that fair. I had it just as we go into something new and something with a little bit more zeros. But when you break it down, it's very, very similar. Just as in when starting out rehabbing and rentals, it was, the first one's scary. Just like first time you go in bungee jumping or anything like that, it's the first time is scary. But then it just gets more and more used to it. So they give you kind of idea of the numbers. So this thing is, I bought it for a little bit over $1 million. It's bringing in between $16,000 gross. My expenses are about nine to $10,000 a month, and that's including debt service. So, we're talking about 7,000 net cash flow. And again, I'm still tweaking, operations. What I've done also in regards to not having full-time staff, I've put in automated locks where I have total control from my phone or laptop. Basically can open and close the doors, and everything else is mainly managed by the website. So when you go to West Self Storage store westorange.com, you can see the website. Within like four steps, you can rent a unit. You can pay your bill online. It automatically gives you an access code, gives you instructions. So, I mean, I have tenants that I've never spoken to, and they've just did it rent online, and they pay online. And so, it's the occasion where somebody forgets their passcode, or they need to make a payment by phone, or they have a question. But other than that, it's the management intensity is very low, especially once you get it full, and it's now just maintaining itself. You maintain the property, you maintain your storage guests, and let the website do its thing. The automated entry systems do its thing. You're managing it by the analytics on your website storage operation manager that's integrated with your website. You're looking at the security cameras, and of course, I'm visiting the facility. I'm not that just kind of let everything go. Where I'm always going to have my finger on the pulse. So, especially with COVID these days, a lot of people don't want to meet anybody, or they don't want to touch, like for instance, we have touchless entry where you can just text open to the phone number in our system, and the doors will unlock or let you in. That way you don't have to touch the keypad that anybody else has been touching. Like I said, recently we put the portables out there, which are portable storage units. It's like a container, but a foldable container that they come and drop it, and they kind of erect it on site, and it's movable. I mean, a forklift can pick it up and move it. So why we chose those, so it's an 8x20 box, and then you put dividers in there, and so it's 8x10 units, 2 8x10 units that come into that one box. And the reason we did that is, one, I don't have any outdoor storage, so that gave me some outdoor storage, and I could phase this in. I don't have to build a separate storage facility at once. I put these first 24 in, and then I can come in when those are full, put the next 24 in. And if I need to move them later on, we can actually relocate them to a different facility or rearrange them on site. If I, for instance, I mean, Chevron is building a big facility. Well, they actually own the land already, so they're expanding their operation. If I need to take those portables off and take them to an existing site, another piece of land that I would own nearby, and then actually build on where the existing portables are, I could do that, and I could go instead of one story, I can go 2 stories. So that's another nice thing about portables. It gives you the flexibility. Also, it doesn't count as real property, so it's not increasing your tax value of your land and building because it is considered personal property. You can put these on, depending on the city. sometimes you can put them on easements where you cannot build, because if you ever need to move it, you can move the portable building. But then you also have challenges also with the bank, whether they're going to finance your operation for that section of storage facilities, because it is a portable unit. Some banks will do it, some banks won't. So now to bring you to the next phase. So this was October 2020 when I took on this facility. Now, October 2021, the importance of getting educated, networking, and taking action and partnering. So this next one, I partnered with another fella he has a kind of a nationwide operation, and great guy, great bunch of people, and we were able to take this new one down in Magnolia, Texas, $6+ million. Quite a big difference from 1 million. Same premise, no syndication, just partners. And this facility was built in 2017, 5.23 acres. It has about 2 acres left to expand, so we will be building on that soon. It has a retail office up front that the old manager had used it as a self-storage facility. Has 3 office warehouse rentals, and then the self-storage facilities in the back. Climate controlled units, 70% of them are climate control units. There's a total of 290 units, and it's a great property. Magnolia is really expanding. I've since the 3 office warehouses are full. Now this retail unit, again, I automate everything, so I don't need a big 1,200 square foot office with a full-time staff. That we are actually negotiating with a doctor to lease that building out. So the whole front part of it will be leased out, and now just focusing on the day-to-day storage operation. But so that's where I'm at now, and I'm always looking to help others and even partner with others, collaborate. There's a lot of great self-storage groups on Facebook. You can go ahead and go into those if you're looking to learn more about self-storage. We have a Clubhouse chat room. It's audio only on the Clubhouse app every Tuesday at 9 a.m. Central. I'll go ahead and actually give you my email. It's Luke@9milecapital, Luke@9milecapital.com, and the 9 is the number 9. And my phone is 713-882-5957, 713-882-5957. And you guys feel free to reach out to me if you guys have any questions. And sorry I wasn't able to share some of the pictures, but if you go to westorange.com or storemagnolia.com, you'll see the 2 facilities that I'm talking about.
Awesome. Thanks so much, Luke. Are you getting my audio? I know you weren't getting my audio earlier.
Yeah. So Chris, I think you're gonna either something's happening here. Can you type? Your communication's not coming through.
No worries.
You just text me.
You did a great job.
Okay.
You did a great job.
I hope you guys could hear me okay.
Yes.
Hope, at least my going out was clear and concise. But again, thank you for the opportunity, and please feel free to reach out to me. And go on Facebook. You can reach me on there, and I'm here to help any way I can.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Luke. I'll see you next time, and look forward to meeting with you when you get back to Houston. So take care.
Thanks.
All right, we're going to take a quick break before we bring up our next speaker. So play a little quick video, and we'll be back in 5 minutes.
Welcome back.
Welcome back. Welcome back. Our next speaker is amazing. Jamie's going to introduce him in just a second. But so in the chat, definitely comments, feedback, and you're definitely going to want to give it up for this next speaker. But let us know what you think, big tips that you're learning, and just like any feedback or just that gold nugget that you're catching from these speakers. Put it in the chat. And if nothing else, fire emojis are always cool. Cornelius, you asked a question on the contact information. Will that be emailed? So you actually, if you RSVP'd for the event, you should have that because you would have gotten the speaker schedule, which included the websites for each one of the guests. So you can still RSVP if you go to investedagents.com/summit. Couple benefits to RSVPing. You get all their contact information. That's kind of cool. You'll get on our newsletter and stay up to date with what we got going on. But you also get a free copy of our upcoming book, Top Tips After 100 Flips, and you don't want to miss out on that. So that's all I got. You want to introduce the next guest?
All right. So yes, let's go ahead and bring up our next guest. We have Don Costa. Hi, Don.
How are you?
Good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you so much for joining us. It's always a pleasure to see you. A little bit about Don. Don is going to be speaking about rehabbing from a position of power. Don is a real estate investor, coach, and host of Flip Talk podcast. Great podcast. I highly recommend y'all download that. He has gone from counting pennies in order to buy groceries to flipping hundreds of properties at a year in highly competitive markets. And I know you're going to share what market you're from. So it is a very highly competitive one. But we are so happy to have you, and go ahead and take it away.
All right. Yeah. So let me get my screen up here and just let me know if everybody can see that. I'm hoping everybody can see that. So I'm going to assume you can.
You're good.
Perfect. All right. So today I'm going to talk about rehabbing from position of power. A little bit about me. I take these and I turn them into these. And like Jamie said, we've been known to do over 100 a year, in usually around 130, 140 properties a year rehabbing. And I've been doing rehabbing since 2003. I host a podcast called Flip Talk. It's been around since 2016. And I even have a little series out there called The Rookie Playbook that's about 49 episodes that really takes you from, I have this crazy idea, I want to be a real estate investor, all the way through, getting started. So I host a high-level mastermind, which is really cool. And I've done on my side gig over $1 million in assignment fees in a 12-month period. So just to kind of show, I've done some really, really cool stuff, but it hasn't always been that way. So just real quick, I'm going to hit this part real quick and we'll get into the meat of this. I started back in 2003, door knocking, pre-foreclosures, got really good at talking to sellers, made a lot of money. I was on top of the world, thought everything I touched turned to gold, got arrogant. I became an ego. I'm not a jerk. I'm not afraid to say it. I got an ego. And then 2008 happened and it all fell apart. And it was like these gravitrons, just the money was being sucked out of me. I had multiple businesses. I wasn't focused on my core business. And I went through a really hard time, which is something that I'll get into in depth in a different conversation. But just to kind of give you a synopsis, my home was in and out of foreclosure. This is a judgment. This is county records. I got a $677,000 judgment against me in September of 2010. That by the time I actually pulled my head out of my rear end, had ballooned to almost $1 million with attorney's fees and interest. So it was $1 million in debt the second time I got going. So anybody on here that's even thinking about it, real estate investing, if you're newer and you feel like you can't because you don't have cash or credit, I didn't have credit, obviously. So today we're going to talk about the secrets to rehabbing from position of power. My goal is to kind of take your business from feeling like this, like you're throwing spaghetti against the wall, or you're feeling like this, like you're being defeated, and really give you some ideas that will help you feel like you're running a business that you control. So this house right here in particular was one of my aha moment houses. I was standing in front of this house. It's a rehab we did a handful of years ago, and I was standing in front of this house, and I had just got out of my truck. I was getting ready to close the door. I was meeting a contractor to pick paint colors, of all things, and I was late to pick my son up, and I needed to submit invoices to my investor for reimbursement. or I wasn't going to be out of money that week. And so my stress level was just off the charts. And I was sitting here and I just kind of was like, this sucks. Like, I don't want to do this anymore. And so I don't know how many of you on here have felt that way in your businesses, whether you're rehabbing or wholesaling, or, you're doing something else, but you have these moments that just suck. These points of, you got to either stop what you're doing, change what you're doing, or grow through it. And so I decided I was going to grow through it, and I had to do some things differently. So the first thing I did was I started questioning everything. I started looking at the way things are always done, and I started questioning everything. There's this box that everybody usually operates in. There's this way that you should do something. And I realized that what's in the box doesn't matter. I needed to start thinking outside the box. I needed to start looking at things differently. So I like to use this eye chart. It basically, one rarely sees what's right in front of them. And it's very, very true. So it's one of those things where, we can't see the forest through the trees, or we can't see the obvious, or maybe it's just, you got to get it from the computer and walk away, or get it from your doing and walk away to come back and actually see how to solve the problem you were having, type of situation, if that makes sense. So I started looking for the path of least resistance in my business. Any way that I could make my life easier was important to me. So these are some of the things that I learned from that. So the first thing was I need to implement systems. And a lot of people will hear systems and they'll think, oh, well, it's this complicated thing. Really, a system is a simple process or standard designed to set the expectation or boundaries for which your team is going to perform within. It's if this, then that. If this happens, then that happens. And it's really that simple. Everybody's systems and their operational organization is going to be different in some ways. There are going to be some probably crossover similarities. You could probably learn some from me and take to yours. But a lot of them are going to be developed based on how you want your business to look. And it really is as simple as seller signs a contract. What's the next step? Okay, so for our next step, for instance, seller signs a contract. It goes into, we send it into our transaction coordinator. She opens escrow. She opens a Slack channel. She notifies everybody that is, involved with what their next step of that process. That's a system. So just to kind of break it down, systems are people, they're a process, or they're a program. So just to kind of really, I guess, hone in on that. You're going to hire somebody to do a task. You're going to create a process. Like, again, our process, when somebody submits a contract, it goes straight to our transaction coordinator, and then they have, 3 steps that they got to do right away. That's a process. Or it's a program like a CRM in your organization that you implement to help you keep track of things. It could be a CRM. Slack is a program that we use in our operation for communication. So systems are really that simple. A person that's going to handle the task, and they're going to handle the task the same way each time. A process that is, the steps that people need to go through, or a program that's going to solve your problem. So just to kind of go through some of the systems and processes and the way we look at things, I'll be doing that in some of this conversation. One of the things that we don't do in our operation as part of our systems, I guess, is we don't gamble. It's one of our rules. The house always wins when you gamble. So for instance, when we're buying a property, the first mistake people make when they talk about rehabbing from position of power is they don't buy right. Okay. You can't square peg round hole your rehab. If your rehab's 50 grand, your rehab's gonna be 50 grand. You can't make it 40 to make your numbers work. If the ARV is 200, the ARV is 200, the after repair value is 200. You can't make it 225 to make your numbers work. And in a market like this, remember I started back in 2, 3, 4, and 5. A lot of people were speculating their rehabs. They were looking at, well, if I take 3 months to sell it, it might go up 20 grand. Well, and that's kind of what's been happening right now. But the reality is you got to be able to run the numbers at what the numbers are in that moment, which you can sell it for today. And if they work, they work. You don't want to stretch it. You don't want to square peg round hole it. And we're very particular about how we do that. So one of our systems in our organization is we have one person run the numbers all the time. He's the broker for our real estate arm, and he runs all of our numbers and tells us all of our ARVs. And the reason why is because we got to verify, right? I don't want to trust my acquisitions person to give me that number because they want me to buy that deal. I don't want to trust the agent who brought me that property, even though their numbers might be spot on. I don't want to trust their numbers. It's my responsibility to do my own homework and understand my own business. The wholesaler that brought me that property, their numbers may be spot on, but I don't want to trust that's true, because the reality is, why they're very, very great agents out there and they're very, very great wholesalers out there. We have some phenomenal, honest acquisitions people in the industry. there are some people that will make numbers work so that they can get paid. And I never trust anybody who gets paid off of me saying yes and buying something. So we have a system in our organization, like I said, where somebody always gives us our number, and that's the number we live and die by. So that's a system. Our project managers must confirm our rehab budget before we close. A really quick story here. We had a situation where I trusted my acquisitions person to give me that number. And ultimately, at the end of the day, he said it was going to be $35,000 all in. The project ended up being almost a $60,000 rehab because my acquisitions person didn't know to check the AC unit and realize it was on its last leg. He didn't realize the house actually had plexiglass windows. I mean, who thinks a house has plexiglass windows? My project manager knew to check for that. So, we don't trust anybody's opinion on whether or not we're going to close on that property. We trust our project managers, and that's it. He tells us we're good on our budget. We're good on our budget. So just a few things, we set these rules in place that we got to live by, and it keeps us from having the back end stress of, trying to rehab a property on a budget that's not going to work because we got to make the numbers work, if that makes sense. So, okay. So the other problem that a lot of people have in this business is they are using their own money in projects. They're balling hella broke. They're always trying to put a down payment or pay for the rehab or use all of their money to rehab. And when you're trying to scale a rehabbing business, and you have your money in projects and you're not able to buy food or pay your mortgage or pay your team, or you're stressing to do all those things, you're not running a business from a position of power, you're running a business from a position of weakness. So one of the things we do in this is we got control of the money. You either control the money or the money controls you. And just to kind of give you a scenario, there's a typo in here somewhere. I think it's on the other page, but just to say, follow me here, you buy 2 properties a month. Each property is $20,000 a month, and you pay a $1,000 per month payment on each property. Your average turn time is 120 days. Okay. So 4 months is your average turn time. So in that process, you're going to buy 2 properties in month 1, 2 properties in month 2, 2 properties in month 3, 2 properties in month 4. Between the down payments and the monthly payment, you're going to be $180,000 out of your own pocket before month 1 turns and you get paid in a perfect scenario, right? So who here can do that? In times 2, 3, 4, 5, you're trying to scale a rehab company. If you're trying to do 10 a month, 15 a month, 20 a month, and you're putting your own money in projects, that's a recipe for disaster because you're always going to be out of money. You're always going to be trying to sell something, get rid of something, squeeze something, make something work in order to eat or market or hire. So what we don't do right from the beginning is we don't use hard money because it requires down payments. We don't use our own money in any project. I treat my own money like kryptonite. And we don't work with any lenders that won't lend us 100% on our project costs. So we only borrow from lenders that give us our rehab costs, our holding costs, and our purchase price 100%. We don't go out of pocket at all. Now, we will make monthly payments on interest, just to kind of clarify that, but we won't pay any kind of points. We don't pay anything, closing costs, nothing. They loan 100% of what it costs us to acquire that property. And the reason we do that is because we want to be able to have that position of power. A lot of people will ask me, how does that conversation go with your lenders? And really, it's about framing. It's about framing everything in life. If you come in and say, this is the way something has to be, you come in and you don't properly explain it, you come in and you don't understand somebody's point of view, you're going to have issues in your conversation with people. So what we did is sat down with our lenders and said, look, you think we're a better bet if we have skin in the game. And I can understand why you feel that way. But the reality is, and I run the numbers, I'm always out of money. And so if one thing goes wrong, that house of cards falls down, and how am I a good bet? Now, I'm a better bet if you lend me 100%, I keep my money in the bank and I operate my business from a position of power. And because if one thing goes wrong, I can act from a position of power, not a position of weakness, and the house stays strong. The foundation is strong. And I just frame that conversation that way. The lenders that got it, I continue to work with. The lenders that didn't, I stopped working with. So another thing we did is we went to, now these are our contractors, But we went to our vendors, like our flooring vendor, we had a cabinet and granite vendor that we worked with for a lot of years, our window vendor. So, and we got net 30 terms. So in other words, what happens now is they come and install the flooring and they give us the invoice, and we don't have to pay that invoice for 30 days. So even though we have 100% of the money to do it, that money sits in our bank sometimes till after the property closes before we actually have to pay the invoice. So it really put us in a position to where we weren't trying to pay all the money out right away. We get the money in reimbursement from our lender, and we would be able to sit on that money. We wouldn't use it for anything else because that's not right. We'd be able to sit on that money and wait out this 30-day period and pay these invoices interest-free in almost every case. So just a little trick there. We went to our lender and we said it cost us, just to use a round number, an average of $2,500 in our marketing to get a deal. And we said that's a project cost. So we're going to add that to our line item as a project cost. And so what happens now is, say you're buying 10 properties a month, you're now putting $25,000 a month back into your pocketbook for marketing. You're replenishing your marketing. So what we did is we just started neutralizing expenses. If you notice what I'm doing here, I'm not putting any money out at the purchase of the property. I'm not having to pay invoices right away. And then I'm getting $2,500, we're actually getting a little more now, but I'm getting $2,500 back for every property that I buy, every rehab that I buy back into my bank. And somebody say, well, does that cost interest? Yeah, but it's pennies. It's pennies in interest when you really think about the fact that my marketing budget is net neutral. My marketing budget is paid for. So I'm getting $25,000, $50,000, depending on how many properties I'm doing that month, back into my bank account that I can deploy for marketing now. So what happens is I'm not spending money on marketing. Now I can make a better choice on hiring. You guys kind of see how this kind of snowballs into a very strong position of power. So we want to operate in everything we do from strength and not weakness. And it comes down to systems and processes, putting yourself in a position of power. And you do that by framing your conversations properly with the right people and creating the right relationships. So, okay, contractors. These are the bane of our existence, right? In a lot of cases. And the reality is most good contractors just want to know they're going to get paid and not screwed over. Just like we want to know that the work is going to get done and we're not going to get screwed over. So again, framing it and understanding, you want to sift through the bad contractors. You want to sift through the people who don't understand what we're doing. And so, we find them, in various places. We find them through Craigslist, referrals, driving for contractors. We drive neighborhoods looking for people who are doing work. We give them our card, we get their card. And, I'm driving through a parking lot and, going to the grocery store and I see a truck that has a phone number on it. I'm going to take down that number. I'm going to give that guy a call, and we have as many conversations as we can have. I've heard of people putting bandit signs at Home Depot. I've not done that, but that's a good trick as well. And ultimately, whatever you can do to turn the dirt to get the gold, right? So I do apologize. I am coming off of a cold, not COVID, but so I will have to clear my throat from time to time here. You want to look at two things when you're hiring a contractor. You want to look at a finished job, okay? And you want to look at a work in progress. Now, the reason I want to look at a finished job is not because I want to know how good they did on the work. I want to look at a finished job because I'm looking for their character, okay? I'm asking them questions about stuff that may not be perfect, and I'm looking to see how they respond. I'm looking to see who they blame, if they're blaming their homeowner or their crew, or if they're taking responsibility. I'm looking for a job in progress. I'm looking to see who's there. How clean is it? How safe is it? Ultimately, at the end of the day, I want to make sure that they're running a proper business. If what they say doesn't line up to what I see, I know that they don't believe that I know what I'm doing. If there's safety hazards, cleanliness hazards, if there's nobody on the job, if there's one guy on the job and there should be 10, those kind of things, those are the things I'm looking for. So I want to know if they're teachable and coachable. And so I do that by listening to how they respond to answers to my questions. Like I mentioned earlier, do they respond by blaming other people? If they don't have enough people on a job, is that because they are, not managing their job properly, or is it because they're not controlling their team? Like what's their answer there? If they blame somebody else, like, is that something that they should be taking responsibility for? We're listening to those kind of things. So we're looking to see if that individual is somebody that's going to be a team player, that's going to be honest and forthright with us, that's going to be teachable and coachable. We're really looking to build a team. When I say teachable and coachable, is because I want to be able to develop a contractor into a strong member of our team. I don't want to just be one and done. So I'm looking for somebody that I can work with for a long time. Okay. We set the standards. Who's the boss? And so you got to know your value. A lot of people go in and they'll check their value at the door and they'll give their value to the contractor. I'm in control. I'm the boss. It's my project, my money. It doesn't matter if the guy knows more than me or not. I'm hiring somebody that knows more than me about certain things because I want to make sure that a job gets done that I can't do myself. But that doesn't mean I'm not the boss. So you got to know your value. You're not looking for a buddy. One of the things I found is the people who I like the most usually end up being the worst contractors. You're looking for somebody that is, again, you're looking for somebody that's going to be able to do a task for you. Over time, you can build a good relationship, become good friends, but out of the door, you're looking for somebody that you can control their process. You want to set the standards on the numbers. So you want to talk about numbers. You're looking for wholesale pricing. You're not a retail customer. They can't treat you like a retail customer. At the same time, they have to make money. So you want to find that spot to where you're getting a deal, they're making money, nobody's happy, but everybody's happy, if that makes sense. So ultimately, at the end of the day, you want to find somebody that understands that you need a price break, but they are still allowed to make money. You want to discuss change orders. Now, change orders are a very strong thorn in the lawn of our sites. A lot of contractors will underbid a job and then change order you to death to make their money. A lot of contractors will not specifically or purposely not put something in the bid because they know they can charge 2 to 3 times the amount when they change order you. So change orders are very important and we're very specific. A change order price point is exactly the same price point it would have been in the original bid. And so part of that is we start standardizing a lot of our numbers. Obviously, right now with COVID, that makes it a little more difficult. But the point is, if it's going to be $1 to, say a linear foot to install that particular thing, on the bid, it's going to be $1 linear foot on the change order. If it's going to be $40 to install that light on the bid, it's going to be $40 on the change order. And we're very particular about that. The other thing is change orders have to be signed by us and them. Otherwise, they will not be paid. We're very specific about that. I've been caught so many times at the end with $4,000 or $5,000 that I didn't expect because I have change orders that I wasn't even either told about or I was told about and just didn't even think about and didn't sign off on and didn't keep track of. And you want them in writing because it's funny. You talk about the price point and say it's going to be $2,000 to do this one thing on a change order, and you talk about it, but then when you finally get the bill, it's like $3,500. Well, you want it in writing at the time of service because for some reason it's always more. After the time of service, everybody understands things differently. Maybe I heard it wrong. Maybe they said it wrong. Whatever, it ends up being more. So you always want it signed and approved at the time of service before service is done. And then understanding the numbers. Why are the numbers important? It's not about the cheapest bid. Okay, that's the one thing I want to really stress here. There's a lot of people who try to go for the cheapest bid. It's about the best bid, right? It's the same thing I say to homeowners, right? When I'm negotiating with homeowners, I'll say, do you want the highest price, the highest offer, or do you want the best offer? Right? And so that's really what you're trying to get is you want to get the best bid. And the best bid isn't always the cheapest bid. A lot of times people will underbid you because they want to get the job and then they'll either bail on you halfway through because they didn't realize they underbid you, or they'll change order you to death. So you got to understand the numbers enough to know that it should cost $30,000 to do that property. If you got a bid for 20, there's a problem. Okay, setting the standard, you want a reasonable standard of quality. You want to let them know when and how they're going to get paid. And you want to let them know what you will and will not tolerate. Those are very important things as well. Who buys materials? I'm very particular that they buy materials. And the reason why is because first and foremost, it's a full-time job for me to have somebody run materials. Second, I don't trust. I've gotten taken advantage of by contractors. I like to use this house. Quick story. Contractor did me wrong. He said he'd make it up to me, pay my house for free. And so I was naive at the time still. I didn't understand the numbers, what it took to do certain things. And we're walking through this 1,800 square foot house, and in the living room, he said 3 5-gallon buckets of, of paint. In the kitchen, he goes 1 5-gallon. Down the hallway, he needs 1 5-gallon. Each bathroom, he needs 1 5-gallon for each. And for each bedroom, he needs 1 5-gallon for each. I'm writing this down. I go to Sherwin-Williams and set it down. And like I tell the guy I need to buy this paint. He says, how many houses are you painting? I was like, 1. He's like, how big is the house? I'm like, well, why? He's like, because you're buying the paint to paint this giant mansion. So ultimately, when you have those deals of you buy the materials and they do the labor, it's funny how it always takes more materials to do the job than it normally would. And I found that to be the case a lot. The other thing is I don't have to worry about what I do with the leftovers. I don't want to store them. I don't want to worry about them. I don't care where they go. So I negotiate a price point for materials and labor included with my contractors. I set it and forget it. I don't worry about it. They worry about the materials. The other thing they can't do is they can't blame me when the materials aren't on the job because it's not my responsibility. So the different types of bids, basically you have 30 grand labor only, 30 grand for everything, 2,000 for this room, 1,000 for this room, 5,000 for this room, or you have line item, right? We prefer line item bids because first of all, we want to know that the contractor understands the project. They understand the project cost. They understand what's needed in the project. It acts as a scope of work. And we got clarity on what they're going to do. So that way, if we have a conversation, if they say 30,000 all in and they say, we talk about something specifically being in the bid and we come back and that isn't done. And he says, well, it wasn't in the bid. I can't argue that. And it creates a distrust in a relationship that I want to have for a long time. A distrust relationship you want to have for a long time doesn't work. So ultimately, a line item bid, if they come back and say, so that's not in the bid, then we can say, hey, you're right. That wasn't in the bid. You counted 10 lights and there's actually 12. Go ahead and do 2 more, right? It just creates a position of trust. It lets us know where we stand. It has clarity in what needs to be done. So line item bid every time. I will not work with a contractor. They will not do a line item bid. If they won't do a line item bid, they're either lazy or they don't understand their business. So, okay. Real quick here. I know that my time is running, so I'm going to move a little faster. Deposits, how you pay your contractor is very important. So deposits, I do not do deposits. A lot of the way people pay their contractor is in draws. You'll do a deposit, then you'll do draw 1 and draw 2, and then final payment, or deposit, draw 1, and final payment. To me, that's a recipe for disaster. First of all, most state laws limit deposits. For instance, California is $1,000 or 10% of the job, whichever is least. Okay. So for instance, if it's $50,000 job, the most I can give you for your deposit is $1,000. And so when a contractor comes in and asks for a $10,000 deposit or 50% down, they're actually breaking their rules, the law or whatever here in California. And a lot of states have those laws, so know that. You can use that in your argument. The other thing is that I don't see why a contractor needs $10,000 to start my job when the first thing he's going to do is demo. And so it just doesn't make sense to me. You control the money, you control your contractor. And I want to keep honest people honest. And whenever you do draws, deposits and draws, it inevitably fails that you end up in a position where you are at weakness. The contractor hasn't finished the $10,000 worth of work you gave him, but he needs the other $10,000 in order to pay his team because he's not running a proper business. And therefore, if you don't give it to him, he's not going to show up. And then you have to give him the next $10,000, even though he hasn't finished the first $10,000. So now you're $12,000, $15,000 in the hole of this contractor, crossing your fingers, hoping that he doesn't get hit by a car, have a heart attack, or just not show up, right? So I don't know how many people on here have been in that situation. I've been in it more times than I can count, and it sucks to worry about whether or not somebody's going to show up, and a lot of times they don't. And so we don't do deposits or draws. So we set the timeline. We dictate how we pay and when we pay. And one of the most important things to understand here is a good contractor just cares about the fact that they're not going to get screwed over, right? They care about the fact that they're going to get paid, and they just want to know that they're going to get paid. So we make sure that we're very clear on what we can do and when we can do it, what we can't do, right? So we pay weekly. I'm going to get into that in just a minute, but if you are on a draw schedule with your lender and your draw schedule is every 2 weeks, then make his payment the week after. That way, everything that happens that could screw up you getting your payment on time isn't going to affect that contractor, So always under promise and over deliver. and the relationship will be good. Be clear what you can and can't do. If they tell you that you have to do something that's not going to work for you, tell them you can't, explain why. And if they don't want to work with you, then don't work with them. You're not, I know right now, again, it's a little different, but there are other contractors out there, and you're not going to be running a good business if you're beholden to them controlling you and your situation and making demands that you can't meet. It's a recipe for disaster. So our system, we had them invoice us by Friday for the next week. Tell us what they're going to do in the next week. We cut their checks on Tuesdays. We submit to reimbursement for our lenders. Some of our lenders hold back the rehab money. That's fine with us. We submit. We get the money in. Usually Thursday is when the money comes in. We have the money in our bank account. And as long as the contractor's done with the work for that week that they said they were going to do, we handle the checks by Friday afternoon. And what that does for us is it tells us what to expect to pay out for the week. We are able to cut the checks and give transparency to our lenders. Our lenders put the money in our bank account, and then we pay the contractor once the money is in our bank account. So it neutralizes any kind of cash flow issues. It makes it to where we're only paying out what's coming in for this. So our business doesn't struggle in that arena of cash flow at all when it comes to rehabbing. So ultimately, at the end of the day, it puts us again in a position of power. Now, people always ask me, well, what if they're not done by Friday? Well, if it's the first time I've worked with you, then we're going to recut the check for what you did finish. If I worked with you on a regular basis and it rained on Tuesday, so you couldn't paint the exterior, but I know you're going to show up on Saturday to paint the exterior, then I'm totally okay with giving you your full check. So the whole idea of systems is you shoot at the boundary, and then you can go up or down from the boundary if you want to. Okay, last here, have a presence. You need to manage your manager, basically. So a lot of people will think, well, I'll just hire a contractor and I won't go to the house for a month. There's a lot of reasons to have a presence. You are a teacher, you are a coach. You're looking for somebody to be part of your team long term. You're trying to guide them and mold them into what you need them to be successful within your organization. Even though they are a 1099 employee, they're not your employee. They're not beholden to you. We do have responsibilities as leaders to develop people around us to make them better at what they do and make them better so they can serve us. So having a presence allows us to catch things as they're happening. Sometimes when you're in the weeds, you can't see the issues. Like I said earlier, you can't see the forest through the trees. And so ultimately, when they're in there, sometimes they don't notice. Even though they're great, they don't notice that there's an issue. So ultimately, at the end of the day, you want to have that second pair of fresh eyes to catch things. And you want to catch things before you can't afford to fix them. So like I said, you want to keep honest people honest, and make sure that they're, showing up when they say they're going to show up. And I just said it here, you want to catch issues before they become uncorrectable or too expensive to correct them. And so you want to be able to resolve them in a manner that makes sense. So a few lessons that I have from losing it all real quick here. Know your why. These are my why. When you have purpose, you can do great things. Take action each and every day, no matter what yesterday's brought you. Don't stay on an island. Find your network. Obviously, if you're on something like this, then you are surrounding yourself with people that are giving you knowledge, and it's important to do it on a regular basis. And then always act with purpose, be decisive, and move on opportunity when it's right in front of you. So, and then of course, if you got value from this today, go check out the Flip Talk podcast, like it, subscribe it. I haven't done a new episode in a handful of months, but we're getting ready to do a relaunch. So become a subscriber now, and you'll get all the new episodes when they come out. And of course, this is how you get a hold of me. So this is where you find me, and you can just scan that, and I will be available to you. So, and then I think that's it. I'm going to stop sharing my screen here.
All right. Thanks so much, Don. There's a lot of that stuff you put in there that I remember Jamie and I, we learned from you several years ago, and helped us tremendously, especially the private lender, and how you manage everything from how you set up the relationship with the lender and you set up the terms on the various deals. So I love it. I love it. Any questions you have for Don? I don't know if Don's going to stick around or if he's going to have time to be in the chat, but definitely put him in the chat. Whether we're definitely in the chat, so give it up for Don and just that incredible value that he just dropped. We appreciate you, and also on your podcast, check out our episode. Jamie and I were on there.
You
a
were,
while
yes.
back. I don't remember what the topic was about. I think it was probably just our story, but hey, Jamie, you might as well get up in this conversation.
Yeah, I don't remember what I said, so maybe you shouldn't watch it.
No, he got some really good things.
Subscribe to his podcast. It's pretty awesome. He's always
we'll have to have you guys back on for the book lunch. So and make a big push for that,
let's
sure.
do that.
Yeah.
Looking forward to it.
Definitely.
Thanks so much,
All right.
Don.
Thanks so much, John. Take care.
All right, thank you. Bye.
We see a lot of questions in the comments as well, and we'll be happy to answer those, and maybe Don can as well. Go ahead, Chris.
Yeah, real quick before you bring up the next guest, and so Don's a powerhouse. This next guest is a powerhouse too. Someone asked in the chat, "What's the quickest way to get a flip?" And I chimed in, but I definitely want to share it to folks watching on other platforms. So quickest way to get an investment property, MLS. All the deal. I mean, everything's on. That's where the inventory is. You'll pay more for it. The next quickest way is wholesalers. They're out there hustling and negotiating deals all day long. You will pay more money if you buy it from wholesalers, but less than MLS. Typically, every market's gonna be a little different. But if you want the home run deals, get out there and market.
You gotta market yourself. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Right. And we have actually someone coming up later today talking about evergreen marketing as well. So that would be a good topic to listen to as well.
Yeah, definitely. Okay. So Jamie, go ahead and kick it off.
Let's kick you out of here and bring up our next guest. Okay. So next we have Eddie Gant. Hi, Eddie.
Hey, Jamie. How you doing?
Great. Thank you so much for joining us.
You're welcome.
Eddie Gant, just a little bit about him. He's just a legend in Houston, Texas, and we're so happy to have him. He's also been one of our mentors when Chris and I got started into real estate investing back in 2011. I remember they funded, Jet Lending funded one of our first deals, and we didn't have to use any of our cash. That's what a lot of people don't realize is you don't have to use your own cash to start real estate investing. So we're going to have Eddie Gant kind of go over how to finance your deals. So a little bit about him. Eddie is the founder of Jet Lending and one of the first Homevestors franchise owners with over 1,700 personal investment deals and another 3,000 deals through Jet Lending. His experience in the industry has earned him legend status, like I said, among many investors. So thank you so much for joining us, and go ahead and take it away.
Well, thank you, Jamie. Thank you, Chris. Thanks for having me. I don't know if it's the second year, third year, fourth year, but you guys are nice enough to always invite us, and we appreciate it. So let's try to share a little knowledge. I think you guys want me to talk about finding the money, like old Johnny Manziel, one of your Aggie buddies, Chris, used to throw, where's the money? The money. Well, let's talk about that. Funding deals. We're gonna focus on residential investment deals. We'll touch on some of the commercial maybe, but let's talk residential investment properties, not your homestead. Let's divide that into two categories: flips, buy, fix, and sell for quick profit, or buy and hold for long-term rental. Two different animals. We got to talk about them separately. Flips, I've been doing buy, fix, and sales flips for 23 years now. The landscape has changed, and it's changed dramatically as we move into the buy and hold properties. That landscape's way different than it was. But let me run through your different avenues of money sources and a little bit of advantage and disadvantage of each, if I could. I have said for a long time, use other people's money. And one of the reasons I say that is if you keep your money in the bank, you cannot get yourself in trouble if your money is in your bank, in your account. You always have that cash to fall back on in case you get in dire straits or things don't go as per the plan. So that's very important. Keep your money to where you can use it for emergency. So let's just lead it off here with the obvious, the Jet Lendings of the world. Hard money. And I really don't like that term, hard money, but it is an industry term. We prefer asset-based lender. I would say the majority of the people buying fix and flips are going to use a hard money lender more than the other sources. There are other sources which we'll get into. Advantages of hard money is very clear. Speed and dependability. There's others, such as a second set of eyes to look at your deal for you. We'll touch a little more on that in just a second. Speed and dependability are the reason people line up here at the door of Jet Lending and my friendly competitors in Houston. I'm talking mainly local hard money lenders. Okay. If you're buying a deal at 40 to 80 cents on the dollar, you may have had to promise a fast closing. A bank, other sources of that money, probably not going to move at the speed that you need. So speed and dependability, they're related, but they're different. Dependability is, that lender's going to be there for you on closing day. Okay. They're still going to have the funds. They're still going to be willing to loan on that distressed property. Very, very important. The second eyes thing that I said I was going to mention, that's critical. I got a feeling, I don't know really the audience by name today, each of you, but I got a feeling a lot of you are fairly new. You either haven't done your first deal or you've got very few deals under your belt. If you don't know if this potential investment deal is a deal or not, if you do not know, the very simple answer is going to lie with your hard money lender. You take it to your hard money lender, and most of us have got enough deals under our belt that we kind of know whether it's a deal or not. And we say it all the time. If you don't know if it's a deal, take it to your hard money lender. And if they tell you no, if they tell you to get away from it, that should be a really good insurance policy for you, a second eyes for you to tell you maybe you ought to get away from that deal. So it's a security blanket for you. National hard money lenders, we compete with them every day. The advantage is pretty good rates. The disadvantage, you lose the speed. They're not backyard lenders. They're not regional lenders. They're not going to move at the speed of your local hard money lenders. So let's talk a little bit about private money. Private money, again, you typically get a little better rate than I'm going to say from your traditional hard money lenders, but they'll get scared of a deal really quick. So you lose that dependability. Deals walk in our door every week where the private money lender, the private lender lost confidence in the project and they got scared of it and they pulled out late in the game. So private money is wonderful. Everybody should go try to raise private money, but just understand the deficiencies of the private money. They can get a little scared on deals. They probably don't have the expertise that the hard money lenders do to coach you through. Many private lenders are not willing to loan on the repairs. They'll only loan on the acquisition. Hard money lenders like Jet Lending, we're going to loan on both the acquisition and the repairs. So that's important for you to know. Small community banks. I think everybody should be setting themselves up to utilize small community banks. When you're starting out new, that's very difficult. You normally have to have 2 years experience, 2 years of financials under your belt. You have to show a profit. Okay. A lot of people don't want to show a profit because they don't want to pay taxes. I get it. But we made the decision here a long time ago to provide our financials and try to provide as impressive financials as we could to show profitability so the small banks would want to play with us. The advantage of small banks, quite simple, is the cost of funds is low. The bad news is they look at you naked every quarter. It's constant. They're high maintenance. You're having to send in your P&Ls, your balance sheets, your debt schedules. They're tremendously high maintenance, but worth it due to, the cost of funds. You have to have really, really good credit for the banks to play with you in this game. We're hard money lenders. We're not as concerned about your credit. We do look at it, but I want to know the value of my collateral, and I want to make sure that you're in a position to pay us our monthly interest payments. And I think that's kind of true for most hard money lenders. That's what we're going to underwrite on. We're not going to look so deep into your financial picture as a community bank will. The people out there that are funding flips, it's a variety of fees. It's a variety of process, but probably where we differ the most from lender to lender to lender would be loan to value and loan to cost. Jet Lending is a loan to value company, meaning if the property's worth this much and you're buying it here, we give you the benefit of that great deal. We'll loan off the value, not off the cost. Meaning if you're getting a great deal, you're buying below 70% of value, you're going to walk to the closing table with us with zero out of pocket a lot of times. Some lenders are a loan to cost. Most of your national lenders are a loan to cost. Some local hard money lenders are a loan to cost. What that means is you're buying here, it's worth here, you're buying it here, but regardless of how low you get it, you're still bringing some money to the table every time, typically 10% of the purchase price plus all your closing costs. So that's a little bit of difference in the lenders. Hopefully I'm being clear here, loan to value versus loan to cost. Dependability is a big thing you need to look at. How much expertise do you need as your second eyes, as your security blanket? You don't know if this is a deal or not. If you're uneasy, then I think you should be doing business with a hard money lender, because a hard money lender is going to keep you out of trouble at the start of your project. And the key thing I said there is at the start of your project. I can't prevent you from making a lot of big mistakes later with your contractors and such. I can try to help, but I'm maybe not as effective there. But starting out day one, a really good hard money lender is going to only put you in a deal that you should succeed in strictly from a dollar standpoint. We're not going to let you go down this path. That's a start of getting in a bad deal, because if we do that, your bad deal could become the hard money lender's bad deal, and none of us want that. I'll say a little plug for my competition in Houston. Most of the local hard money lenders in Houston are friends. We all know each other. We all show up at the same bars, at the same places, and a lot of camaraderie there. I don't think you have that in a lot of other markets. So that's a good thing about Houston. I'm going to transition now from fix and flip money to long-term money for buy and hold for your rentals. This is where the landscape has changed the most. Your options for long-term financing are, you can come to a company like Jet Lending that does what we call non-QM loans, non-qualifying based on your income, not non-QM, non-qualifying mortgage. That means not qualifying on your income. We do a lot of those loans. These loans were not available 3 years ago, 4 years ago. This is all new. The source of the funds is Wall Street, if you don't know that. They're all packaged together and they end up on Wall Street. Okay. You got the same community banks we talked about earlier for the fix and flip loans. The same banks provide long-term financing. Most of my rentals, and we still have over 100, are financed through local small community banks. Again, advantage is great rates. Disadvantage is they're high maintenance. Non-QM is number one right now. You can go conventional Fannie Mae. We used to all do that. Fewer and fewer and fewer investors that I know are going that route because the underwriting is so harsh. It is so troublesome. The cycle time is slow. You're 45 days to close. Great rate, but just a bear. And the rate difference between Fannie Mae conventional loans and the non-QM that I mentioned first that gap has just really, really shrunk over the last couple of years. Let's talk about the non-QM. I've said multiple times now already, you don't qualify on your on your income. So what are you underwritten on? They're all almost the same. We underwrite on 3 parameters. Credit score. If you don't have a 680 credit score, you will be challenged to get long-term financing through a non-QM lender. Okay, so it's mainly for the 680 and above. Loan to value. Typically, you're going to be 70 to 80%. Most of us can live with that. 70 to 80% loan to value. Okay, you can certainly go less, but you're not going to get many of them done above 80. The third one is the one that probably needs the most explanation, that most people are not as familiar with. That is debt service coverage ratio. So a quick review before I explain that one. Credit, loan to value, debt service coverage ratio. We'll call it DSCR. What is that? The best way to explain it is with an example. Most of the non-QM lenders have a DSCR requirement of about 1.2. What does the 1.2 mean? That means if your rent for a single family residence is $1,200, you're getting $1,200 rent, then you're going to qualify for a maximum payment on your loan of $1,000. $1,200 rent, $1,000 payment, all of the 1.2. That's the ratio. Usually you know the rent or you know the payment and you solve for the other one. So let's do it in reverse. If you know that your payment is going to be $1,000, and let's define the payment: principal, interest, taxes, and insurance. And some of them will even add on the homeowners association, but that's normally small. Okay, so principal, interest, taxes, insurance, and maybe HOA all adds up to $1,000. Then in order to get that loan, it's going to have to rent for $1,200. So you normally know the rent or you know the payment and you solve for the other one using typically the 1.2 DSCR ratio. They can be different. They can be as low as 1.1. They can be often 1.25. You don't see them too often above 1.25. So that's the debt service coverage ratio. So let's talk about what kind of rates that you're going to get with these. Most of the rates I'm seeing are closing in the 4s. You can get in the 3s. We have closed a few in the 3s here recently. To get in the 3s, you're going to have a really high credit score, not a 681. Remember earlier I said 680 is kind of the baseline. You're going to need upwards in the 740 and above. You may have to drop the loan to value down to below 70, maybe 65%, in order to get these rates in the 3s, but they do exist. Most people say if you're north of 700, if you're in the loan to value range of 70, 75%, with the DSCR, the debt service coverage ratio of 1.2, you're probably going to fall in the 4s. As you approach going down to a 680 credit score, and maybe your loan to value is 80%, then it's probably not uncommon that your rates are going to be in the 5s and 6s. But for not proving any income, not showing any income, and I can sit here in 2022 and tell you can get a 30-year fixed. 30-year fixed now, that's not a 20-year. It's not a regional bank will always have typically a 5-year. They call it a call. Some people call it a balloon. It's not to take your property. It's to readjust the rate. That's the way community small banks work. So you're only going to get a fixed rate from a bank for 5 years. These non-QMs are 30-year fixed. All right. And that is huge for your cash flow. Huge. And if I could sit here and tell you in 2022, I didn't finish the sentence earlier, you'd get a rate from 3.75 to 6, probably in the 4s. If I would have sat there and told you that years ago, what I'm telling you now in January 2022, you would have thought I was crazy that you could get that kind of rates for rental property for 30-year fixed and not show your income. That's incredible. I remember when we were you were happy to get any kind of loan for a rental property and not have to show your income. And those rates years ago were 7 to 10%. Okay. The probably the biggest negative with these loans is when something happens in the industry, when there's a speed bump, a blip, something's going on. Example, COVID hit us in March of 2020. All of these Wall Street lenders shut down. Every one of them shut down, and they shut down fast. They gradually started to come back, and they come back and the rates were high. And then they started lower and lower and lower. And here we are in January 2022, and the rates are like I described. But Wall Street loans they turn that faucet off of the flow of the money when something unusual happens. They're really, they're scared. Sometimes, I guess, would be a way to put it. But it's good news. These rates, everybody needs to be holding rental property. You flip for cash, you hold for wealth. I am a walking billboard for appreciation. I got case study after case study after case study of houses that we've owned 5, 10, 15, even 20 years, and the values have just gone up a little. How much time we got, Alex? We got. Okay. All right. How much time we got, Chris? Appreciation if you want me to.
Yeah, a couple more minutes, and but yeah, I mean, you're singing my song here, so
Okay.
yeah, finish that thought.
Yeah. 2000. Make sure I got my years right. 2019 appreciation was 12%, according to the Houston Association of Realtors. 12%. 2020 was 18.2, according to Houston Association of Realtors. I think it was 2021. The numbers are not out, but we all know what they are. They're right around the 2020 numbers of 18. 2019, 2020, since I've been keeping records, first time Houston, Texas had double-digit appreciation, 12 and 18. Now we've got 3 years in a row, 12, 18, and what we think is going to be 18 again or right at it. Run the numbers. If you own 10 rent houses 3 years ago, each worth an average of $150,000, $1.5 million, run the numbers of how much money you made. You may not put it in the bank the last 3 years, but you're going to put it in the bank when you sell those properties. And my goodness, if I could sit here and told you 5 years ago I could get you a 4% loan, 30-year fixed on a rental property at 75, 80% loan to value, and not ask you for your income tax returns, not ask you for your W-2s, you thought I was crazy.
It's amazing. I mean, at the end of the day, 10 years from now, if you're flipping houses, wholesaling houses, or whatever you're doing, you're going to be more proud of the equity you've built for holding than all the ones you flipped wholesaled. I mean, we flipped 200 or so houses. Some of them we held, but like Jamie and I were outside of the occasional headache that pops up with a non-paying tenant. We're much happier about the ones that they just got tons of equity and then refinance, take that equity out, redeploy. So,
yeah.
Yeah.
Short-term lending has not changed as much as long-term lending. Short-term lending, I'm not going to say it's the same. That would be false, but it hadn't changed as much. Probably the biggest change in short-term lending is the emergence of the national hard money lenders, but they're not going to run at a speed that me and my buddies, and I say my buddies, my friends, my friendly competitors here in the Houston area, South Texas, we all run pretty darn fast and can close these deals.
Well, you definitely got a few fans in the audience. We got one here. You definitely got another customer. So Jamie mentioned it before. We used Jet on our very first deal. It was weird how I got connected with you because I was trying to build my buyers list because that's what you're supposed to do when you get started. I didn't have a deal. I'm just trying to build my buyers list. I call it a Craigslist ad. I don't even know if people use that anymore. And it was not, I don't know. You must have had a deal you were selling. And then I don't know how the conversation went, but you just said, I own a hard money company.
Yeah.
And sure enough, a couple months later, we got a deal. And, you financed it along with several of our other deals after that. So it's been amazing. So appreciate it.
I'll tell you something I'm proud of, and I say this all the time. We interviewed a potential new employee yesterday, and I said this to him. I said, you can go get on the social media, and I'll challenge you. You can look till dark to try to find negative comments on Jet Lending, and they just don't exist. That doesn't mean we never made anybody mad, but we always, we always take care of the customer.
Appreciate it. Well, thank you so much, Eddie. Give it up for Eddie in the chat. If you got any big nuggets, let us know what the nuggets are that you took out of this. Because having someone who's done the wealth of experience that Eddie has both through Jet Lending and personally is just phenomenal. So thank you so much, Eddie.
Thank you, guys. Thank you, Jamie. Thank you, Chris. Always good talking with you guys. Thank you.
Take care.
Yes,
And before you introduce the next guest, we are going to be giving away some shirts, at least a couple of them today. And that all comes from comments. We want to make sure you're still there. And you're getting value and engaging. So top engagers, let us know what you're thinking. Give shout outs to these speakers. Let us know great nuggets that you're hearing throughout. And Jamie, let's bring up the next guest.
Yes. All right. So next up, we have Matt Rohr Gardner. So bring him on up, Chris. Okay. So hi, Matt.
What's up, Jamie?
Thanks so much for joining us. It's always awesome.
My pleasure.
To hear from you. A little bit about Matt. He's going to be talking about 50 million in sales, just working with investors. So Matt is the founder of Team Rohr. He's a veteran Air Force fighter pilot and cancer survivor. He has over 100 million in sales over the last 3 years, 50 million just last year alone. And Matt's investment portfolio consists of about 330 multifamily and RV park units. So, and you're in Florida, that's where he is based. So, but I know you invest all over various states, correct?
Yeah. We're just about to do a deal in Austin, actually. So in Texas.
Okay. Well, just go ahead and take it away.
Sweet. Awesome. Well, thanks for having me, Jamie. Always good to see you and Chris and everything. And I love how you guys are doing this consistently. So let me go ahead and I'll share my screen. So we'll do it that way. So yeah, big picture. So 50 million in sales this past year working with investors. So that's kind of the highlight. What I'm going to focus on is for those agents out there or agent investors or investor agents who are really trying to figure out how to kind of take their game up another level. Like you said, this past year was a stellar year. We did I personally did 93 deals at around 50 million. It was my third full year as an agent, really my first year as a full-time agent, because prior to that I was a pilot. As of right now, and just to clarify, last year we bought 330 doors, but I had another 120 or doors prior to that. So overall now we have about 450 doors under my belt as an investor. So definitely looking forward to the growth of 2022 and hopefully continuing the ride from there. So background on me, who am I? This is me. My big why is my family, basically my wife, my 4 kids. That's us on the beaches in Destin. So every year we have a tradition where after we open presents on Christmas, we go down to the beach and we make a little sandman on the beach. And that was us this year. Just loving life, basically. Really loving where we live, and it's absolutely stellar. They're definitely my true motivation for kind of the things I do, and my big reason why. So like everyone consistently says, definitely find your motivation, your passion, and the reason why you do what you do, because it's very tough to wake up and work when you don't have motivation. You got to have a reason to get out of bed in the morning. So further background on me, I was a fighter pilot. As far as my background, like you said, that's me on the top left. It's with my F-35. I flew F-35s and F-15s. And while I was in the military, I took away a few, quite a few lessons I learned. One of the big ones was work ethic, though. As a fighter pilot in the military, even in order to get to that level through undergraduate pilot training and then fighter pilot training, it's grueling, and you have to learn to be able to just put your head down and put your nose to the grindstone and just work. 14, 16, 18-hour days were not uncommon in that world. So the whole kind of grind mentality, which a lot of people poo-poo, I was taught that in that culture. And I think there's definitely a time and a place for it to kind of have that kind of work ethic to be able to outwork the people around you. I think, was it Michael Jordan? He says, he's going to be the one, or no, it's not. I think it was Will Smith says he's going to outwork anyone around him, which is true, right? If you're willing to do the work, you're going to see the success out of it. In the military as well, we traveled around the world, which was great. We lived in England for 3 years, and I found a passion for travel, and that's another thing that really kind of gets me going, and another motivation for me to kind of do the things that I do, traveling around Europe. And obviously, not much travel recently now. I hate traveling with a mask. We're down here in Florida, where we like to say we opted out of COVID. I say that jokingly, but it's been nice to have a little bit more lax freedom down here compared to the rest of the country. One other thing that I really took away from my times in the military is really 3 attributes to a lot of fighter pilots in general, and they are the fact that they're humble, they're credible, and they're approachable. If you hold those attributes throughout various aspects of your real estate career or career in general, I think it's just going to do you well. As a real estate investor, if I approach other investors that I'm trying to raise money for, or for various deals I'm doing, if I approach it humbly, credibly, and that I'm an approachable person that people are willing to work with me, not some arrogant dude, I think you'll see more success out of it. Same thing as a real estate agent. So those are 3 kind of attributes I definitely try to live by on a daily basis. I flew fighter pilots for about 11 years. And after that, about 3 years ago, I got diagnosed with cancer out of the blue. I was one of the youngest pilots about to go to Top Gun training on the very newest fighter jet, basically literally on the top of the world with my career as a young buck trying to make it happen. I was super excited. While I was out in Las Vegas, just kind of got tired and felt a little bit funky. So I went to my doctor, and we ended up finding that I had 9 tumors in my chest. So over the next 2 weeks, had to get, heart surgery, and then chemotherapy started. And then here I am, a couple months later in the midst of chemotherapy with no hair. So it's one of those things of, it was a terrible experience, but what I learned out of it was there's always a silver lining in every situation. So learning to deal with these unexpected situations and always trying to find the positive in them is definitely an attribute that is pretty crucial when it comes to real estate investing or real estate sales, because there's going to be constantly unexpected surprises, and you need to be able to roll with the punches and figure out how you're going to make lemon out of lemonade, make lemonade out of lemons, whatever. From there, the other thing I learned with the whole cancer situation was the need for a strong community. When you're dealing with things, whether good, bad, or indifferent, you want to make sure that you have that strong support network behind you. To deal with something like cancer, it'd be much more difficult if I was dealing with it by myself. And so having my squadron around me, having my network with my church and my other friends, it was a big deal to have them around, and it made that experience so much better because I had that. And you'll see, as I talk now with the rest of the stuff, I do that with the real estate side as well. So I've developed a real estate team, a nice, strong, tight-knit community where we help each other out. With my investments, I have a lot of partnerships. All of my investments are through partnerships, because I find that even if you develop a partnership right, the amount you lose by giving into the partnership should pale in comparison to the amount you gain as the partnership as a whole. And so that's the sense of having a strong community is big for me. And it goes back to the fighter pilot days as well. In the fighter pilot community, we have these squadrons where, you're prepared to die for each other if needed for the common good. And it's not a dire situation in real estate, luckily, but having that same kind of mentality is pretty huge. And then obviously going through a life event like that is you learn to appreciate things more. Whether it's the small, simple things or again, appreciate the fact that you're able to see the silver lining in crappy situations. It's been awesome. So anyways, family, going into fighter pilot, and then I had cancer, and then really that transitioned me into real estate. While I was doing chemotherapy, I had some of my fighter pilot buddies who introduced me to Rich Dad Poor Dad, and then I was also introduced to Bigger Pockets, and then from there I just got hooked on it. So for me, now we're going to transition to 3 years ago, I knew nothing about real estate. I had no indication that I even wanted to do real estate. I didn't really know much about it, to now doing 50 million in sales. And so I'll kind of walk you through the way I think is a pretty good building blocks to get there. So the first and foremost for me is education, without a doubt. So the education aspect was crucial. So while I was doing chemotherapy at the hospital, I went from studying Russian and Chinese fighter pilot tactics and U.S. American different tactics, techniques, and procedures, to all of my time and effort went to focusing on real estate tactics and real estate knowledge. And so, where should you focus your efforts as either a newer agent want to focusing on investors, or as an experienced agent who wants to kind of start to get into the investor mix? Is you have to have that baseline knowledge as an investor agent. So you need to have a knowledge in investing, in sales, in negotiating, in mindset, and personal development. It's not just one specific book. I say agenting here. I say it jokingly. It's like you just need to be a good, well-rounded agent, basically, but also a good, well-rounded investor on the education side. Even if you don't invest in mobile home parks like Brant Phillips does, I think you should have at least a baseline knowledge of how they operate. From there, the next bullet here is learning the lingo, because as you learn the lingo, that's going to help you actually interact with the investors more. But this is step one, is again getting that baseline education, which is crucial. There's tons of sources out there for where you can gain this knowledge. Books obviously are huge. There's a ton of books. Podcasts out there are endless. Forums online forums are great. Social media, blogs, YouTube has great content. There's tons of sources out there for education. And what I'll say for that aspect is, it's tough. It's almost overwhelming when you say, okay, I want to learn real estate. Like, okay, I want to be an investor agent. Great. Like, how do you do that? What do you do? What I would recommend is find someone who's, 2 or 3 steps ahead of you, and just ask them, where should I focus my energy and my effort? And if you don't have someone, just pick something and start going with it. At least start taking action. But the ideal situation for you to efficiently gain your education is to hang on the coattails of someone who's a few steps ahead of you, and just, ask them for advice. And you don't need to reinvent the wheel in this space, which is great. The other aspect here is having a growth mindset when it comes to education. You always want to be learning. You never want to be the agent who you call and you're asking about something with a contract, and they say, well, honey, I've been doing this for 30 years and I know I've seen it all. And you're like, okay, well, clearly that agent who says things like that, they have a scarcity mindset, right? They think they know everything in the game. And it's really disheartening to hear people say that. But if you have the mentality of a growth mindset where you realize you're never going to know everything and you're always trying to learn, it's just going to benefit you for the long run, and hopefully keep you humble as well. So you're not going to be that kind of arrogant agent. So anyways, that's the education piece. I think education is huge. That's the baseline where everything else is built upon. You can talk intelligently to investors, to other agents, and you have the knowledge to back it up. So anyway, that's the first part. And from here, what I highlighted on the right hand side is education transitioning into the next point, which is networking. So the networking aspect is how you're going to grow next. So you start with the baseline education foundation, and then from there you want to start to utilize it by talking to people. By getting yourself out there. Realize that the networking side of the house, there is local and national kind of exposure that you can gain, whether it's through online, forums like Bigger Pockets or various Facebook groups, or there's the local belly-to-belly meetups as well. And I highly encourage you to get involved in both. Don't just be that one-stop shop of like, hey, I'm only involved in my local stuff, or I'm only involved in this national stage. Try to be involved in both to be that well-rounded investor agent to help people around there. Like I said, there's local RIAs, so local real estate investor associations. There's local meetups you can do. There's regional and national seminars you can attend for that more belly-to-belly interaction. And if you don't have these things, start your own, like what Chris and Jamie have done here. I think it's fantastic, having this whole invested agent concept. And while it's not direct networking with each other, it is a community that he's developing, which is fantastic. Local meetups. I started my own local meetup, even though there was already a pretty solid local meetup. I wanted to do mine just a little bit differently. So I put it in a different town, and I had my own meetup that I started. And the moment you start being the one who started the meetup, or the one who runs the meetup, or the RIA, or the seminar, the local seminar, or whatever it happens to be, you instantly gain credibility. So when I started my meetup, I didn't have any investments. I maybe sold one house. I had very limited experience, but I was putting myself out there in a position of authority. But really, it's one more credibility indicator that your clients and investors are going to be able to lean on and want to look to you. So as the person who runs the meetup, they're going to give you deals, or they're going to ask for your advice, and you're going to be able to gain momentum quicker that way. Also, as a brand new agent or as a brand new investor, leaning on these meetups is great, because you gain secondhand experience. So, when you're around people who smoke, you get secondhand smoke, right? But when you're around investors who talk about their experiences, you gain secondhand experience. And so when I talk to people now, as a new agent, when I was talking to people, I didn't have much experience in many deals. I could talk to people and say, hey, here's the knowledge I had, because I built the knowledge. Then I could show it with a real world example that I've learned in the local meetup. Say, oh yeah, I have a friend of mine she's done a flip with the 1031 exchange and whatever. This is how they kind of coordinate it all. And so it's nice to slowly kind of, it's not your experience, and definitely don't pretend that you're the person in the stories, but it's one more way to kind of leverage other people's experience for your own benefit, which is great. I will also encourage you, if you're trying to be an investor agent, to try to find those niche networks as much as you can. On the top right here, this is a presentation that I did for a group of ER doctors up in Pennsylvania. And so, I did a perspective of a fighter pilot on various things. It was a cancer thing, and as well as the effects of like pulling G's on your body and like the physiological effects of that. But you better believe at the end of that, I threw in some nuggets of real estate, right? So, hey, I also, guys, I'm a syndicator. I do this. Hey, I do sales. So if you're looking to, offset your income through, some tax savings down in Florida, here's some short-term rentals you might be able to invest in. So always throwing those nuggets in. And the moment you're able to get into these groups of high network individuals, whether it's, some doctor collective that 20, 30, 40 doctors that just meet regularly and talk about investments, or attorneys or pilots or whatever happens to be for these various groups, try to be your guy for that group. Try to be the guy for that group. You know what I mean? And it's the moment you can do that, it can really be beneficial as more and more clients want to work with you as you add value to their life. The other thing to consider is the fact that strong relationships breed more relationships. And so here's an example that I did. This is literally, so 1 month ago, I got a message on Bigger Pockets from a client saying, hey, I want to start working, I'm looking for short-term rental in Destin. Are you looking to take on any more clients, basically? So this person contacted me about a month ago. We've stayed in touch. I've sent him some stuff, and we've had some good conversations. He came out and visited. While he was visiting in town, his friend was also in town, and so I met his friend. And then his friend, we got connected. I got his number. His friend also connected me with his friend. So now 3 tiers deep from this first investor. And just yesterday, I locked up a contract with the 3rd tier. So the friend of the friend, I locked up yesterday here for 1.1 million. They were asking 1.2, and we locked this up literally yesterday. Focusing on relationships rather than transactions. If I focused only on transactions with that first person here who messaged me, and the fact that we haven't gotten them under contract yet, and I only cared about the transaction, I kind of just shirked it, I wouldn't have this other one under contract now. So I focus on the relationship, focus on adding value as much as I can. Because I know referrals, especially within the investor community, referrals go a massive way. And so you want to continue to build that momentum up as much as you can. So just a small example of why networking and building strong relationships is huge. All right. So like I said, at the end there, adding value is really one of the massive contributing factors to success as an investor agent. So as an investor agent, we do not just open doors, right? We have to be proactive. We have to bring more to the table. Gone are the days of our value as agents are, hey, you come meet me at the brokerage, and I'm going to show you the big book of houses that are available for sale. Like, that doesn't exist anymore, right? Most public, through Zillow and Trulia and Redfin, they have 99% of the same information that we do as real estate agents when it comes to what's available on the market. So our value has to lie in other places, right? We have to be, as an investor agent, you have to go above and beyond without being asked. Like, for instance, focused farming is one example that I threw here, where I had a client. She wanted a 4-bedroom townhouse in this specific townhouse community. And so the reason I knew that's what she wanted, as an agent, you want to figure out what the needs and the goals are of your client. Some clients are very, very specific in what they want. And she was very specific. And it's nice when they're not specific, because I narrowed it down. I said, okay, this is exactly what you want. Great. I'm going to go above and beyond. There's nothing on the market right now. I'm going to start calling every 4-bedroom townhouse in this community to see if I can make something happen. And we were able to. I found someone who was willing to sell. We made a deal happen off market, and it was fantastic. So that willingness to go above and beyond as an investor agent is definitely a crucial aspect of it. I just had a conversation. This is Tuesday. So 2 days ago, this is a client that who called me. He said, this is the best call I've had with an agent trying to look for short-term rentals, buy and try soon. He has $230,000 cash. He's just asking me for what are the best options to work with. You know what I mean? So it's nice to hear things like that. Not to boast or brag, but that's the type of thing you want to hear. Now, for me as an agent, when I hear things like that, I almost feel like, oh crap, like I really need to live up to the fact that he thinks, I'm better than the average agent, so I really want to make sure I really live up to his expectations. So it makes me almost anxious and nervous that I really want to continue to do more and more and more for this client. An investor agent is also a creative agent. So as you go to these real estate investment associations and these meetups, you're going to start to learn as many creative tips and techniques as you can to make deals happen. It also goes back to our baseline knowledge discussion. The more you read, the more podcasts you listen to, the more knowledge you're going to have to make deals happen, basically. Owner financing, seller carrybacks, off-market deals. I just had one literally, we got under contract a month ago. We just closed yesterday on this deal. So this deal we closed yesterday, they were asking $810,000. We offered $670,000 because I know it was valued way too high. We got under contract at $750,000. So we got under contract, $60,000 below list. So happy so far. From there, I was prepping the listing agent and my buyer that this will definitely appraise low. Like without a doubt in my mind, this deal will appraise low. So the entire time we're preparing. So I told the listing agent, please prepare your seller for a low appraisal so we can just not have super drama. We can make this deal happen. Under contract at $750,000. We got the appraisal back about a week ago, appraised at $634,000. So $116,000 short. Now, for a normal agent who's not thinking creatively, that's probably a deal breaker. So what do I do? Number one, I initially go to the listing agent and say, hey, man, I'm looking for a price drop, $634,000. Can you do it? And he's like, probably not. I'll ask. And obviously the seller said, no, I'm not going to drop to $634,000. That's $116,000. And so I talked to my buyer. I asked him how much he's willing to come out of pocket over the appraised value. He said $8,000. I said, sweet. Sounds good. And so we got it. I came back to the seller and I said, okay, we can come out to you. We can come up to $642,000, which is still well short of the goal. And at that point, the listing agent had talked with the seller. He said the bottom line for my seller is $670,000, which oddly enough was our initial price. But he said $670,000 is the bottom line for my seller. I said, okay, well, we're still $28,000 off. My buyer doesn't have the cash to cover that difference. And again, if you were a normal agent in this situation, you'd be like, well, crap, man, I'll send you the cancellation. We'll try another day. Sorry, good luck. But we don't think that way as investor agents. We think creatively. And so we came to an agreement where the seller had a seller carryback. He covered that $28,000 note via a promissory note between the seller and the buyer. We closed at $642,000, but he had an additional promissory note via essentially a second mortgage that we're going to take care of off down the road. So, thinking creatively as much as you can to make deals happen. And you can only think creatively if you're out there learning through experience of others or having that baseline knowledge, which is crucial. So thinking about that is big. Also realize while we're not lawyers, we're not CPAs, we're not investment advisors. Well, at least I'm not. You may be out there. So I can't give tax advice or law advice or investment advice necessarily. And I always give that caveat. I still want to have the baseline knowledge to add the value to give to my clients. I had a client who wasn't aware of the benefits of a cost segregation study on a short-term rental. He bought a short-term rental for roughly $2 million. He did a cost segregation study because I gave him the advice that it may be a benefit to him to do it. He bought this short-term rental for $2 million. 10% down, so $200,000 as the down payment. Via the cost segregation study, I think he was able to get a write-off of around, I think it was like $600,000 in year one. So $600,000 in year one, which equated to him as like a 35% tax bracket guy to roughly $200,000 in tax savings. So he was able to save $200,000 in taxes and spend that same money that he would have given Uncle Sam. He then put on a down payment on a house, and now he has a cash flowing asset rather than paying Uncle Sam that money. So like thinking creatively, knowing these different tips and techniques to help your clients out and adding value to them is huge. It's absolutely huge. 1031 exchanges, cost segregation studies, partnership structures is a big one as well. Commonly like, should I buy under my own name or should I buy under an LLC? Again, I'm not a lawyer. I'm not going to give you any advice. Here's what I've heard. Talk to a lawyer and get some advice from them for that side of the house. As an agent, a lot of my business is short-term rentals, and so you better believe I have a pretty good network of cleaners and handymen and all various vendors that my clients need to self-manage when they purchase here. I want to get them set up for success, so they can start to thrive, and hopefully that'll breed either more deals with them or more relationships with their friends as they see success with their friends. So anyways, that's one thing there. And the other thing is don't sweat the small stuff. As an investor, as an investor agent, one of your big value adds is the fact that you can continue to see the big picture, right? Oftentimes investors they might lose the forest through the trees, right? They might get hung up on some little deal, especially before closing, which is when people typically get pretty emotional. So don't sweat the small stuff and try to be, when I was a fighter pilot, I'd be overhead in Afghanistan and people would be getting shot at down below. But you had to be the cool, calm, collect voice when people say, hey, we have an engagement down here. Big copy. I'll be there soon. Like you want them to feel like you are that calm, cool, collect guy in the sky, ready to help them out. Same thing here as the agent, as they're kind of just feeling like they're super stressed. Just be the calm, cooling person out there. If someone, say a seller, this happened 2 weeks ago. We had a seller who took the washer and dryer when he left out of this investment property when he shouldn't have in the contract. And the seller was he was being irate about it. So I said, whatever, just keep it. And the other agent and I, we just split a new washer and dryer. Like I'm not gonna lose a deal over like a washer and dryer. Like it's silly, right? That's a small thing that you shouldn't lose sleep over. Anyway, that's an example for adding value there. The next thing is credibility through experience. So one of the best ways as an investor agent, if you want to work with investors, for them to trust you and to want to work with you, is to have investments yourself, right? Be that investor and the agent. So try to take action and walk the walk. So you learn to talk the talk back through the education side, but now you gotten to the point where you're getting secondary experience, but now it's time to start taking action and get your own experience. You need to have the mentality of either you succeed or you learn. There's no failing in this game, right? Like I've had flips. My very first flip, right? $250 of my own money is what I put into it. I used other people's money and other people's time to make it happen. As a brand new novice green investor, that $250 personally I turned into $15,000. Great ROI, loved it. The next flip, I lost $30,000. So like I didn't think of that as a failure though. I learned a massive amount of lessons from that second failure, right? And I learned that I'm going to take care of my investors, because I had investors in that second deal, but you better believe they didn't lose any money. They got their money and their interest, but I'm the one who lost the money. So just having that mentality to get through the experiences you gain is going to be huge of learning or succeeding. I've only been doing this for 3 years. I just finished my third year, basically. I've been involved in wholesaling, flipping, short-term rentals, long-term rentals, multifamily, mobile home, and RV parks that I've owned. I've not gotten into self-storage space. I've done syndications as a limited partner, as a general partner. So you can definitely get involved here. Now, am I a full-time flipper or wholesaler? No, I realized I don't like wholesaling. I don't like flipping unless the profit margin's massive and it's worth my time and stress. They're a little bit too stressful for me. I love short-term rentals. Long-term rentals just don't cut the cake for me for traditional single-family long-term rentals. Multifamily, I love multifamily. That's why I'm getting more into syndications. That's why I have 450 plus units and another 110 units under contract right now. The mobile home and RV parks, like Brant Phillips was talking earlier, I have a 60-unit RV park, and it's fantastic. The cash flow is truly an ATM. It's fantastic. So now, as I gain this experience, obviously people are going to have, it's more, every investment you do is more credibility, right? More people want to talk to you and work with you because you have that wealth of knowledge that you can gain more quickly than you realize. And if you feel like you're out of it, realize you can leverage other people's money and other people's time to grow your own credibility, your own experiences. So don't feel like you need to do it all on your own. I know Don Costa earlier, he's a big proponent of using other people's money to grow, because you're going to run out of money pretty quickly. And that's exactly the mentality I have. You have to leverage other people to grow if you want to grow rapidly. So that's my big takeaway for getting that experience to have the credibility for more investors to want to work with you as an agent. And lastly, you really just have to commit. You have to completely and fully and utterly commit. The last time for the last invested agent seminar we had, I talked about lighting your real estate afterburner, which I equated to basically when I'm in a fighter jet and I'm about to take off, I don't put the power up, halfway and be like, okay, cool. I hope we take off by the end of the runway. If you have that mentality in your career, you're not gonna take off, right? You need to light the wick, put the throttle in full afterburner and just take off. Get as much thrust as you can now and take off out of there. Now realize, what is that going to do to you? That's going to temporarily imbalance your life. You're going to have the imbalance in your life. But just like a sprinter leans forward, almost falling on his face before the race starts, you need to do the same thing in your career. Now, yes, you need to prepare your loved ones and for the fact that, hey, for the next year or 2 or 3 or 4 or 5, like hopefully not more than 5 years, that you need to go full afterburner. You need to imbalance your life if you want this to really take off. And let them know, like, so what does that mean? Like, I'm going to change my lifestyle. I'm going to start eating more healthy and working out. If you're not working out, you're not going to have the energy you need to work 12, 14, 16-hour days, consistently focusing on real estate that's required to really get this success, this instant success. You need to cut out the time sucks. For sure, without a doubt, you need to cut out the time sucks early on. You better believe early on, for my first year or two in real estate, very little TV was watched. Before I would be a big binge watcher of TV. Now that I'm kind of at altitude or almost getting to altitude, I watch TV once in a while with my wife. We'll binge watch a show here and there, but you need to get rid of the time sucks. You have to remove them. And then beyond that, consistency. Consistency is so massive. You can't go to the gym and get a 6-pack abs by just going and doing 200 sit-ups in one day, right? It's going to be consistently doing the workouts you needed required for a month or 2 or 3 or 4 or a year or 2 or 3 or 4 to see those changes. And then just realize the last point here is this is a huge momentum gain. So just like when you're building, a snowman, you're pushing the ball to get the base for the snowman, you can push it. It's easy to push it as the momentum goes. But the moment you stop and you have this massive amount of snow in front of you, it's really hard to move that thing because the momentum is now stopped. And the same thing in this game. As your momentum builds, you want to keep putting fuel on that fire and keep your career going. So do what you need to do to leverage other people's time, other people's money, hire out as you need to, delegate as needed to keep that momentum going, and build that team to see that success down the road. So you definitely have to completely commit in this game to make it happen. So overall, like I said, I think you have to have the knowledge piece. You have to have the networking. You got to add value. You have to really completely commit in this game if you really want to be a successful investor agent. Like I said, my 3rd year, 3 years ago, I didn't know anything about real estate, and this was my first full year. I retired from the military in 2020, so 2021 was my first full year, and was able to achieve about 50 million in sales. So super happy with that. I'm always here if you guys have any questions. I'm out of Destin, Florida. My contact info is up there, but happy to help however I can, guys.
Thanks so much, Matt. I mean, seeing your meteoric rise has been amazing, but I know that's really just a testament to your work ethic and your ability to solve problems for other people and give value first. So it's been amazing. You got a lot of love in the comments,
good.
especially over in the YouTube side. Well, one David asked, because we have just a couple of minutes, but David asked, where did you learn about RV parks and investing in RV parks?
So initially, actually, Brant was the one who even gave me the idea that it was intriguing. I went through a local real estate investment association had a focused group. Basically, it was education, 6 months commercial education, basically, that I signed up for. So I paid $3,000 for 6 months. We met once a month to just talk about commercial real estate. So it was multifamily real estate, it was RV parks, mobile home parks. So we kind of covered a plethora of commercial real estate opportunities. And in that, some of the guys who ran it, they owned some mobile homes and RV parks. And so that's where I got my initial knowledge. There's some great podcasts out there. Mobile Home, I think it's just called Mobile Home Park Investor Podcast. There's some good stuff there. There's some really great Bigger Pockets forums in the Bigger Pocket space as well. I haven't actually read any specific books on mobile home park investing. Most of my knowledge has been through experience with other investors who have done it or podcast or forums in that space.
Yeah, a lot of those real niche stuff. I don't even know if there probably are.
I'm sure there are.
I'm sure there. Has Brandon Turner written a book on?
Well, he's his second book on commercial real estate is going to be coming out shortly. They had part 1, which was like smaller commercial. I think the second one's going to talk about mobile home parks. So expect that.
Yeah, cool. And if not, you've got maybe you should write one. So, well, Matt, thank you so much. You've been a huge leader to your team and the agents and investors that you've worked with over the years. And I know a lot of people really appreciated your presentation here. So give it up for Matt in the chat. Fire, hearts. Appreciate it. Thanks, Matt. And I'll talk to you again soon.
Man, pleasure, for sure. We'll see you guys.
Okay.
Thanks so much. Yes, all the fire and hearts. All right.
What we're going to do is we're going to take a 3-minute break. And then we're going to bring up our next speaker, which is critical. No matter what you're doing in real estate investing, she's needed.
Yes.
You got to have her on your team. It's not even negotiable. Got to have it. And she's going to actually give you something that is really good. It's going to save you a lot of money, save you a lot of headaches, save you a lot of time. And well, we'll bring her up soon. So taking a break.
All right. All right. Welcome back to the Investor Agent Summit. Next up, we have Caitlin Williams. And hi, Caitlin.
Hi.
Thank you so much for joining us. Caitlin is going to be talking about ensuring your real estate investments. And like Chris mentioned, that is so crucial. A lot of people don't even realize the types of insurance that's needed in various, whether you're doing, rental property, a flip, you need insurance. So a little bit about Caitlin. Caitlin is the Vice President of Sales at National Real Estate Insurance Group. She manages the sales team to help them better educate and serve real estate investor clients across the nation. So thank you so much for joining us. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you for having me. So as she said, my name is Caitlin. I'm with National Real Estate Insurance Group. I'm the Vice President of Sales, and I'm excited to spend the next 15 to 20 minutes with you guys talking about protecting not just you, but your investment properties. You guys have taken the time and put forth the effort and the money to invest in these properties, and insurance could potentially save you in so many ways. So I'm excited to go through some of those just fundamentals and building blocks that you should be asking any insurance agent you're working with, whether it's us or somebody, down the street that's local to you. I'm so sorry. How do I get my slide to progress? Nope. Got it. Okay, so who is National Real Estate Insurance Group? So I just want to tell you guys a little bit about us. National Real Estate Insurance Group is, we cater to investors. That's all we do is investment insurance. So we don't do, owner occupied or auto or health or anything like that. This company was built out to cover those investment properties, which have just become so much more popular over the past couple of years. National Real Estate Insurance Group, what we can do is we can do everything from your single family home up to your 20-unit apartment building. We can do multiple ownerships or multiple entities under one monthly schedule, which is huge. We can cover all phases of the occupancy status, everything from the ground up new construction to once you put the tenant in it, and everything in between. Something that really sets us apart, though, is the fact that we are a monthly reporter. And what that does is it gives us the flexibility to not just do automatic monthly payments, but anytime you make a change to your property, you don't have to rewrite the policy with us. You can go from occupied to vacant to renovation all within the same month. And there's no policy rewrite, which means there's no re-rates. There's no potential for losing out on minimum earned premium. Minimum earned premium is the first note that I want to really hit. Make sure you are looking at your insurance policies to see what their minimum earned premium is. National Real Estate Insurance Group does not have a minimum earned. Some policies are upwards of 75 to 100%. So especially if you're on that fix and flip side, that could cost you a lot of unnecessary money out of your pocket. I want to talk to you guys about essentially the building blocks of an insurance proposal, right? So these are things that not just drive your cost, but also affect your coverage. So both very instrumental, and they're going to be the same no matter where you go, whether it's with National Real Estate Insurance Group or, again, the insurance company down the street. These are all questions that you should be asking to make sure you are truly protected. Property coverage forms is the first one we're going to start with. So basic versus special form. What's the difference? Basic form coverage is protection against those perils that you see listed on the screen. So specified perils. You're going to notice that water damage is not on there. Theft is not on there. Two very, very big potential exposures. Those two coverages really come into play on special form coverage. So special form coverage is coverage from all perils except for those specifically excluded by by your policy. So this is where you're going to see your water damage. This is where you're going to see your theft. There's no right or wrong. Should I have basic? Should I have special? It's what helps you sleep at night and makes you feel like you're the most protected. I will tell you, typically the difference between basic and special form is about 20 to 25% on your cost savings. So if you know that you're going to have a $10,000 deductible you know that you're self-insuring against the first $10,000 in damages that happen to your property. So if you say, you know, I don't think that I'm going to have a theft over $10,000, maybe basic form is the way for me to go. That is completely up to you. It's what you're comfortable self-insuring against. The next one I want to talk about is our loss settlement methods. So this is another really big one, guys. So actual cash value versus replacement cost. We're going to start with actual cash value because ultimately they both initially pay out the same way. Actual cash value means if something were to happen to your property, the adjuster is going to come out, going to say, okay, here's how much the damage was. They're going to say, here's the depreciation of the property. Then they're going to take out your deductible. And then they're going to say, here's your bottom line number that we're going to write you a check for. If you're insured on actual cash value basis, you cannot recoup that depreciation. So this is where you should be having the conversation with your insurance agent saying, what's my exit strategy? If I were to encounter a total loss, do I just want to walk away? Or do I want to come back and fix it and rebuild and continue on with that location? If you say you just want to walk away, I would definitely have that conversation about actual cash value. But if you say, no, I want to go back, I'm going to fix the damages, you really need to look at replacement cost, because what replacement cost offers is the ability to recoup the depreciation. So what does that mean? It means your insurance company gave you your bottom line number, they wrote you a check. But because you're on replacement cost, you can go back, fix the damages, and then submit your receipts to your insurance company and have the ability to recoup that depreciation. So, right, again, two very, very impactful things on your coverage. Depreciation, how that's typically kind of determined is it's based on life left of the property. So they're going to evaluate things like the roof or the floors or all kinds of areas of the property to help factor into that depreciation. Something I really want to hit on here, guys, is this is another one that could potentially save you 20 to 25%. But each insurance company you talk to is going to have different benchmarks for when these coverages start. For example, with National Real Estate Insurance Group, our actual cash value benchmarks are, we start at $50 a square foot and we go to $69.99. That's your actual cash value window. Anything $70 or more automatically puts you on replacement cost. So we have relatively lower benchmarks, but definitely ask your insurance company, right? Where does that start? The next thing I want to point out here is coinsurance, because sometimes you'll see companies that have coinsurance involved with replacement cost or with actual cash value. What is coinsurance? Coinsurance is a penalty at the carrier's discretion for potentially being underinsured. And so, it's just another place that you could potentially have to pay money out if something were to happen. For example, again, with National Real Estate Insurance Group, our coinsurance penalty starts at anything insured at less than $50 a square foot. And so we don't offer our clients those proposals because we don't want you guys to have to worry about it. We don't want you guys to have to think, oh gosh, do I have that penalty in there? Do I not? We just factor it out. But definitely make sure that those are questions that you are asking. The last building block that's going to factor into your coverage and your cost of your proposal is choosing the right deductible. So each insurance company is different. We offer a $2,500, a $5,000, and a $10,000 deductible. Typically, the higher deductible you choose, the lower the property rate is. Why is this such a big factor? So it's ultimately, again, what do you want to self-insure against? Do you know that you're doing everything that you can to mitigate against losses? Great. Do you have somebody watching the property all the time, to, again, help watch for potential things that come up? Great. You might want a higher deductible, a higher, potential out of pocket or, higher deductible to come out of that loss settlement. It's whatever makes you the most comfortable. Now that we've got property covered, property is so important, but what ultimately can make or break you as an investor is liability. Liability coverage is the most important coverage you can have. I've worked with investors who only carry liability insurance. Again, right? That's your prerogative. What is liability insurance? So it's your protection against third-party bodily injury. So, did somebody come over and slip and fall and get hurt? Was there, a terrible accident on the property and unfortunately somebody passed away? If it's a fix and flip, did somebody wander onto the property because they were curious and they got hurt? All of these things are immediately going to pull you into some kind of lawsuit, right? So the first thing with your premises liability that you want to look at is, what are your limit options? So we offer minimum $1 million per occurrence and $2 million aggregate. And so per occurrence, that is exactly what it sounds like. You have $1 million limit for that occurrence. Aggregate means you essentially have two $1 million occurrences per year. So just kind of to keep in mind, right, as you're learning the lingo on the questions to ask. But also make sure you're asking what different limits that insurance company potentially has to offer, because so we offer a 1 million, 2 million, a 1 million, 5 million, and a 2 million, 5 million. So why do we offer all those different limits? We know that sometimes having a little bit higher limit can potentially be more cost effective than jumping right into an excess or an umbrella policy. There is no right or wrong answer for when is it time to get an excess or an umbrella policy. Again, guys, it's whatever helps you sleep at night, knowing that you're insured. Typically what we say is, or what we talk to our clients about is, once you hit about 10 locations, you can really start to look at that umbrella coverage. But if you're asking what limits they offer, it may be more cost effective. You might even get more coverage with a little bit higher limits per location. That's the other thing, is make sure your limits are not shared amongst all of your locations and that each location has its own liability limit. The next thing to ask about when it comes to the liability coverage is it first dollar coverage? Meaning, is there a deductible for your liability insurance? Once you get through those questions with your insurance agent, you want to start to look at what's included in the limit and what's excluded. So defense cost is a huge one to talk about, because if your defense cost is inside the limit and something happens, your defense cost is going to eat into that $1 million payout. National Real Estate Insurance Group, for example, our liability policies, the defense cost is outside the limit and there's no max. So very, very important, along with pollution coverage. Typically, this is excluded. Pollution would also be like your carbon monoxide, so a huge exposure on any investment property. And then canine exclusions. So even though we tell our investors, well, you can't have any dogs on the property, inevitably sometimes we have those tenants that may not listen and still sneak one on there. So you want to make sure that there's no breed exclusion within your liability policy. I think it would surprise a lot of people to see what breeds are truly excluded, because that list was significantly longer than I was prepared for when I first saw it. So all questions to, take the time, ask your insurance agent, make sure you have those conversations with them. Once you've gone through your building blocks, you covered the property, you talked about the liability, it's time to look at, what am I missing? What other coverages are out there for me as the investor or the owner? And so a few coverages that we offer outside of the property and the liability are flood coverage. So flood is completely different than water damage. Flood is your outside rising waters, but it's not factored into a master policy. It's a separate endorsement. It's a separate coverage to get, along with earth movement. So, earth movement, that's your protection against earthquakes, shock perils, and sinkholes. So, even though you're not near a fault line? Are you potentially somewhere that experiences sinkholes? Again, right? Something to look at. Is it in your property policy? It's probably not. And so you might want to look at that additional coverage. Terrorism. So this one's a little bit newer to the insurance world. We include it on all of our proposals for $1 per unit per month for total insured value coverage, guys. So, right, it's not expensive for that extra protection. Especially as we've seen over the past couple of years, we've seen some of those rights and that kind of thing. This is that coverage that could potentially protect you from some of those damages that you might never see coming. Ordinance and law coverage is another great one. This one's also kind of known as bring it up to code coverage, right? So especially if you're working with like older properties, even if they're newer, it's another coverage to make sure you keep on your radar and have that conversation with your insurance agent. We offer what we call a tenant protector plan, and it's an alternative in a sense to renter's insurance, but it's extra protection for you as the owner against tenant negligent damage. Not intentional, but negligent. So this is a product that is pretty unique to National Real Estate Insurance Group. So if you do end up, requesting a proposal from us and you've got an occupied property, I would absolutely recommend having that conversation with your sales advisor. They'll be reaching out to you to talk about it and explain kind of how it could benefit you. And this is another one that's like anywhere from $10 to $14 extra a month. So we talked about extra protection for you guys, right? That extra additional add-on cover, those extra additional add-on coverages. But what about for your tenants? So again, right, renter's insurance. This is a huge one to talk about. And are you going to require it as an investor? Are you not? We offer a renter protection plan, and we also offer canine guard, which is additional canine liability. So do not underestimate what having dogs on the property could do. It raises that exposure and that risk for you as the owner. So again, right, make sure you're exploring all of those options. I know in insurance it can be a little overwhelming sometimes. So just break it out piece by piece, kind of like we just did. Look at the property, look at the liability, and then say, okay, what am I missing? Start with where your properties are located. If you're on the coast, make sure you're looking for that named windstorm coverage. If you're right next to a fault line, am I protected from earthquakes? So break it apart and have those conversations with your insurance agent. I have included on the slide a link that you can use if you're interested in getting a proposal from National Real Estate Insurance Group. We've got a great team of sales advisors and client service advisors that would be happy to go through any and all questions that you guys have. Chris is welcome to share my information if anybody would like it. I'm always happy to get on the phone and talk to you guys, right? We are so big on helping educate our investors on how to make sure they are protected.
Thank you so much, Caitlin. It's been a real pleasure working with y'all. Starting out, insurance was a check the box task for us. I mean, obviously you need it for the obvious reasons,
right?
And then lenders require it. But beyond that, it was just, got insurance? Yeah, I got it.
Right.
There was no thought process or education. And that's my fault. Maybe I just didn't know. I was naive enough. I didn't know to ask the right questions. And I don't remember when, but it was more than a year later when we realized, like, hey, if you flip a house and it's been on the market for 90 days, like, check that little rider. You might not have coverage anymore, or maybe different coverage or limited or not coverage you signed up for. So you got to switch to a vacancy policy and then all this stuff. So I love that y'all kind of y'all cover all bases and provide such a valuable resource to investors, whether they're large or small, but especially in our case where we had a portfolio of properties to deal with and just make the whole process so easy.
Well, we are so happy that we've been able to help and that you had us on to talk. We want insurance to be more than just checking the box. Whether you've got one location or you've got, 60 properties in your portfolio, that's what we're here for.
Yeah, like all other insurance, no one really cares about it too much until you need it.
Exactly.
I hope to never need it, but in the case, I'm definitely, Jamie and I, we're happy to work with you all, and definitely happy to have you on and share the love to all these other real estate investors out there.
Absolutely. Thank you again. It's been great.
Absolutely. Thank you. Take care. All right. We
insurance. Get it. Big tip.
Definitely get it. And we'll share that link that she put in, and we'll share it in the chat. So you'll have a copy of it and reach out.
That's just something I just need to say that, that's just something that's very needed. You need to escrow that in, because some people, especially when you're flipping, you don't want to add all these extra expenses, but that is just so needed.
Well, the big thing for us was that vested, whenever you had that cost up front. So if we'd flip a house in 90 days, but we had a 6-month buy-in on the policy, so you paid the whole year up front, but you had 6 months that was earned the moment we had the policy, and then we sell it in 90 days. Or in this market, maybe you sell it in 30 days. It takes you 30 days to flip it, 30 days to actually sell it, so you're 6 days in. But maybe you had a 3-month or a 6-month earned period on the policy. You just lost money, and that hurts financially. And for me, it was a little emotional. I was like, man, I'm just kind of throwing away money. But all right, our next speaker is great. You don't want to miss him. I did a poll in the Facebook group earlier, and so he's definitely going to be talking about something that a lot of people are either interested in or they're actively investing in, us included, and that is multifamily. We're going to take a 3-minute break, and then we're going to bring up our next speaker. So see y'all soon.
All right, welcome back. Whew. It's been a long morning with jam-packed information. Hopefully you're getting a lot. No time for a lunch break, so grab a snack during that break. I hope you did. Because next up we have Ben Settles. Hi, Ben. You're on mute. We'll just there you
Boom.
go.
How's
Ben
it going,
Settles,
Jamie?
thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you for the invite. Hopefully I can add some value to everybody listening today.
Yes, multifamily investing is such a hot topic. And Ben Settles is, well, all of these have been hot topics, but especially I hear a lot of people wanting to get into multifamily. And we have Ben Settles, and just a little bit about him. He's going to be talking about multifamily investing from 0 to 3,000 units. Ben is the co-founder of Disrupt Equity, a private equity firm specializing in multifamily real estate throughout Texas, Georgia, and Florida. So over the last 10 years, he has been involved in the acquisition and management of over 3,000 plus units and currently has over 250 million in assets under management. So we have a lot to learn from you. Thank you so much for joining us, and take it away.
All right. Well, hi, everybody. It's great to be here. Hopefully I can add some value today. We're going to be talking about multifamily investing. So I'm just going to dive right into my presentation here. So bear with me here. Let me see if I can get it all up and going. Jamie, can you see that? Everybody good? All right.
Yes,
we're going to roll with it.
All good.
All right. So as Jamie had mentioned, I'm Ben Settles, co-founder of Disrupt Equity. We're based in Houston, Texas. We invest throughout the Sun Belt. We love Texas. We love Georgia. We love Florida. Who doesn't like the Carolinas as well? But, we're trying not to spread ourselves too thin, right? So, this is going to be a little bit about my journey from owning no doors to owning over 3,000 at this point, right? And, a little bit of progression and a little bit of ways that maybe you can get into it. I know that it is a hot topic. It's been a hot topic for, I remember they were calling the peak in 2014 whenever I got in. And I'm glad I didn't listen to anybody, because if I had, I wouldn't have bought anything, because everybody was calling the top and everybody continues to call the top. And I see multifamily as having nothing but legs for the next 10 to 20 years. So let's dive right into this. I have to have the disclaimer, folks. I'm sorry. Yes, I know my lawyer will get on to me if I don't. So ultimately, this is just for informational purposes only. I'm sharing the information to my best of my knowledge. Please consult your legal, tax, financial advisor, your professional advisors, anybody that you trust before you do any level of investing. I am not going to be selling anything today. I'm just going to be kind of generally just providing some good information, some content, some education, so you guys can go out and do some more research on your own. So who is this guy? Well, I'm the bald guy right there in the middle. Ben Settles, managing partner. Jamie did a great job of introducing me. I'll give you guys a little bit more of a background. So I came from the IT side. As I always kind of tell the story of Ferris Musa, who's my business partner at Disrupt Equity.
Hey, Ben, I just want to chime in real quick.
Yep.
I think I see you sharing your screen, but if you're clicking through slides, we're not getting that.
You're not seeing okay. Do you see this slide here? You see this
no, you have, I see the PowerPoint, but I see the, I guess the host version, not the presentation version.
You're not seeing. Okay. All right. Well, let's give it a shot here. Hold on.
I see your mouse now.
All right. See your mouse. All right.
Yeah.
This should be the presentation version.
No, it's just the regular version.
Just the regular version.
Well, if you have a dual screen right now, what it's showing is your other screen.
Yeah, I do not have a dual screen. So
don't worry about that. No, I mean, you're good there. So you just you're definitely going to maximize that so folks can see it.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. That's not going to work there either, huh?
Can you do slideshow presentation at that?
Let's see if I can try this.
Slideshow and run presentation.
Where's it at?
You had it. There you go.
Okay. See if you can see that. Does that work?
Negative. So now go down to share at the bottom of StreamYard.
Okay, let's go share. Okay. Stop screen.
See if you can bring up a different screen.
Let's hang tight. Let's share. I'm just going to share my whole
This is what we do when we're live.
Hey, man, this stuff happens. This stuff happens.
And, he's out there getting all these multifamily deals. Like, no time to.
I don't know what I'm. Well, hopefully.
Yeah. All right. So right now, we see your StreamYard. Back to that. There you go.
We go.
Does that look better?
Yes.
All
Now,
right.
Stage is yours.
Sorry, everybody. So I'm gonna.
Okay, fine.
This is actually a great segue, right? Because people are always like, "Oh, he was in IT." Well, folks, as you can see, I'm not very technically savvy. I was the guy on the other side of the table telling people how much stuff cost and what kind of colors you could get it in. So I was on the sales and business development side of IT. It was a great industry to be in. I learned a lot. I did a lot of presentations. I did a lot of networking. I had to go to a lot of conferences. And as anybody kind of knows, within the real estate business, you have to do a lot of that same stuff. And then I ultimately ended up finding syndication and raising equity, and it was really, in line with the skill set that I had learned the previous 15 years in IT. So, but ultimately, I don't consider myself an investor. I consider myself an entrepreneur. I've started several businesses, Disrupt Equity just being one of them. Since we started Disrupt Equity, we've started several other ones. Currently annual revenues of about 40 million across our whole portfolio of companies. And, we're really excited about the acquisition part of our business. That's really where I get excited because, anybody that's been a salesperson, you get that drive whenever you sell something. I get that same drive whenever I buy something here in multifamily. So we're going to hop right into this. So what does he do? Well, in a nutshell, we help investors achieve strong passive income by leveraging multifamily syndications. And what are syndications, you're probably asking? It's essentially where we pull people's money together to go buy bigger and better properties, right? So I'll equate it back. We're obviously talking about some single family stuff today too. If you've got $100,000 to invest, right, you could probably invest into a $400,000 house, right? 25% down. Now, what if you had 10 other friends that had $100,000 to invest? Now you have $1 million that you've pulled together, right? Now you can go buy a $4 million property, right? So it allows you to leverage other people's money to go buy bigger and better things, right? And that's essentially what syndication is the most simplistic way I've been able to describe it over the years. There's ultimately some nuances to it. You have to follow specific laws and rules and regulations that are all regulated by the SEC. But in a nutshell, that is what syndication is. And that's what allows us to buy these bigger properties that are worth tens of millions of dollars, right? So as Jamie had mentioned, right, we're a vertically integrated private equity firm that has over more than 350 million in real estate, has gone full cycle on many large apartment deals, averaging 20 to 100% average annualized return, right? So, we've had a couple deals that have approached 100% average annualized. That means 100% a year, folks. Now I'm not saying that every single one of those, right, not past performance doesn't indicate, future performance. I got to put that out there, but it's possible with doing multifamily. It's possible to do it through syndication, right? So to date, we own over 3,000 units across Texas and Georgia. We love Florida as well. We're currently trying to find our first deal out there. So here's a little bit of a track record. Why are you listening to me? Why is this guy even up here? Why did Jamie and Chris actually ask this guy to talk? It's because we've been doing this for a while. We do have a track record, right? This is just a snippet of some of the deals that we've sold, some of the returns that we've provided, and ultimately all this stuff's on our website as well. You can validate that and check us out. So meeting agenda, why multifamily? 3 ways to get into multifamily. Where do you get started? Due diligence as a passive investor, red flags in multifamily offerings, and case study walkthrough, and open Q&A. All right, so we got a lot to talk about here. So why invest in multifamily real estate? So bottom line, cash flow, cash flow, cash flow. Everybody loves that. That's why we get into investing, right? It's monthly distributions. We're also able to take advantage of some some cool tax advantages that really are boosted by being in commercial real estate. Cost segregation is not something that's necessarily married to commercial real estate, but when you have a single family rental, sometimes the cost of doing a cost segregation study isn't really warranted because they typically cost you $1,000 to $5,000. And you're asking, what is a cost segregation study? Well, it's essentially a study that's done, it's a combination of engineering and accounting that essentially allows you to depreciate things within that property at an accelerated rate, right? So typically, I think it's 27 and a half years that you could depreciate certain things over the course of a property. You can bow wave that up to sometimes taking 100% of it in year one, or sometimes, there's a 60% in year one and 40% in year two, right? Again, I'm not a CPA, so I don't know all the intricacies of it, but it helps offset some of that passive income that our investors might have gotten. The other thing too is, and again, you could do this in single family as well, is 1031 exchanges are huge. within commercial real estate as well as multifamily. You've got forced market appreciation, right? Now market appreciation is more of a single family thing, right? The comps, in this specific subdivision are going up. They just built an HEB outside the neighborhood. So therefore it's more, popular of a place to live, right? Families want to move there, right? We can also force appreciation within multifamily as well, right? And what does forced appreciation mean? That essentially the way that commercial real estate is valued, folks, is based on the profitability of the property itself, right? So the more profitable I make it, then you divide it by a cap rate, the value is going to increase. So if I come in and I update all the interiors and I paint the outside, and now I can charge more in rent, guess what? The profitability of the property just went up, right? So I was able to force that. Now there's still some market things that drive cap rates, which is the way that things are typically valued in order to kind of have an apples to apples comparison between various properties. But most of what you're doing is you're forcing appreciation, and that's where you're going to drive the tremendous amount of value in. So again, tax benefits and depreciation, great debt. Multifamily, out of all commercial real estate, gets the best debt. And I'm not just saying that. It's not just because we're in multifamily. It's just true, right? The reason being is there's an affordability problem in this country, and the federal government is our biggest partner in a lot of these deals, right? Fannie and Freddie, I'm sure a lot of people probably heard those names. They are the biggest backers of multifamily in the whole entire country. They were built, their whole edict is to provide affordable housing lending to the market and make sure that the market can continue to do that. So they provide great debt in terms of great leverage, right? Sometimes you get up to 80% loan to cost, right? You're going to get great interest rates. We're locking in interest rates that are in some cases sub 3 on a commercial real estate property that's $40 million, folks. I mean, you just have never seen anything like it. And it's gotten even better over the last couple of years, right? Leverage, again, you can get up to 80%. Sometimes on certain specific products, you can go up to 85. So you get great leverage, unlike, say, an office or a retail center where you might only be able to get 65 or 70% leverage, right? We also get longer terms on our loans as well, right? Again, commercial real estate loans typically are 5 to 7 years, maybe 10 if you're lucky, right? 10 is usually the middle ground for multifamily. You're going to get anywhere from 7 to 15 on a fixed rate long-term debt. And so you can really lock it in. In fact, I've seen some that have been as long as 20. And again, amortized over 30 years, folks, not 20, not 25. This is 30. Scalability, right? Again, this is, you're buying units all in one area. You can bolt them on with other properties in that area as well. You can bring in third-party property management that will allow them to go do the heavy lifting, do the boots on the ground, collect the rents, do the work orders, field those tenant problems while allowing you and your team to go out and find another deal, right? So it's scalable in a way that I always struggled with on the single family side. And again, we love single family. Both me and Ferris started there. I had plenty of rentals. I did flips. I did wholesaling, did the whole gambit. I just felt like this was a more scalable thing moving forward and was more conducive to kind of, my background in IT sales. So the three main ways to get into multifamily: investing passively into a deal, and we'll get into what that is; adding value to get into a deal as a GP, right, as a manager of the deal, or doing your own deal. We come across a lot of people that do their own stuff, right? And I'm not here to say syndication is the only way to do it. We know people that are wildly successful kind of doing it on their own. There's disadvantages and advantages to both, and we'll kind of get into that here in a minute. So option 1, investing passively. So you're purely passive. We expect from our investors no more than filling out and signing 4 pieces of paperwork, submitting that as over for review. If all looks good, we give you the wiring instructions, you wire in your money, and that's essentially all you have to do. Now, we would love for you to review the monthly financials. We'd love to hear from you from time to time. You're allowed to ask questions, but there's literally investors that I've had for 4 or 5 years that I've never heard from, and they're completely happy because at the end of the day, they got into it because they wanted to be passive. They didn't want to have to deal with the stuff that we deal with on a daily basis. They just want their mailbox money. And I call it mailbox money, even though nobody does checks anymore. It's all ACHs, so maybe it's email money. I don't know. But you get my point, right? So it's purely passive. The beauty of the partnership is the passive investors still enjoy the pass-through tax benefits, right? So those cost segregation studies that are going to provide a tremendous amount of depreciation, right? As a passive investor, you get the pro rata share of that, right? So that's huge. The managers do all the work. I got to do all the work. You as a passive investor don't have to do anything. Again, you have to fill out 4 pieces of paperwork, sign them, send in your wire, and that's it. You sit back and you get paid. So when do you potentially get involved? And this is potentially, I'm putting that in quotations, to fire someone. You know, you say, hey, Ben, I don't really like that guy. He's not doing a great job. You're going to get a quorum of the other investors, and you can oust me as the manager. Yes, that does happen. That's in everybody's paperwork. Hopefully that never happens to me. It has not happened to me before, but that'd be one reason why you would get involved. Another one would be, hey, you know, we want to take a vote on should we refinance or should we sell? You know, these are big. There's tax consequences. And also the other thing that I'd add in here too is should we do a 1031, right? Now, that's not always in everybody's paperwork, but sometimes that is. And it's important that you participate because ultimately it's your investment too. You are a partner in the LLC that then therefore owns the property. You know, that's what you're investing in. You're investing in an LLC that owns real estate, right? The process of being a passive investor, find and vet sponsors. You got to find people that are doing deals. You got to analyze the deal. You know, don't just take my word for it. Go out and crunch the numbers. If you ever want to see the financials and, you know, determine what, you know, if you think that it's a good deal, you're going to underwrite it yourself and you're going to analyze that deal, you should go out and do it. And we're never shy about providing that information. And anybody that is, you should think twice about investing with them. Complete that paperwork. And I'll admit, it's like watching paint dry. It's about 127 pages of a PPM, an operating agreement, a subscription agreement, and a company agreement. But at the end of the day, it's worth it. You need to understand it. There is a level of risk. You could lose all your money. You know, there's all kinds of different things that have to happen. So you need to understand that paperwork. You should go through that with your financial advisor and or your legal team as well. Wire those funds, monitor the deal, and get your distributions. That's it. That's all you got to do as a passive investor. So what is the syndication model? What all do we do? And you know, how do we get compensated, right? So the sponsor finds the deal. We coordinate all aspects of the closing, right? We're getting the loan in place. We are raising all the money. We are going through all the legal paperwork. We are negotiating the contract with the seller, the whole gamut, A to Z. That's what the sponsors are doing, right? Sponsors manage all operational aspects of the deal as well. So everything that's happening at the property level, you know, we are handling that. So again, passives can take a back seat and they can just enjoy those distributions. Then we essentially position the property to sell when we feel like it's a good time in the market to sell that property, right? We're not greedy guys. We're very opportunistic buyers and sellers. So if we see a run up in market prices in that neighborhood or in that submarket or in that area or just in the nation in general, which is what's happening right now, we're going to sell. That's why we sold 6 deals in 2021 because it was the right time to sell. All right. Option number 2, adding value to get into a multifamily deal. So this is somebody that, hey, I don't have any experience, but I want to do multifamily and I want to be on your side of the table, Ben. What can you do to potentially get into a deal quickly, right? Here's some opportunities or some options for you. Ultimately, this is not an end-all be-all list. There's plenty of ways to add value beyond this too, but these are probably the main ones. You got to find the deal, right? Go out and hustle a deal up, right? Who doesn't like a deal, especially right now? Underwrite the deal. You know, maybe you're partnered with somebody that doesn't really like spreadsheets, doesn't know anything about Excel, doesn't even know how to open Excel. You know, but you are a wizard at that, right? That adds value to somebody. Maybe you can get into a deal doing that. Raising capital, right? Equity is needed to get into these deals. Now, there's ultimately a way that you need to do that and structure that, but you know, raising capital is one way to get into a deal. Boots on the ground. We don't just invest here in Houston where we're located at. We invest nationwide. So there's been specific examples in the past where we've had people that have been boots on the ground in specific markets that we wanted to invest in, and we've partnered with them, right? Because they're there to more closely monitor that asset or monitor that construction that might be happening, and that's worth something to us. Signing on the loan. Now, this is non-recourse loans that we're putting onto these properties, right? But there still needs to be the net worth, the liquidity, and the experience piece that the bank is expecting of the people that are going to be signing on the loan, right? And you're going to ask, well, what's the net worth, liquidity? Typically, you're going to get a $10 million loan. The net worth of the whole entire GP needs to equate to that. Liquidity tends to be 10 to 20% of the loan amount. So if you get a $10 million loan, you need to have liquid assets of $1 to $2 million. and an experience, right? You could be worth $100 million. Well, maybe that's probably a bad example. Let's just say you're worth 10 and you're getting a loan worth 10, right? But you've never done a commercial real estate project in your life. The lender's probably still going to ask you to partner with somebody that's done this stuff before. Again, this is a complicated transaction. That's why it's so lucrative. If it was easy, everybody would be doing it. So the lender in a lot of ways is looking like, who on this team can execute this business plan and pull this off, right? So asset management as well, right? Now asset management is just kind of, you are managing the property management company, and that's important. Property management, again, boots on the ground. They are the ones that are butts on the line, collecting rents, doing work orders, the whole shebang, right? And then construction management, right? There's a fair amount of rehab that has to go into these. Instead, like a single family, maybe you're doing $10,000 to $50,000 in rehab, maybe a little bit more, just depends, right? I'm doing $2, $3, $4 million rehab projects. These are major. There's major scopes on these. There's major amounts of money that are being shuffled back and forth. There's a lot going on. So construction management's another way that you could add value. It's all about leverage, though, folks. You're leveraging the great debt that you have. You're leveraging the equity of you and the people that you're pulling money together. You're leveraging time, right? Maybe you're still doing your W-2, but maybe you've got some money in the bank. And so you're going to have that young buck that maybe has more time than you go out and find you a deal, right? You're leveraging his time, right? You're leveraging experience. Maybe you partner with somebody, you're bringing something to the table, but they've got the experience because they've been out there doing it. You're leveraging that, right? And you're leveraging contacts. At the end of the day, real estate is in a lot of ways, it's just about relationships as much as it is about data points and numbers and underwriting. And so you really need to leverage those people's contacts, and leverage those relationships to get ahead more quickly, right? So now you say, well, I don't really want to do any of that stuff. Passive investing, that didn't sound like something I want to do. And I certainly don't want to, be partnered with 3 or 4 other people, but I want to buy my own deal. All right, let's do it, right? So what area do you want to buy it in? What size do you want it to be, right? What returns do you want to have? What condition? Who's on the team, right? You can't do it all on your own, right? You might not want to partner with anybody. Maybe you wanted to buy it all on your own, but guess what? You still need a general contractor. You still need a property management company. You still need a title company. You still need a lawyer. You still need all of these things, right? And at the end of the day, that's going to, ultimately, are you going to be successful or not, right? So you need to have a team. Deal flow. How are you going to look at deals, right? You're going to have those broker relationships. You're going to have those agent relationships. And just so everybody knows, in commercial, for whatever reason, real estate agents are all called brokers, but they're the same damn thing. They're an agent. They took the same test, but for whatever reason, they just call them different in commercial. And do you have the time? A lot of people want to do their own deal, but at the end of the day, do they have enough time to pull this off? Because guess what? Once you get that thing under contract, the clock is ticking, right? You've got to arrange the debt, which is the loan from the lender. You've got to make sure you have enough money to buy the thing. You've got to set up all the paperwork. You got to work with your title company. You got to get your insurance in place, just like we were talking about on the last episode, right? You got to get your property management company in place, right? Because this is all a timeline that has to happen within 30, 60 days of getting something under contract. A lot needs to happen. So make sure that you have the time to pull that off. Because yes, is it nice to have a bigger piece of your own pie? Maybe. I'd probably still question that statement, but in a lot of people's mind it is. But you also have to take into consideration, if you've got a W-2, I'll use an extreme example. If you're a doctor and you're working 60, 70 hours a week, you can't do this. I'm just going to tell you right now, it's just not possible. Because this is a full-time job. When you go buy an apartment complex, you're buying a business first and foremost. There's employees, there's vendors, there's payroll, there's everything in between the sun that you have to take care of, and that stuff takes time. So take into consideration, what are you currently doing? What does your team look like? And can you ultimately pull this off? Even if you have the money in the bank and you have the biggest desire to go buy your own deal, you should still question, should I do it on my own, right? So how do you begin to growing towards those 3,000 units? Get yourself educated and get your financial house in order, right? At the end of the day, the first thing that these lenders are asking for is give me your personal financial statement, give me your bank statements. I want to verify, what credit worthiness are you, what state of credit worthiness are you in, right? But before that, you need to educate yourself on what is multifamily, what is syndication, what are the markets that I want to be in, and you need to understand what you're getting yourself into, because there is a tremendous amount of risk. Again, a lot of reward that can be coming out of this, but there's still a lot of risk too, right? Define that investment criteria, right? You know, you need to understand, hey, I want to buy, 50 units in Houston, then they need to be Class A, style, which means that they're fairly new, and I want to buy it in this submarket, right? That's important to know. You need to define that, because that's going to determine, hey, which direction do I start off going and walking in? Network with potential partners, operators, and brokers, right? I know that obviously with COVID, networking has been a little bit of a challenge. There's a lot of things online, right? But these types of events that we're even on right now, this is a great opportunity for you to network and meet people that are in the business. And, there's still plenty of stuff, depending on what location you're in throughout the country. There's probably still some stuff that's starting to open up in person networking, because at the end of the day, it's just as much a relationship business as it is a numbers game, right? Make offers or invest in your first deal as a passive investor. Take action. People have this analysis paralysis because they look at these big numbers and like, oh, well, if I screw this up, it's going to be, life-changing, for the worst, right? I get that. You got to obviously do your amount of due diligence, do some vetting of the sponsor. If you're investing passively, you need to do some of that research. But I'm telling you, folks, I've seen more people not do deals because they have analysis paralysis than anything else. So at the end of the day, take a page out of Tony Robbins, right? Ready, fire, aim. Just get out there and take some action, right? Make those offers, invest in that first deal. You'll be able to course correct along the way. Trust me. Boom. I got through that pretty quick. So we'll do a little bit of Q&A, but if you want to get in touch with me, Ben Suttles, ben@disruptequity.com. Hopefully I got through it in enough time there, Chris and Jamie. I don't know if we do have enough time for Q&A, but happy to do it if we do.
Yeah, absolutely. Maybe stop the screen share on your end. It cut your live feed. I see a little avatar for you.
Boom.
Let's see if you come back live here. Well, while you work on that, so one question we got up, Kevin Foster. There you are.
All right.
Kevin asked, what's the minimum in investing? So folks that want to get involved passively, what's the minimum that you're typically seeing? I know it ranges depending on.
It does range. And I think it depends on the size of the deal, right? And the reason that changes depending on the size of the deal is because people don't want to have 1,000 investors on their deal, right?
Yeah.
But I've seen it typically it's going to be between the $25,000 and the $100,000 range.
Yeah.
Is typically where it's going to be at.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Is there an average that you feel would be fair?
50K.
Yeah, I'm seeing that a lot. Derek had a question too. Will you do you take investors who have
Absolutely.
SB IRAs?
Yes. Yeah. We have great relationships with NewView, Quest, Equity Trust, all the big ones. This is one of the reasons why I love self-directed IRAs too. I have my own. You can obviously invest in commercial projects through this, right? So check it out. There's obviously some mechanics and some paperwork, but yes, we do accept those into our offerings as well.
Awesome. Last question. Man, you really sparked up the questions here. So thanks everyone. Do you work with sophisticated investors, or basically these opportunities? What's the type of investor that can get involved?
It depends.
We don't have time to go into the types and what these mean, but you have non-accredited, sophisticated, and accredited. If you don't know what these mean, just Google them. But for those that do, at least right now, what type of investors can invest?
Both, right? I think it'll be clearly defined on the offering if it's just a first sophisticated and accredited, or if it's just for accredited, right? And there's a difference. Everybody look up 506B offerings versus 506C offerings, and you'll get a lot of distinction between the two and what the differences are.
Love it. Well, it's been awesome seeing y'all grow and actually collaborating with y'all in local events and looking at opportunities together. So I know people got a lot of value out of it, and I certainly did. So appreciate it.
Appreciate you guys. Hopefully I gave some value back to everybody. I know that was pretty quick. I was moving pretty fast, but check us out. We obviously put a lot of content out there, and I love talking shop. So if you guys ever have any questions, just reach out to me.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Ben.
All right. Thanks. Appreciate you.
Thank you.
All right, let's give him some love. That was really good. And you know, like a lot of our speakers, like Ben's busy. He's out there doing deals, analyzing deals, and managing a huge staff of employees and contractors and everyone that they're working with and collaborating with. So we have a guest coming up here in a few minutes. We are going to take a 5. Let's see. No, you'll do 3 minute or 5 minute. Let's do 3 minute. We're going to talk a little bit first. All right. So
Okay.
we take a quick 3 minute break, and we're going to bring up our next guest. You don't want to miss her. See you in 3 minutes.
All right, welcome back. Okay, so next up we have Mallory Tidwell. Hi, Mallory.
Hello, Jamie. How are you?
Good. Thank you so much for joining us. Mallory is going to talk about a topic that I'm very passionate about myself because I know the hustle. I know everything is a balancing act, being a wife, a mom, and owning your own business. So Mallory is going to talk to us about balancing real estate and family. So a little bit about Mallory. She is a wife, mom, realtor, and real estate investor. Within 18 months of getting licensed, she has sold more than $4 million in real estate without sacrificing family priorities. So give us your tips, Mallory.
Thank you, Jamie. I love the pink earrings we both got those going today. Thank you to both of y'all. Y'all have been so amazing, and I just love being able to be a part of this today and just honored to get on here and chat with y'all. So yeah, we're going to dive in and talk about balancing work and family. This is a hard one for me in the real estate world because it is a hustle and it is busy. And at the same time, though, we love our kids, and our kids are young and little, and we want them to be a part of what we do day in and day out, and we want them to be instill some great character and work ethic, and just to tag along with mom and dad and do stuff together. So here's what we're going to kind of go over today. So we're going to talk about how my husband and I both got into real estate 18 months ago, a very gut-wrenching faith journey to quit our W-2 jobs and start this journey and getting back at the beach and fulfilling a dream that we had had for a while, but also switched gears and totally went into different fields than what we had been doing for quite a few years. And then we're going to talk about how we juggle work and family time, how we've kind of had to take some steps back and analyze what really is the right fit and the right schedule for our family as we're both busy. But again, I love our kids. And so I want to not lose sight of these little tender years, and intentional parenting. So for us is we're learning and growing in an aspect of we can still have our kids hanging out with us and coming alongside us in our businesses and still be successful at the same time. And for that, we're just so grateful. So here's the backstory. 18 months in real estate. I am going to go over some of this, but I'm going to give a precursor. There are so many agents and colleagues that I'm so impressed with that have done far beyond these numbers. And it's amazing. And I'm so thrilled that there's always room to grow and there's so much more volume to be attained. These are groundwork numbers that were laid in our first 18 months. And the growth in all for 2022 is well underway. So this is kind of what has happened, and this is where we're headed. 18 months in real estate, 20 closings. So those are personal real estate closings for me as an agent. My husband will talk about all the great things that he does in this investing world, but 20 closings completed just as a mom agent. 5 flips completed. Those were a journey and a process. And I think anyone who has done flips knows it's a great thing to get past number 1, 2, and 3. And now we're about to be under contract. Well, we're under contract for number 6. We close on that one next week. Number 7 is coming up soon right behind it. And that's a great thing. We've enjoyed our flips. So the groundwork for 2022, here's where we're headed. And this is what the very last bullet gets me very excited. My goals for 2022 as a working mama is $200,000 in income from just my personal real estate world of things. 40 closings, so we're definitely trying to double and beyond, but really where it's happening is the icon. I really am excited about that. That is a new one on my vision board. I will wrap up capping either my closing yesterday or the one next week. I got to go back in and double check, but I have 8 in escrow, an offer out right now for signatures that should be number 9. So as we all know, right, when you cap, you got to get 20 or so closings post capping. And I have till July. So I think with 9 or so that are upcoming closings in the next 2 to 3 weeks, I'm about halfway there towards Icon. And again, I have till July. So I'm very much hoping to keep that goal in front of me from now till then. So again, not the biggest numbers, but as we will talk more and you'll see some photos and all, it includes our kids by our side joining in on the fun. So it's definitely a family affair and a family process for us. Okay, so our story, October of 2019. So let's all remember pre-COVID, seems like a long time ago. We were living in Georgia. My husband and I are both from the Florida Panhandle, and I had been a piano teacher for 11 years. My husband had been working with his cousin in a turf management company and absolutely thriving and keeping ball fields pristine and gorgeous, and had been doing that for about 8 years. Not a lot of ball fields in the Florida Panhandle. Not a huge demand for piano teachers either. So we were definitely realizing that our dream after we had our children, as you see in this photo, they're ages 3 and 5, that we wanted to bring our kids back to the beach and raise them along the gorgeous Emerald Coast. So things were starting to be talked about and our wheels were spinning in the fall of 2019. And so the goal was for the year of 2020, we were going to move back to Florida. So my husband is really the one that catapulted and started this. And I'm just so amazed that he laid the groundwork for something that we love so much now. But he began listening to Bigger Pockets podcast, and he started to really dive into the real estate world extensively for about 3 weeks, and came to me one night because we didn't know what field we would go into. You know, all this was just very preliminary and early decisions. And he starts talking with me about real estate and using big words like wholesaling and investing and passive income and short-term rentals and flipping, and is just passionate. Like, I can tell in his eyes, he is pumped. This is where he's headed, and really was settling into the fact that we're probably really going to do this. But it was scary, and it was things that I had no idea anything about, for that matter. I'm still learning so much. And I walked out of the room and I cried, to be perfectly honest. I was horrified of starting this. We were very comfortable. Our jobs were great and easy, and life was pretty simple. Our kids were 2 and 4, I want to say, at the time of this, maybe. So yeah, we were raising toddlers, but jobs were easy. I didn't work a ton. I was really still pretty engaged with our kids. I worked about a day or two a week. But we knew this was going to shift our gears pretty significantly. So he comes to me with all that. And then he says, well, one of us needs to have MLS access. One of us needs to be a licensed agent. Would you like to do that? I was like, wow, that's quite the idea. So sunk into that thought for a minute and began my real estate course. So we all know spring of May, March, April, all that, everything shut down. So was not able to go get my license until July of 2020, when all the testing centers were back in gear. But in the meantime, in May, we had moved to Florida. And he was planning to get into the whole investing world and start the flipping and investing and all the other things I was describing. And I got my real estate license in July and joined EXP, which was the best decision ever. Photo down here, this was when I had first gotten my license. This was the first home we toured as a consideration to flip it. He was also his first time to see a home and do some analyzing to see if it was a consideration. And then this is the day after we moved, when our kids were enjoying that crystal clear water. So total dream come true. So glad we did it. Looking back, it's the best thing and the hardest thing we've ever done. Okay, so this is family is greater than money. When we were working in Georgia, well, your jobs are very different when you're a W-2 or just an employee in a way that you're not a business owner. When we were done working, we were done working, and that shut everything off. And so once we were driving home, really there weren't responsibilities towards the evening or otherwise that we had to sort through or, plan through. And now as business owners, we have the ability to scale, and we have the ability to acquire, and we can hit volume as quick as we want to. And this is a hard thing for me because I feel like there can be this driving force because real estate really has no cap. As a piano teacher, there's only so many students you can really teach before you just spread yourself too thin and lose patience. In real estate, there's so many different hats you can wear, from investing to just personally listing homes and flipping and rentals and all that, it's easy to get lost in that. But at the same time, it's easy to also create your own schedule. So for me, there's always, realizing that there's always more money to be made. There's always another deal to close, and the race really doesn't end. But ultimately, in the midst of it all, we can lose sight of the true meaning of wealth. And that's a drawing back point for us, where we stop periodically and reassess our balance and our values and what's important to us in the midst of the hustle and the desire to be successful. Personally, for us, our measure of wealth is our faith. We are a Christian family. We love the Lord, and we want our kids to grow up and be nurtured to be full of character and wisdom and treat others well, and attend church and be an enriched family in that aspect. Strong marriages, if we're just making millions but our marriage is suffering, it's not worth it. It's just not. And raising kids to be great adults, investing in their little hearts and minds so that they're not being raised by another institution or something else that's really impacting them. I want to be the one that truly impacts our kids day in and day out. And if I'm too overcome with other things, then we're going to miss the opportunity to serve other people, whether that's our time or our money and things that we can support in missions and different things, or giving to people and just doing sweet things, or sharing experiences like today, our fun experiences of 18 months in real estate. Harvey McKay, you might have heard from him or heard of him. He is a 7-time New York Times bestseller. He wrote the book Swim with the Sharks Without Being Eaten Alive. That's one of his most popular ones, and very successful. He has sold 10 million copies. His books are in 80 countries. But in the end, he's very much known as a family man, and he is married has been married for 50 years, has children and 11 grandchildren that they enjoy spending their time with. And this is his quote: "I will not neglect my family in the pursuit of the almighty dollar." Not much more to say. That's a strong point. So, talking about intentional parenting. So our schedule, in the midst of prepping for the vision board and the 200,000 this year and the 40 closings and Icon, and my husband doing flips, I think he just bought I should know this. I think he just bought a long-term rental condo today. We're usually pretty in touch with each other, but that one, I think it just happened. I actually heard that from my title girl today. She's like, "I just got another contract from your husband." So lots of different things happening. But ultimately, intentional parenting is just hugely important. When my husband was asked back in October if I would be an agent, my biggest drawback, and fully explained to him, which he fully supports because we're on the same page, is I will not neglect being a mom. Like, mom life comes so first. For me, obviously wife life is up there too, but mom life takes time, and I just did not want to lose my time with my kids. But in the end, this all really works. So for us, this is where we're at in our season of life. And I want to say that very respectfully and humbly, because we all go through different seasons, and you may be in a season where you're really hustling and just busting out the volume because maybe in a year you're going to retire and spend time with your kids at your leisure, and your kids are at aftercare till 5:30 in the afternoon. Everyone has their season, and it's all commendable as we're all trying to do this and provide for our kids and provide that great home life. So no, for us, we're really around our kids a lot. But if you're not, and that's just because of goals oriented right now, please know that we're all doing what we can do and what's right for our family. So keep all that in mind. Definitely want to be careful in how I convey this for us. So my little boy is 3. He is a mama's boy, and he is a homebody. So he wants to be home with his mama at noon every day. He does not have any interest in staying for lunch bunch. So my boy comes home with his mama. So he is there from 8 to 12 every single day at preschool. Sweet little preschool. We love our place. And my daughter's in kindergarten. So she is there till 1:30. She also comes home, and I'm usually picking and picking them up each day, unless there's showing or something, and my parents are right around the corner and they fill in for me and are amazing to be extra help when we need it. But ultimately, this is kind of our driving force, is we want to be the caretakers of our children. We want our kids to do life with us. We feel like they are impacted so positively and strongly by adult interaction from even a business standpoint, and they're picking up a lot of things, and we'll go over that. But they're starting to understand real estate life. My daughter calls me a real estater, but it's growing. She'll be 6 in April. So she's getting to the age that these things are starting to sort of make sense in her young little mind. We want to develop their character and their work ethic by experiencing our family business. So like I said, they're starting to notice. We'll drive by a home that could use some significant TLC, and my kids will be like, we could flip that. And they're picking up this style of life, and maybe one day they're going to invest and learn even more. We want our kids to learn money comes from hard work. It's also a big one. I want our kids to see that this work, and as they tag along to a flip and start to see progress done, they know what a closing is. That's definitely become something we've celebrated. So they therefore know a closing means money and work created the closing. It's all starting to go hand in hand, and it's starting to make sense for them. We want our kids to know boundaries. This one has been a journey because over the summer, this past year, our kids were with us the whole summer. We don't have childcare over the summer. Again, my parents are great and they do grab them here and there, but they're not in a daycare setting or something like that. So over the summer, as I was doing closings, they were with me, and on those phone calls, there was really not an escape. We also shut down TV last summer. Pretty sure my blonde is to cover some grays as a result of that. That was a very ambitious decision for our family. It's a little crazy, but the kids were able to start to recognize mom's on the phone. We have to be quiet. Learning, sometimes they tag along with me on showings. That's pretty rare. But like tomorrow, I'm going to travel about 45 minutes to take a lockbox off of a house for a listing that I have. They'll go with me. We'll probably stop at Chick-fil-A on the way back and make it something cute for them. But typically, they're just around me for work calls and giving me time for that, or computer stuff. But also, please know, I love my kids, but it's not always perfect. Last week, I was on the phone. My son thought my daughter was going to drink all of his water and that there was not an endless supply of water, and he lost it. And I had to tell the agent, please hold, muted her so she did not hear the screaming, and discussed that we will never run out of water, and we got things back in order. So it's not always perfect, but they've come a long way, and I'm really proud of them being able to recognize when mama needs a minute. So all to say, we celebrate our closings with our kids. This is really a fun thing for us. So we're now back to like a monthly closing celebration. Over last year, in the first half of my first year, and then the following months over that year, I did 14 closings. Nothing huge and crazy, but they were sporadic, so we could hit up some of these little celebrations. But now with 8 or 9 in the next 2 or 3 weeks, we're doing 1 a month. So this one over here at the bowling alley, that was Sunday evening. That's our January celebration to thank the kids for just investing and helping their parents. They get to have a special something throughout the closings that they know. In the middle here, this was over the summer. We kind of act like tourists sometimes and hit up the racetracks and different things in Destin, Florida. That's a lot of fun. A swing, that was one gift from a closing. They loved that. But even sometimes we just do little things like ice cream. That's a huge treat to them. So this story, this picture tells a story. This is saying that this is actually attainable. Success and your kids alongside you is attainable. This was about 2 weeks ago. This is a home that we're closing on in the next, I guess next week we're closing. But our kids went over there with us a few days ago. It was after school, so we met contractors. Ended up going longer with our chatter with them and planning out reno than we expected. But my daughter just was able to go to the car and get her little busy backpack and play. And they hung out and they grab a tape measure and they do some stuff with us to kind of help. But at this point, there was an aha moment where I was like, oh, they're actually okay. And they're keeping themselves occupied. And they were fine. So she's coloring, he's scooting a little car across. and we recruit them to help us if we need anything while we're there. We don't do a ton of this, but I'm just saying we're creating the expectation that they can cooperate most of the time. And we also are kind of old-fashioned, so we don't use iPads, we don't use phones. Nothing against that, but just to say, like, we like for them to busy themselves with either playing in the yard of a property or piddling with some of their little toys, and kind of got me excited that they were able to do that. So I snapped a picture and gave me encouragement. This is really a big point, and this is something that I have to use often, that family is, and that's in all caps, is an appointment. And this was taught to me by my mentor, who helped me very early on as an agent, knowing that there was going to be a lot of juggling and supporting clients, but also keeping family up. And she's like, family is an appointment. You can stay engaged with your clients. You can still be that 5-star agent. But if there's a conflict, you can say, I'm sorry, I have an appointment. And that appointment may be T-ball. That appointment may be a school function, whatever it may be. Don't have to elaborate. It's just an appointment. That is huge. So the story with this is right before Christmas. Obviously, this is a nativity. This was on like a Tuesday evening, about 6 o'clock. We had planned to take our children. That's my dad. My parents were going to go to see our church, one of the churches in town, offer this sweet nativity experience. And about 4 o'clock that evening, I got a call from a brand new client who had heard about me and asked if I could help them find a home in Fort Walton with a very short time period of 48 hours. That's all they had, based on some loan and different issues, that they had to be under contract in 48 hours, submitted and done in order to purchase a home, or there was not going to be any home buying for them. This was very difficult. This was a moment of, I could let my husband just take our kids to this. I could just go and get these folks in these homes and find them one tonight. But ultimately, this was something our kids knew about, and I really wanted to attend this with them. So we ended up saying, I have an appointment. Are you okay if I can meet you about 7 o'clock tonight? Oh yeah, that's fine. They had no problem with it. We ended up driving separately. My husband was able to leave from the nativity, take the kids home, get them settled in for bed, and I left to go knock out those showings. And the buyers are closing next week. So all was well, but family is an appointment. Use that because we don't want to spread ourselves so thin. We can't be everywhere at once. And we also want to be quality to our clients. So if I can't do it all, but I can hit these appointments for my clients and also for my family and my kids. So tips for balancing work and family. These suggestions and things that we've had to implement are ways that we can then use our free time to engage with our kids. And pretty much every afternoon, I'm hanging out with my kids for the most part because of these new things that we had to implement in our home in the past 6 or so months. Subbing out responsibilities. So I think we all have this expectation that we should be able to just do all the things, and you just can't do all the things. So for us, we have had some car detailing help, someone that comes in and does that on site for us periodically. House cleaning, this one was extremely hard. My husband is so supportive on that one. I really didn't want to spend the money, and B, I really like to do it myself. But it came to a point that I was spending time cleaning instead of hanging out with my kids when they got home from school, because while they were at school, I was working. So we ended up coming to the terms that we needed to hire a house cleaner. She comes in once a month and cleans. And I will have to say, it was a great decision. The first day that she came, I was actually on the phone negotiating a $1.5 million beach home for my buyer. And it was money well spent to give her that time and her expertise while I worked the deal on that, and we closed. So definitely laid the groundwork for having the free time to handle quite an extensive closing that one involved. Yard maintenance, we do want our kids to see us working on, the mundane basic stuff around the house, but we do sometimes get some help with yard maintenance. And then hiring a transaction coordinator. I think we all as agents have to come to a point where we have to hire that. I'm about there. Like I said, I think 8 or 9 will now be in escrow based on this last one. That would be number 9 today. That's a lot of paperwork. So maybe at a point that needs to be hired out. And then setting appointment boundaries. This one is also a big one. This one goes up there with the family as an appointment for me. Prioritizing your non-negotiables. So what is the things in your family and your life and personal life, whether it's going for a run at 6 p.m. every night, or it's a school function, a sports for your kids, a date night, or church? What are those things that you absolutely have that, unless it's a very unique situation for a client, those moments and their small little snippets of our time in the day trump other things related to our business that would distract us. For us, that's pretty important. Like Sunday morning, I had a buyer that would like to get into a home to do some furniture measurements. They're going to be closing in a few days. And I said, yes, absolutely. I'd love to get you into the house. We'll be in our church service that morning. Is it okay if we go over in the afternoon? Cool. Yeah, that's fine. So again, our clients still get all that they need from us, but we may have to kind of navigate the timeline of when we can do all those things. So those are our non-negotiables at the bottom, but it's always something that we have to kind of strive for. I have come up to a T-ball practice a little bit late in a lapel and real estate closed and all that from something, or sometimes we do it all wrong. Like on a date night last Friday, I was out with my husband and I got a call, and I'm so conditioned to answer the calls because I just have a pet peeve if agents don't answer their phones. And I answered an unknown phone call at 8:30 on a Friday night, and it was an agent wanting to go over my request for repairs for a property for a client, and it got kind of heated because negotiations were not going very well. All ethically great, but it was a strong phone call, and it was not the time, and I really felt bad that I grabbed that on a date. So it's not always done like it should, but these are our usual boundaries that we at least shoot for. If you're married, prioritizing date nights and retreats. I feel like marriages are so untreasured in our society, and that is sad for me, and it's a passion of mine that the core of our home is my husband and my marriage, and I don't want to be this massively fantastic agent that loses sight of what's really special in her life, and that's my man. So what's a great business or great kids if our marriage is neglected? So keeping those date nights and keeping those retreats or whatever that looks like for your marriage, just don't lose sight of that. It's too special, and it's pretty great. And then I'm watching time. We're getting close to the end here. Being willing to make sacrifices. So if you are at a point where you're wanting to involve your kids more in what you do, this is kind of the flip side of it. For us, is the TV is really never on. Our evenings are not spent watching TV. They're spent usually on the computer. There's a lot that I have to get going on after the kids go to sleep at night. So again, evenings spent at the computer. Mornings while the kids are at school, they are by no means leisurely. Like I said, I only have about 4 hours each morning. A lot happens and it works, but it's very go, go, go. So that's the flip side is time that they are not around me is time that is aggressively hit for working, and it's not chill. So we have to just make it work. But the benefits of this, and this is where we're going to finish up here, is it's so fulfilling. I love being a working mom. I think I'm a better mom for it. And I also love that I can financially contribute to our family. So for me, I am in my element and so glad that we are doing this. Very enriching. We're obviously helping people, and we love that. We're able to buy homes that people are unable to continue to pay for, and change those and sell them or keep them or whatever that looks like. but we're investing in people's lives. And it's also obviously financially rewarding. And we have the ability to do special things with our kids and take trips because of how much we're trying to keep the work stuff going and the volume going. So we're a unit, we're a family affair. It's pretty crazy sometimes. There are definitely times when I'm pulling my hair out and I'm yelling at my kids and I'm apologizing later. It is not picturesque. This is not just a beautiful day in and day out, charming little life, but we love it and we wouldn't change a thing. And I'm so glad that our kids can be a part of it. I'm glad that they can learn and come alongside us, that we can work together with our kids. We can celebrate this style of business together with them and reward them for the efforts that they also do for our family. So ultimately, I hope that if you're early on as an agent and you're trying to plan how you're going to juggle this like I did a year and a half ago, that this gives you some ideas and some inspiration and some encouragement that it's totally attainable and you can do great volume even as a mom. Or if you're on the other side of it and you're very seasoned, you're just thinking that maybe you've lost a little bit of balance. Maybe this gives you some suggestions and just things that we've kind of learned and we're still learning as we're going forward. That maybe it encourages you to maybe give your kids a chance. I think there's so much, they're capable of so much more than maybe sometimes we realize. And if your kids are older than mine, all the more ability that they could have to kind of even become your little assistants. So for us, teamwork makes the dream work, but ultimately family work makes the dream work, and we love it. So reach out to me, contact info, take a photo, whatever. If you have any questions or you just want to, maybe if there's anything you want to hear from me more, I'm happy to talk with you. But thank you to Jamie and Chris for having me on, and I'll close.
Thanks for sharing. I mean, you got a lot of love in the comments. Definitely go check the comments out, both Facebook and YouTube.
Okay.
Because really, what you verbalized, I mean, any parent in this, regardless of what industry, but we're talking real estate, they can relate.
Oh yeah.
Especially the ladies out there, although it's not exclusive to women.
Right.
But it's very relatable. Just not everyone talks about the phone call when you got a screaming kid on the other line, right around the corner, which I can instantly, I came up with 2 examples in my head where I was on an important Zoom call, separate circumstances, and there was an injury that happened. One of them was pretty bad. I mean, not like hospital stuff.
But mama freaks out when I see blood. Okay. So I was screaming. The kids were screaming. He was on a Zoom call. This is like COVID, So
it was serious enough where, I mean, I had to excuse myself and address the problem. But in any case, people can relate. It was such an incredible story and tips, and I know people got a lot of value out of it. So thank you so much for joining us, and I look forward to celebrating Icon with you here soon.
Yes.
I know. I'm so excited. So
that was really good information. I was texting Chris during your presentation, and I was like, is she telling our story? I mean, we're just so alike. I mean, and how we balance it all, and just how we got into real estate. I mean, everything. So it is rewarding having that time with the kids and being able to balance it. So
yeah, it's
highly
priceless. It's totally priceless.
Yeah. Well, thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right.
So our next guest unfortunately can't make it. So Jamie has something special for you. So George Dulles, he was super, super bummed. But he got the COVID bug. He's all right. He's just sore throat. He was not going to be able to make it through the presentation. He waited all the way until this morning. He let us know. And then this morning, he was like, man, I could try to make it. No, dude, don't worry about it, dude. Let's rest up. So what we're going to do with George is we're going to come back whenever he's feeling better. I'm going to record privately with him, what he was going to share with you, because he's got an incredible story, incredible expertise in this industry with short-term rentals. And we will send that out to you. So don't worry, you will get to hear from George. But today, Jamie has something very special. So she was able to reach
Round
back
up.
in the pocket and
Yep.
pull a rabbit out of a hat. So I'm gonna let Jamie introduce a few of our next
speakers.
guests.
Yes. Well, so we're still going to talk about short-term rentals because I think that is a very hot topic. I own and well, we own, but I operate and manage our short-term rentals. So this is a topic that is I'm very passionate about, and it's near and dear to my heart. But I was able to round out some other colleagues and friends who could come up, and we're kind of Brady Bunch style it here. And I'm going to have a panel of different individuals who have short-term rentals. So Chris, why don't you bring up all of our people? We have AC Ramos, V, Tanya, and Jesse. Do you want me to call you Gunny Gumby? Unmute yourself, Jesse.
Jesse's good. Jesse's good. I just
Okay.
go off of the social media name because it's easier to find.
I can call you Gunny if that's what you want. I'm used to calling you Jesse, but thank you all so much for joining in on this conversation. I mean, we have some rock stars right here on this panel. And first off, I just wanted to kind of start off by each of y'all introducing yourself. I'm just going to ask just questions, and feel free, audience, if you have any questions about short-term rentals, ask anything about short-term rentals. I'm kind of going to take you through the questions I get asked all the time, and each one of us, each one of my panelists can answer in the best way they know how. So AC, can you kind of start off with who you are, what you do, how many short-term rentals you have, or where, and how you got started into it?
Awesome. Can you hear me? I'm not muted, am I? Right? Okay, cool. Actually, I got started in Airbnb and short-term rentals kind of by accident, and that was with one in the Heights. That's our main one right now, and we're fixing to add another one in Bel Air and 59. One of our rentals, we're going to convert it. But that one was a new construction. We built a new construction house in the middle of the Heights, and it appraised for $750,000. We were into it for about $600,000 on the new construction and everything. But it went live on the market about 1 week into the pandemic.
Oh, wow.
So, and then literally we had 35 showings the first week. The second week, it was when the oil dropped, and everybody that was looking at the house was in the oil and gas industry. So it just kind of died. Then no showings after that. And George Salas, who was actually supposed to be on here, is a friend of mine. So I was telling him about it, and he was like, "Man, you should turn that into an Airbnb," because I was going to rent it, and we would probably lose $500 to $1,000 a month renting it. And he's like, "Man, I think you could do really well Airbnb in it," and it's done really well. You know, on a good month, we've done $12,000 to $14,000, I think. And on an average month, on a regular month, like a slow month, we do at least about $5,000, which will cover the note. So I kind of fell into it by accident with George's help. And now I really see the potential in it. So now we're trying to convert some of we have 38 rentals right now, 38 doors. So some of those we're looking at converting into Airbnbs.
Awesome. Well, thank you. Okay, Tanya, what about you?
Hi, everybody. I'm Tanya Rooney. I'm up in the Minnesota market. So the frozen tundra has short-term rentals too, because people want to walk sometimes. And so I have 3 short-term rentals right now, 1 mid-term rental, and we flip houses sometimes. So we do a little bit of everything. And I don't know, Jamie, do you want me to talk about how I got in real estate or anything, or just that?
Sure. Just like your short-term rentals, how did you get into short-term rentals specifically? Like everybody thinks like this is like it's such a sexy appeal having an Airbnb, right? But is it really for everybody? I mean, how did you get into it?
Yeah, mine was accidental, just like AC talked about. Because I said that, I'm a flipper, and we had this house that we flipped, and it's in an okay neighborhood. It's a couple blocks off of a neighborhood that's way, way better. And we just didn't sell it for what I wanted. I was like, I don't want to take a wash on this. So I was talking to a friend in a flipping group that I was part of, and kind of told him, he's like, Tanya, have you looked into Airbnb-ing it? Like, it's a really big house. It's a 5-bedroom, 3-bath. And I'm like, no, I don't know if I want to learn a new business. And, fast forward a year and I'm totally in. Like, it's done really, really well. It's been a really cool business to get to know. And yeah, I'm super excited. Like, I hope we get another handful this year, and the more the better, at least for me right now.
Yes, awesome. Okay, well, great. I know y'all will be able to answer many of the questions I have that we can delve into. So, V, what about you? Why don't you introduce yourself, give me a little 30-second intro so we can get into the questions as well.
Hey, Jamie, thanks for asking me to be on. And I'm sorry I'm driving right now, so my signal might be blotchy. I just got a text from you about an hour ago. So I
know,
said,
no, it was last minute.
Driving.
I'll take what I can
from my
get.
car. So, V. Lee out of Houston, Texas, been in real estate for 7 years. What really got my eye open about short-term rental is a townhouse I got in the Heights. And I couldn't sell it for what I wanted, couldn't rent it for what I wanted. So I decided to go short term. And that was one of the best decisions I ever made. And today, so I own Buzz Vacation Rentals. We manage short-term rentals and Airbnb. We are at 20 homes right now, and we're doing a 90-day push. So I don't know what kind of audience we have. If you guys have short-term rentals and you need help with managing them, give us a chance. We'll work with you because we really want to do this push to hit 50 homes in the 90 days. So thank you for having me on.
Yes, thank you so much. Because V, I mean, she's amazing at managing short-term rentals. So that's Buzz Vacation Rentals, in case you didn't hear that. So yes, thank you so much. I know you can chat a lot about, especially the management part. And I'm just Gunny.
You can go with Jesse. You can go with Jesse, Jamie.
Okay, Jesse.
So for me, I guess kind of in the same boat. I mean, I feel like I'm the rookie of the group here. A lot of y'all have multiple houses and been doing this for quite some time. So I actually got out of the Marine Corps about 2.5 years ago and kind of jumped into the realm of real estate investing, being introduced into it through Myers, the home buyers, as a wholesale investor. So I started doing that, and believe it or not, there was a rental that I partnered up with in Orlando that we had it as a buy and hold property. And then after getting into the whole real estate game and kind of seeing so many exit strategies, I've used Airbnbs before, but I had never really thought about managing one. To me, it's either fix and flip or buy and hold are the only two strategies there are in real estate investing. Then I discovered wholesaling, and then shortly after that, I discovered short-term rentals. And the Orlando property did very well. Even during the pandemic, it did relatively well, better than most individuals that were dealing with other issues across, the country. And then it just picked up quite a bit, once everything started opening back up. So right now I've got 2 more in the works. There's a property right now that we're actually rehabbing currently in First Ward in Houston, Texas. I'm in Houston, Texas, by the way, as well. So I should probably put that out there. I'm in Houston. Yeah. So we've got another Airbnb right now currently in the works, literally within a sight line of downtown Houston. My partner, Justin of Inspired Properties, and I are very excited about what that's going to go ahead and bring in, just based off of the lack of inventory in that area for Airbnbs and all the amenities we have around us. So that's me in a nutshell. Yeah, I'm only 3 Airbnbs in.
Well, thanks. No, I mean, I've only managed 2 myself, but I mean, I feel like, we're just speaking from our experiences. I feel like once you set up one and manage one, you can manage and set up as many as you want until you kind of pass the torch to a management company like V, because I don't think I could manage more than 3 at a time. But so that brings us up to like the question. Now, a lot of us said we've actually fallen into this from by accident, which was my story too. But how we've used it kind of as another tool to our toolbox, if you will, as an exit strategy. So my question to you all is, how can we analyze a short-term rental to determine if it's going to be like a good short-term rental versus a long-term rental? So what things do y'all look at specifically? We can go through numbers and everything as well in a minute, but to determine that. So I guess I know this is Brady Bunch style, so I'm trying to. Okay, Tanya, go ahead.
The first thing you should always do is check out regulations for that city, because to me, a lot of people will say, "Oh, I really, really have this great house." La, da, da. Well, you should call the city first or start looking, because some cities don't care if you want a short-term rental. They're not going to allow you to do that. So to me, that's like the number one best thing, because you put all this work in, you get really excited, you want to run all the numbers, you do run all the numbers, and then you find out that city doesn't allow it, or there's actually the city that I live in doesn't allow it anymore, because some people a couple doors down had a house, and the other people on the lake just didn't like their guests. So seriously, like, there's a lot of people that they don't necessarily, or they kind of ruin it for everybody else. And it's okay, because some neighborhoods don't allow it. So to me, that's the number one thing you should always look at first.
Yes. Okay, go ahead, Jesse.
So Tanya, it's funny you say that, right? So when I did open up the Airbnb in Orlando, my number one thing was amenities, right? I realized every time I've used one, I always looked up what's really close around the area that I can go visit and partake in, et cetera. So I made that a primary focal point when it came to the ones that I bought into. And oddly enough, in Orlando, because amenities being Disney World, Universal Studios, et cetera, they had kind of monopolized the entire area in terms of like having to go through either a hotel that pays a tax specifically to them, and Airbnbs actually were not allowed in my area. And I didn't discover this until I was about 4 months into business, and literally they sent out a ballot about voting on Airbnbs in or out in like the neighborhood, the county that I was in. And I kind of laughed and said, I've been operating Airbnb for the last 3 months out of there. What are they talking about? Which forced me to look into the regulations and realize, like, oh crap, this entire time I had been operating out of regs. I wasn't supposed to be. And you better believe I checked yes, and I got as many people as I knew in the community to check yes. I mean, long story short, like, crisis averted, because by month 4 I was legit across the board. But it's funny you brought that up, because that was I learned about that after I had already started an Airbnb, and that could have been catastrophic, because they were finding individuals that were caught operating outside of the regulations.
Oh wow, yeah. AC.
Yeah, so that's one of the things I'm looking at now, because I didn't know that in the beginning either, and luckily my first one was okay. But what I'm looking at first is obviously if it's allowed, and second is kind of checking out like how good the cash flow will be compared to the rent. You know what I mean? So we're looking. We have, like I said, we have 38 doors, so I'm picking the ones that seem like they would cash flow the most through Airbnb. And that's what I'm looking for, is like doing the comps, like Airbnb comps, I guess, and figuring out which ones are going to be my best cash flowing ones and transferring those over to convert them to Airbnbs or short-term rentals.
Yeah, AC, have you actually ever heard of the enemy method? So that's something you can actually go out on YouTube and find. And I find that was going to be my next thing as well, is that you check the area, because just because you have this awesome house doesn't mean that area is meant for it, between regulations and whether or not it's going to cash flow. So you can do this thing. It's essentially the same thing as realtors do when we comp properties. We figure out but we're just doing it with other Airbnbs. So you can go out onto YouTube and just put in the enemy method, and it'll teach you, like, it's a 20-minute video or so by some people that are really good at short-term rentals. And they show you how to pretty much look at the other people in the area, find out what are they at. You actually don't just look at, right now it's January. Well, January is my slowest month because I'm in Minnesota, and not as many people want to come here in Minnesota January and February. So they teach you how to check other months as well, and then you kind of comp a property. So just because something is $100 a night, well, you might have a way better house, so you could do $175 a night. So you kind of comp it with different things. So I agree, that's like another really great step, is to pretty much comp other Airbnbs to find out if you'll actually make any money.
Well, thank you. I'm going to check that out, definitely.
Yeah, Chris, I know you're listening. Put that in the comments in case we missed that. Because yes, that is a definite thing we need to consider before starting an Airbnb. Is it allowed? Look in the deed restrictions, and also know that, I mean, this is our personal experience. I mean, we checked the deed restrictions one time, and they can overthrow you. That's exactly what they did to us. The developer kind of sued us to get us out of there, even though we had a strong
Jamie,
case.
I got a good story for you.
Yeah, we have a really good, we have a whole YouTube video on that. I'm not going to get into that one, but so kind of what Jesse was saying, like, I mean, that developer kind of went around and kind of got the whole neighborhood against us to say no to Airbnbs, you know.
Can
a
you
lot
guys
of
hear me?
and stuff like that.
Go ahead, V. What'd you say?
Oh, sorry. Well, I don't know if anyone is having the same issue, and I hate to miss what Jesse was saying because it doesn't come through on my end. It just sounds like aliens talking, and I'm sorry, Jesse, but that's what's coming out on my end.
You're good.
Whenever you talk, I don't know why.
It might be because you're driving. Maybe you're driving.
That's
through
probably
something.
why, and I don't know if anyone else is having the same problem but not speaking.
Yeah.
I got a story for you on that regulations. So my
Uh-huh.
townhouse, my first one, same problem. You know, the HOA shut it down. Then I put a Section 8 tenant in it. Then I hired an attorney, and now we're back in business.
Yeah.
So you just never know.
There's all these loopholes around it. You know, sometimes you need to like pick your battles, or you're going to battle through on it and figure out a way.
Well,
I kind of want to know how V knows what aliens sound like talking.
From Star Wars.
Okay.
Okay, so moving on to the next topic of like how do you, so we've already considered, so before you consider, you know, look into the deed restrictions and, you know, if it's even allowed, and then how do you analyze, like, how do we know, let's see, should I list this as a short term or should I list it as a long-term rental? Someone walk us through on how we can analyze that, if it's going to be a good short-term versus long-term.
I don't have any long terms, so someone else is going to have to do the comparison. I've only got short terms.
Well,
go ahead, Jesse.
Well, if I'm being honest, like for me, it kind of broke down to like the ROI on the project, right? So we analyze our deals based off of, okay, how much are we getting it for? How much we got to put into this property to go ahead and get it rented at the maximum amount of money we can possibly make on it, right? If it's $2,000 a month, how much work do we got to do to make sure that house hits that target? And then we always do an analysis on all the exit strategies. So for us, we look at properties. Can we wholesale this deal and make a quick 20 grand? Can we do a quick fix and flip, make 50, 70 G's? And then the buy and hold method. And then, of course, the Airbnb aspect. For us, if the first two are usually out and there's no way it's going to makes any sense for us to go ahead and buy that property and not get the kind of return we're accustomed to looking for, we always look at the buy and hold aspect, and then we look at the Airbnb aspect. And for me, like I said before, not only are regulations important, you got to make sure the regulations allow for it, but then we always look at the fact that the amenities in the area will dictate, you know, what kind of occupancy rate you'll get. If there's a lot of great things to do in the area and a lot of 4-star restaurants, must-see places, access to downtown, and those Airbnbs that are similar to what you're trying to do are showing a consistent, like if I go to log into it, and I can't book anything until February or March, okay, great. They're booked out for the next couple of months. And we kind of analyze the numbers and the inventory like that before we make that decision. And lately, especially with everything opening back up, it just seems like as long as you're close to somewhere where there is something of interest to do, it makes more sense to go the short-term rental route than to go ahead and do the traditional buy and hold.
Yes, good. That's exactly what we do. It's essentially almost like pulling comps, but on the Airbnb, the different platforms. Like for us, ours are on the lake. I mean, so that's like a vacation spot. Otherwise, like you said, maybe a medical center, Houston, downtown Houston. I mean, we have one of the top medical centers in the nation. And so Airbnbs, there's so many downtown and they're doing really well, which I would have never thought, because I'm like, who visits Houston, you know? but then I'm like, wait, we have this we do have a lot to offer here. So there are like great access. There's even resources you can do, like furnishfinder.com, where there's traveling nurses, especially during COVID. I mean, there's a platform, it's called Furnish Finder, and it's specifically for traveling nurses that will rent your Airbnb for a month or something. And I mean, so you kind of look at all these different places or locations, pull comps on a platform. And what I mean by that is, like Jesse was saying, you just type in the area, look and see like how many Airbnbs pop up. And Verbo, I say Airbnb because that's the one where I get most bookings from. So you kind of look around and see and check their booking dates, see if, you know, are they booked out? Okay, well, cool. I have something to offer because I'm not booked. Or so that is one way to kind of analyze to see if it's going to be an actual great short-term rental.
Jamie, I would actually say that's like just kind of the beginning steps, because after that, you should be looking at other things too. So that's just like okay, cool, I can have one here. Yes, there's room for more Airbnbs. Jesse is right. You know, the area does matter because there's mid-markets, there's vacation rental markets, and then there's small town markets. But then you also have to start factoring in. So I have a mega spreadsheet. I would assume most people that have anything to do with real estate have something to do with a spreadsheet because that's how else are we supposed to figure out all this? Like Jesse was just talking about 5 different exit strategies. I bet a spreadsheet helps him.
You're 100% right. I do have a spreadsheet that spreads that all.
So we start putting things into a spreadsheet, and actually like we say, hey, what kind of occupancy are we looking for? So that just means, are we always going to be booked up? And we do a average occupancy over 12 months, because obviously we do gangbusters in the summer because it's really nice here, but the winter, not so much. So we just look at occupancy and then do an average number. And then we actually run through expenses. Like we have cleaning expenses, we have laundry expenses, mortgage, taxes, insurance, all of the like water bills, garbage, recycling. Like you have to assume everything, which is different from a long-term rental, because long-term rental people don't care about garbage, recycling, internet, maybe even water and Excel or like energy. So you have to drop all that kind of stuff in. And then if you're going to do any consumables, so most people provide, well, where I am, maybe not in certain markets, but we provide, paper products, so toilet paper and sponges and coffee and treats and like all these different things. So you start learning that over the time that you're actually in it. And then you can create a spreadsheet that will say, okay, we're going to have to do this with patio. We're going to need some new patio furniture. We're going to have to change out this couch at some point. So you drop in other numbers for, is the AC going to go out at some point? And, we have snow removal here. You guys probably have lawn care more than we have snow removal even, but just putting all of those numbers in. So you have to start thinking of that. So if you're really thinking about starting a short-term rental and you know nothing about it, you should try stalking the people in your area that do have them. Like start doing inquiries on Airbnb to other hosts and see if anyone is actually friendly. Sometimes they are, sometimes they aren't, but you can ask questions like, hey, what are you using for occupancy? And I don't know, I tend to be a person that will bother other humans for stuff like this. That's just how I roll. So asking questions to other people in the area, like, hey, you live in this area, or what does that look like? So you kind of know what numbers you should be thinking of, because it gets big fast. Like we have one house, our break even is $3,500. AC was just talking about an $800,000 house or a $700,000 house. I haven't ventured that high yet, but I bet he has a really big mortgage.
That brings us kind of into like the next topic of numbers, because that is something, like you said, what I like to tell people, first of all, is long-term versus short-term. You have to kind of change your mindset to knowing that long-term, you're managing, you're landlording. You have to turn your brain onto hospitality, because short-term rental is a hospitality industry. Okay. This is why I'm in charge and not Chris, so it's very much a hospitality industry. So how are we going to run our numbers to make sure, because you need to know that, hey, you're going to need a handyman. You're going to need furniture. You have to furnish this place, like you said. So speaking of numbers and spreadsheets, I guess, what all do we need to look into? Give me a number, like a setup. I know it's going to differ, different from, square footage.
So
just to give
Jamie,
people an idea.
for
Go ahead, Lee.
numbers calculations, it varies, and I think the most important thing is you got to decide if your house is gonna be a Motel 6 or if your house is gonna be a 4-star resort. You gotta decide that, and then decide how much you're gonna spend on furnishing. So it can vary from like $2,500 per area all the way up to $7,000 per area. And when I say area, it would be like a living room is an area, a family room is a dining room is an area, a bathroom is, a bedroom is an area. So that varies. And then you got your upfront cost of furnishing, and then you got to plan to replace your furniture every 3 to 4 years. And so if you don't have enough numbers, cushions, you probably won't be making a lot of money, because by the time you recoup your furniture money, you now got to replace them again.
Well,
so I
you're
think
gonna have
that's
to.
really important.
What would you typically you want to make double or triple what you would make as a long-term rental? To know that it's, correct me if I'm wrong if you don't feel this way, but you want to make double or triple what you would make if you just put a long-term tenant in there, correct?
Yeah. And that's kind of what I was looking at, and I was saying we evaluate the doors we have, because we have the one and to kind of to your point, Tanya, is that was an accident because we were trying to sell it and we got stuck in that one, but we would have been losing with taxes, because taxes are high in the Heights. So our taxes are about $800 a month on that house. So we would have been losing about $1,000 a month if we would have long-term rented it, just like a normal rental. So Airbnb actually makes us a profit in some months, or a good profit in some months, and at least usually breaks even with the mortgage and the taxes on a regular month, on a slower month. But the other one we're looking at getting into, we got it rented. We're trying to get the tenant out now because he said he was going to leave, and he's only paying $1,600 a month, which is actually we're cash flowing about $600 a month on that. But with Airbnb, even after fees of management and everything like that, we should be bringing in about $5,000 a month, $5,000 to $5,500. So that for me was the point where I'm like, that's what we're gonna do. And then we have some apartments that are near where they're building the Houston Riverwalk. Like if you're from Houston, you know that they're redoing the bayou down there, and like Midway, who actually did City Center and the Woodlands Waterway, they bought all that acreage right there in East River, and they're going to be developing that over the next 15 years. We just bought an apartment building that's literally within walking distance from it. So we're thinking of turning a couple of those vacants.
That's awesome.
Yeah, a couple of those vacants more into that Motel 6 or a little higher end Motel 6 style.
Higher-end Motel 6.
Yeah, the high-end Motel 6,
Motel 8 or whatever it's called, Super 8. That's what it'll be, right?
All right. We got to wrap it up.
Yes, there's so
quick.
many topics that we can talk about with Airbnb, and I really wanted to thank y'all for just kind of throwing it together and getting on here to talk about it.
So real quick, let's go around 30 seconds and let folks know how they can get a hold of you. AC?
AC, you can reach me at ac@prosperitygroup.com. Actually, support@prosperitygroup.com is way better because I don't really check emails. And you can find us at prosperitygroup.com. That's our website. And AC Ramos on Instagram and Facebook. That's usually the best way to get a hold of me.
Love it. V?
Phone number is 281-549-2500, and email is VEE@buzzvacationrentals.com. Thank you.
Right.
So VLee@buzzvacationrentals.com.
Just V.
Just V. Okay. You might be
yeah.
going through another tunnel, even though we don't have tunnels in Houston. But no, I can't. It's hard to hear you.
All right, Gunny.
V@buzzvacationrentals.com for
you can just type in.
properties.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
You can just type it anywhere in social media, Gunny Gumby. I'll show up in Instagram, TikTok, Facebook, LinkedIn, Gunny Gumby. And then if you want to see me and get my contact information, www.gunnygumby.com. You'll find all of my social media, all of my contact information on there as well.
It's funny because when Jamie didn't know whether to call you Gunny or Jesse, but it's true that because there's a million Jessies out there, and when I'm trying to tag someone, like I just tagged you on Twitter, when I'm trying to tag someone, if I tag them by the first name, unless I'm already friends with them or connected, it's like impossible to find them. I mean, because nowadays there's only 6 billion people on social media. But I can find Gunny Gumby. Whether it's TikTok or Twitter, I can find Gunny. So I appreciate it. All right,
I appreciate you, Chris.
Okay, Tanya. What about you?
So I'm Tanya, Tanya, at Baffs Real Estate, which is BAFS Real Estate, Best at Finding Solutions. And we actually just rebranded our Airbnb. So it's YYH Minnesota for Yay, You're Here, Minnesota. Minnesota, and that's our Instagram handle. So yeah.
I want to get one question answered because a couple people chimed in, and I think Tanya, you mentioned it. There was a method or a website or something that you mentioned.
Yeah.
What was that again?
Go to YouTube and search the enemy method. And it's a place.
So the enemy method.
Enemy method, yeah, because they're not your friends; they're your enemies.
Yeah.
But the short-term shop is the people that actually came up with it, and they specialize in just short-term rentals. So they're a really good resource when you have all kinds of questions, like all these things we just talked about.
Cool. All right, thank you all. Appreciate it, and look forward to connecting with you all soon.
Yes,
Awesome.
thank y'all so much for joining on last minute.
All right. Again,
like
we will get with George, and we'll make sure
Yes.
we get his special presentation out to y'all. But we have another amazing speaker coming up here soon. We are going to take a 3-minute break. We'll take a 3-minute break, and
any other
we'll be back here.
questions, any other short-term questions you had, I'll be happy to answer in the feed as well. Because I know we didn't get to everything. Again, thank you for bearing with us.
Yeah, and if you're getting any value, like, please click the like button. Whether you're watching on Facebook or YouTube or whatever, click the like button. Appreciate any shares. If you feel inclined to leave us a review on Google or Facebook, really appreciate it. And we have some other special things we're going to be talking about later in a couple sessions from now. So stay tuned, and we'll be back here in a couple minutes.
All right, welcome back. Okay, so next we have Derek Long with Quest Trust Company coming up. Hi, Derek.
Hey, Jamie, how you guys doing? Your guys' event's been going well. I've been listening to all the speakers. I love it.
Oh, thanks so much. We've been having a great time. Lots of gold bombs, and we're gonna drop some more here. So let me just introduce a little bit about Derek. He's going to be talking about tax-free wealth building strategies. Great topic. So Derek is the senior IRA specialist at Quest Trust Company. He has extensive experience investing in notes on short-term flips to long-term real estate notes. Derek helps educate Quest clients on how to invest in real estate tax-free. So take it away.
Well, thank you so much, Jamie. So I always tell people taxes are the most boring thing to talk about, right? So knowing that they're so boring to kind of go through and things, usually what ends up happening is I'll put people to sleep. So I'm going to do my best to keep this exciting, but I think it's very important to understand because we as investors can never avoid taxes 100%. So I'm going to do my best to walk us through how we can do some deals. And there's some unique entity structures that we can leverage and utilize to avoid taxes on whether it's a rental, a fix and flip. It doesn't matter. So that's kind of what I'm going to be going through today. All right. And let's see. Bloop, there's my screen. So I like to call this growing real estate investments tax-free. As we kind of go through these motions, if you have any questions, put them right there in the chat box. I'll answer them live right away. And I only have about 20 minutes. So I'm going to be going a little fast through this first portion, but ultimately, if you want these slides or if you do have questions, just let me know. So as always, every company I think out there today has had some sort of disclaimer, right? Hey, I'm only here for your education. I can't give you investment advice, legal advice, structuring advice, nothing along those lines. This is strictly for your guys' personal education, okay? So we're going to start off with everyone has kind of mentioned a brief aspect about themselves. So I'm actually not from Texas. I went to college out in Arizona. I also got a degree in global marketing and a minor in administration. I spent time in the Army as a what they call a 15 Yankee, which is a fancy way of saying an Apache mechanic, right? So I wasn't a big fan of the Army, though. To be honest, the pay sucked. It really, really did. And I always had like this entrepreneur type spirit. So I was looking for something different. So after college and after the Army, I kind of found real estate and I've been loving it ever since. So I want to start off and I want to really talk about the two types of entities in the eyes of the IRS, because there's only two types out there. One is a taxable entity, right? And we're very familiar with taxable entities, but that means the other one is going to be a non-taxable entity. And believe it or not, everyone out there can set up both of these types of entities. Now, we're very familiar with the taxable side. This is typically going to be you. You work a job, you're W-2, you set up an LLC, a C Corp, S Corp, a trust, something like that, right? And anytime you make profit, you make money in this column right here, you have to pay your taxes on your profit, right? Common sense, we get that. But there's non-taxable entities. Now, normally when I say this, the first thing that comes to people's mind is going to be a church, a charity, a nonprofit organization, sometimes hospitals, right? And yes, all of those can be considered non-taxable entities. But there's other ones out there as well that people don't realize. Things like an IRA, a solo 401k, a QRP plan. And these are things that Quest can actually set up for you for virtually almost sometimes nothing, up to $100 to set up an IRA. So believe it or not, we can help you set up a non-taxable entity for $100. So let's then kind of walk through what this is. And most people will call it a self-directed IRA. But what is a self-directed IRA? If you ever hear this term, guys, it is 100% a marketing term, okay? Come on. There it goes. Slides are going slow. So it's really just a marketing term. Right? There is no such thing as a self-directed IRA. It comes down to the bank or the custodian that holds your retirement account. Most of us out there, we have a retirement account sitting at a Fidelity, a Charles Schwab, a Vanguard. And if they call it self-directed, it means you get to choose your public assets, stocks, bonds, annuities, CDs, etc. When you take that same account, that same retirement account, you move it to us, we will let you invest in private assets. Now, for everyone on here, this is going to probably be real estate related. Rentals, notes, syndications, Airbnbs, fix and flips, etc. I tell people all the time, there's not one that's better than the other. They're just different. Okay, so just remember, self-directed is a marketing term, right, that we leverage and utilize. So now that I know it's a marketing term, what plans can be self-directed, right? And what are a lot of the benefits that come with it? The first one being diversification. Most of us out there have a 401k, 403b, a pension plan, an IRA, something like that, and we feel like it's diversified because I have it in Fortune 500 stocks. But that's all public assets. Well, I have Fortune 500 stocks, large caps, and mutual funds. Once again, all public assets. I say let's take a portion of those funds, move it to a custodian like us, and allow us to help you invest in real estate with it. Remember, we can use those 401ks, we can use those IRAs, and instead of buying stocks, you can use it and purchase a property, right? Well, the biggest reason, though, we want to leverage one of these self-directed accounts, though, is going to be the tax savings. And I'm going to show you some examples about it here in just a little bit. But mainly, if I set up an IRA, I set up a 401k, I set up something along these lines, well, what ends up happening is if I do a fix and flip, remember, if I do this personally and I make 10 grand, I pay taxes on my 10 grand. But if I could do that same fix and flip, leveraging my retirement account, none of the profit is taxed today. And if you have the right account, like a Roth, an HSA, or an ESA, right, then it truly is tax-free. So this is what's nice to hear, what's nice to know, is all the deals that every single person out there is already doing, you can be using your retirement account and avoiding 100% of the taxation. This is the real key behind leveraging a self-directed account. And it's crazy to see how many people don't do it. They don't get started. There is something else that I always like to talk about, though, and I like to label it as investing in what you know best. Most of us out there have probably worked some sort of job for 10, 15, 20 years, you know, and you have that old 401k, you have that pension plan, that 457, 403b, whatever it is. For me, it was the Army. I had a TSP. And I go, well, what's it invested in? Right now, if I ask every person out there, what is your 401k invested in? I usually get, oh, right? You have no idea. Why? Well, it's because you're not investing it. Now, you're right now attending one of the best real estate events, right, out there for everyone here, especially if you're in Texas. So why don't we take your 401k and invest in what you want to invest in? Invest in what you know best. Chris and Jamie have done a fantastic job bringing in speakers from across the U.S. right now to make sure that they can educate you on what real estate investments can do for you. So take advantage of that. Leverage those 401ks, leverage those IRAs and use them. And instead of buying mutual funds or stocks or CDs or something along those lines, let's use those funds and let it help you do your fix and flip. Let it help you purchase that Airbnb, do that rental property, or invest into that syndication. All right. Now, there's all types of plans that can be self-directed. You know, I'm just going to bring them all up here real fast just because I know we're always going to be limited on time. But the most popular ones seem to be those personal plans, a traditional and Roth IRA. I think the traditional IRA is probably our number one account we always see. This is because your old 401ks or 457s will turn into a traditional IRA. Now, this is called tax deferred. I get to defer my taxes until I'm old. These are great accounts because it means you don't have to pay any taxes today. However, if you're someone out there that really wants to grow an acorn into a big old tree, you need to leverage a Roth IRA. Now, the Roth IRA is not for everybody. All right, a lot of people will probably never set up one or leverage one in their entire lifetime. But A, it's a great way to grow true tax-free wealth and pass on wealth to the next generation. All right. Now, we do have some employer plans, SEP Simples, Roth 401ks, solo 401ks, etc. These accounts are typically utilized for large contributions and large tax deductions. Right. As an example, with the SEP IRA, I can contribute up to $58,000 in there and take that as a tax deduction. This is important to understand because right now we're getting ready all for us to come into the tax season where we're going to file our taxes. We're going to be sitting at our 1099s and our W-2s or Schedule Cs. Well, maybe you might need some extra tax deductions. And if you're self-employed or a realtor, you can leverage a SEP IRA and contribute up to 25% of your income, no more than $58,000, and take that as a tax deduction. That's huge for most of us out there. There are some specialty plans that Coverdell ESA account, which is really for you to set up for your kids to help them pay for school, kindergarten through college, or the HSA account, which is a great account that allows people to go ahead and set up an HSA and pretty much cover their medical expenses. Once again, Quest, we can set up any one of these accounts to kind of walk you through and help you in the process. Now, as I kind of come through, I wanted to do one really brief example. And let's say you're doing a fix and flip. Okay. I put up some numbers up here. This was a most recent deal that I kind of did personally. But I found a house. We bought it for $130,000. The rehab was about $40,000 and the ARV was $250,000. Right? Not a bad little deal. I consider $40,000 a little bit intensive on the rehab, but it is what it is. So you have two options once you found this house. Option one, remember, buy it in the taxable entity, meaning funds come from your pocket. Funds come from your LLC. Funds come from you as an individual. You're buying it in your name, your LLC, or any other entity you might establish. All right. So remember, these are taxable entities. This isn't bad, but this is option one. So if we kind of go through the numbers, don't forget that any profit we make is not true profit yet, right? I said we bought it for, buying plus rehab, 170, about 10,000 in closing. That's pretty average. So that's 180,000. Subtract that from the 250, assuming we just did a minor fix and flip on it. Okay. That means we're going to make about 70K in profit before taxes. Now, granted, we do get to take some tax deductions along the way, but ultimately any of our profit's going to be subject to either capital gains tax. It could be personal income tax, right? And these are things that people forget. The capital gains tax is almost 20%, meaning no matter what profit I make in this example, 20% of it is probably going to go to the IRS. Well, that's obnoxious. I like to keep as much money in my pocket as possible. So what's the other option we have, right? Oh, and don't forget about the reporting. Whew. You got to do all your reporting in this aspect as well. Not a big deal, but this is why we hire CPAs. The other option we have, though, is actually leveraging one of those retirement accounts, the Roth IRA, traditional IRA, your 401k, etc. Okay? Remember, the retirement account would purchase the property. It's not buying your name. You're buying it in the name of your IRA. All right? This means that, remember, your IRA is a true tax-exempt entity. That's how the IRS labels it. Well, if they're going to label it as tax exempt, right, this means that you have zero taxes on the earnings today. If it's the right account like a Roth IRA, it's truly tax-free for the rest of your life and an additional 10 years after you pass. This also means you have more money to reinvest. If I don't have to pay taxes, well, now I have more money for my next deal. This is a huge advantage, right? And then the final thing I always want someone to consider is if I look in your bank accounts right now, do you have more money in your checking account or more money in your retirement account? Most of us have more money in that 401k or that IRA because that's where we've been shoveling away money for years, sometimes decades. All right, so take that into consideration. We want to leverage these retirement accounts to purchase real tangible assets, not paper assets. That way we can earn money tax-free and kind of grow it. So ultimately, guys, if you do have any questions, please feel free to reach out to us. You can give us a call at any point in time. You can email me directly. This email comes to my phone like a text message. And the phone number you see there on the screen is also non-automated. I think it's really unique and very important that Quest, we stick with a non-automated system strictly because we want to make sure clients out there can get a hold of us very easily. Also, I know we have a lot of realtors on here. So what I just went over is a very quick, brief, small overview of self-directed IRAs. So Quest, we're hosting for any realtors out there a free 3-hour online CE class, all right? So it's going to be on February 10th. It's 100% free for you guys. You get your credits then that you need. And we're going to dive into deep a lot of other things from setting up the accounts, entity structures, tax deductions that you might be taking, that type of stuff. So once again, this is 100% free to you guys. And if you did want to reach out to me, send me an email. Just go to questtrust.com. And I know Chris is down there putting things out that way. So, but that's pretty much what I have, Chris. So I try to keep it right to the 20 minutes, and bam. You're still muted though, too, big guy. Nope, Chris still muted. Chris, you're muted.
Yeah, I'm new at this thing. I've never done this before.
You're good.
So yeah, I mean, I've been to all those events where you've had multiple like two-day like full weekend boot camps and summits before. So I know everything that you talked about. Like pretty much any slide that you had is a 3-hour deep dive if you had the time allotted. So fitting that into 20 minutes is not easy, but you're definitely able to help a lot of folks get the information that they need, because there are a lot of folks out there that they sincerely. I see TikToks on this, and then I'm reading the comments, and they're like, "No, you can't do that. That's not possible." Blah blah blah. And it's just they just don't know. They've been taught otherwise, and it's new information. Therefore, it's just unknown to them, and that's why I love putting the information out. That you just shared, and then just Quest Trust Company in general and all the other stuff y'all do, because y'all are such a leader in educating this community. And then you also happen to provide a pretty good service too.
Well, thank you, Chris. We love you guys. You and your wife have been client of ours for years. Man, I miss sponsoring guys' events out there in Sugar Land, all the way down at Rudy's. And
I know, don't you miss the barbecue?
Right, of course. So, but you guys have always been helpful, not just to us, but I'm sure just in general to the entire community. So thank you to that. If you guys ever need anything, let me know. So
absolutely. Well, appreciate you, appreciate Quest. And so anyone that wants to check out the free CE class, Realtors, you need CE, check it out. It's free. Thank you so much, Derek.
Bye,
Thanks,
guys.
Derek. You're awesome.
So what Derek was alluding to is, connecting with us. And so they were sponsors to our event early on when Invested Agents was before Invested Agents. So before COVID, it was called Fort Bend Real Estate Investors. It was a meetup. And we started this thing years ago when we did one deal. I mean, not really just one deal, but we had done a few, but we weren't experts, and we wanted to, theoretically or illustrating the example, host the party where we would host an event, and everyone should do this. If there's not a good event in your area, do what Matt did. Host your own, which really host your own anyway. Make it yours, make it unique, make it different. And that's what we did. And we just invited, other experts out to talk about the things that they were passionate about and they knew, and that grew. COVID shut it down. We're like, well, what are we going to do now? And that's how Invested Agents was born. So,
let's go virtual.
All right, so this is what we're going to do. We're going to take a 5-minute break. No, I'm going to take a 3-minute break because the next speaker, I'm a little partial to. I'm going to let Jamie introduce him. So we'll take a 3-minute break, get back. Definitely, we got some awesome stuff coming down the pike, and some goodies, some giveaways, and including shirts. Anyone want a shirt? So stay tuned.
All right. Our next speaker, I'm really excited about because I am literally his biggest fan. And I just love this guy so much. I think he's beyond brilliant. And he is going to be talking. Well, let's bring him up. Oh, there he is. Oh,
Oh.
love this man.
Oh.
And I can say that he's my husband. So he is going to be talking about turning a $10K flip into a $100,000 deal. It's our favorite type of deal that we do. Chris is very much the numbers guy, so he's going to run you through this and take it away, my love.
All right. Thank you. I have a 45-minute presentation that I have to condense down to 30 minutes. So I will be talking very, very quickly. First, if you have done a real estate deal before, a wholesale deal, a flip, if you got a rental property, Airbnb or whatever, drop a thumbs up in the chat. Let's hear it. Most people say they want to get involved in real estate, but they never do. And so if you've done a deal, like you're in the game, or at least you've played the game and you've got the knowledge and experience you have is just amazing. So drop a thumbs up in the chat, give yourself a high five. But if you're brand new, you can be that person that's done their first deal. So if you're brand new and you're excited about doing your first deal, drop your favorite smiley emoji. I've talked a lot about emojis today. I love emojis. So drop your favorite smiley in the chat. Want to hear from you. I love comments. So I'm going to show you the strategy that Jamie and I use, and we used specifically to turn a $10,000 flip or would-be flip into a $100,000 deal. And by the time I'm done, you're probably not going to want to flip houses anymore. But your bottom line, your financials would be much happier because of it. So you're going to see the actual numbers of the deal, and I'm going to show you a couple other case studies of six-figure deals that we've done. And then at the very end, if we have time, I'm going to show you an actual plan of action on how you can become a real estate millionaire. So let's light it up in the chat. Let me know if you want to see that. I'm going to speed along. So I got started in real estate back in 2004. I was a broke college student, had no job. There I am sporting. I've never been a fashionable guy. Jamie reminds me of that. But it's true. So here I am sporting cargo shorts, Abercrombie shirt, and high socks and some tennis shoes or whatever. But hey, I'm 21 years old or so, and I just bought a house. So I don't care. May not look good from a fashion standpoint, but just bought a house, did my first deal. Amazing. Ended up flipping 4 houses within that first year in real estate while still in college. And I did that all through joint ventures and using private lenders. Brief background of our history. So in 2011, Jamie and I got married, and I dropped this bomb in her lap. She tells the story a lot better than I do, which she tells it in her upcoming book. But basically I said, hey, babe, I want to start flipping houses. We both had jobs, and what we ended up doing actually was buying rental properties. Really good idea at the time. Then in 2014, got licensed. 2015, went full time. 2018, joined EXP Realty. And that was because it was a company that I saw that allowed me to build wealth and passive income within my business, and while I invest. And so it aligned with our goals and made just complete total sense. And then having all these extra collaborative opportunities it has just been amazing. 2020, Invested Agents was born out of a local event. And then 2021, we took a huge leap into large multifamily. And we bought a $42 million, or we're small partners in a $42 million asset in Florida. So all in all, $65 million in transactions over the years, $19 million raised from private lenders and equity partners, $44 million assets under management. Most of that is because of the apartment complex. Same with the 393 units. And again, we're small partners on that. It's not like we took that on ourselves. 200 flips, top 0.5% with EXP Realty. This is a picture of my why. It's why I get up every day before 5 a.m. Sometimes on Saturdays too. Like this morning, I got up at 4:30, and I'm happy to do it. I do love real estate, but I love my family more. They're my driver. You've already met Jamie. That's our now 8-year-old son, Nathan, 5-year-old Ellie. They're full of personality and all the craziness and love that kids bring and joy they bring to our lives. So disclosures. I'm not a financial advisor. I'm not a CPA. I'm not an attorney. I am a licensed realtor in Texas, and I'm also a real estate agent doing what I'm about to show you. So everything that I show you here, I don't necessarily share this to say do exactly what I'm saying, but take it and filter it with your own goals, your own risk tolerance, run it by your own professionals, your own CPA and all that. Figure out how it can help you meet your real estate goals faster than maybe you were anticipating, or maybe a better way, or in a way that is more impactful. So thumbs up or heart in the chat. Now, have you read this book, Cash Flow Quadrant? I was in college when I read it, and it was massively impactful. I think at this point, I had already taken an accounting class in college. I earned my C, meaning it was a struggle, but I finally got it. And then I read this book later on, and I was like, well, I learned more about accounting just from this book. And then I did a whole semester in accounting class. And this book cost me like $15. But so most people watching now, the concepts in this book, they're very elementary. But what makes this book special is how it outlines money and cash flow in its simplest way, how it's made. It illustrates how money flows. It shows the importance of not only buying assets, but buying assets that provide passive income. There's only so many hours a day that we can work as a professional, and assets that provide passive income produce a compounding effect on our financial statement. And real estate is one of the best income producing assets that you can ever own. And the cool thing is anybody can do it. Like you don't have to, it doesn't take a certain college education or a certain education or background or whatever. Anybody can do this. So understanding that, wealth really becomes better defined as time. When you have more passive income coming in each month than your expenses, your wealth continuously grows. Otherwise, wealth declines. And the unfortunate part is, in a traditional retirement plan of how the normal America, normal financial planners are out there that are designing these financial plans, they're really designing a plan to where your wealth decreases every single month. And the goal there is not a goal that I want to live. The goal is to die before you run out of money. And that's just not the pressure I really want to have on my life. I plan on living until I'm 120. I was joking with someone in another thread earlier today about that. So I want to have my wealth grow every single month. And you can do that. This is well understood by a lot of investors, but most investors run their business in a way that looks like this chart, where you have money coming in and that's all being sucked out because of expenses. But basically the job is they're flipping everything. They're wholesaling everything. Or if you're a realtor, you're working everything as you're getting all of your income through commissions. And there's nothing wrong with any of those things. Like everyone needs some sort of active income until they can get enough passive income that exceeds their expenses. So you still need that. Those are important. But what I'm going to illustrate is there's a big, big reward to not sell everything. Find a way to hold more assets. The landlord enjoys most of the benefits out there that the government puts out there for you. And not just the government, the government from a tax standpoint, but also enjoying the equity pay down from your tenants, the cash flow, the appreciation, and then the leverage. So you can even turn marginal deals that you would never buy into big profit. So we'll show you a case study in just a minute, but here's the strategy. Most of you are familiar with the BRRRR strategy. So there's a slight twist that we put on it, and we call this the slow flip strategy. First, the BRRRR strategy, buy, starts with buy. You're out there buying a deal below value because it probably needs a lot of work. So you're going to need to rehab it, right? You got to bring it up to value to meet your to meet the market, whether you're going to buy rent it or flip it. Either way, you have to rehab it to that condition. But with the BRRRR strategy, the whole purpose is to rent it out. So you get a tenant in there, paying your mortgage, then you refinance. You don't necessarily have to wait until you rent it to refinance. You can refinance day one, or as soon as you're done rehabbing it. But refinance into your long-term, lower rate mortgage, then you repeat. That's the BRRRR strategy. But the little twist we have on it, the reason why we call it the slow flip, is then you sell, which seems a little counterintuitive. Why would you sell if you're trying to build a rental portfolio? And it ends up being a reinvestment of equity to compound results over time. And if you can do this, you're basically flipping properties. It's just not every 90 days or 120 days or every 6 months. You're flipping a property over a 3, 5, 7, 10-year timeline. And that's where you can get some huge numbers. So real life example right now, 7315 Willow Oak. This is the 100K example where I got the title of this presentation. So this is a house we bought at the end of 2020. It was a complete disaster. What emoji best describes this image right here? Here's another one. So this was actually we flipped 200 houses, which means I've probably gone on more than 1,000 appointments. This was the worst one, the absolute worst house that I've ever personally walked. Not only was it a hoarder house, but it was like a hoarder house that a tornado went off inside, and there was not a place you could walk inside the house and not step on something. I was just very thankful that whatever I stepped on didn't move, because I didn't know what rats and other things would be lurking underneath the rubble. But we turned it into this. Remarkable. It's a night and day difference. Now, had we flipped this property, we would have made about $10,000. That's not an exciting. That doesn't get me excited for all the work that we put into this deal. That definitely I would have been pretty let down with that. But we didn't. And we actually never planned to, but I ran this number because I wanted to illustrate specifically to folks that are flipping, because we flipped 200 houses. I mean, this is the thought process I go through now. Had we not done that, like, where would we be? And of course, now we can make a change and do this in the future. This is what I'm trying to get you to understand. If you're out there wholesaling and flipping, or if you want to move into that, find a way to hold more assets. Because what is this $10,000 flip going to turn into? Well, this is a cash flow pro forma chart. We ended up getting $1,750 a month. It was actually a little bit more than we had planned in rent. All we have to do now is let time play out. So cash flow, net cash flow, I mean, assuming there's no major issues, which those happen, but we also have CapEx, vacancy, and repairs factored in here. But assuming no like major issues, knock on wood, hopefully you don't want to get any floods or anything like that. Look what happens in year 5. Like, cash flow grows slightly over time. It's not going to be a lot, definitely not life changing. But look what happens in year 5. When we have a projected sale at the end of a 5-year period, we stand to walk away with a $91,000 check based on performance. And the way we underwrote this is if appreciation does not continue like the crazy appreciation we've had over the last 2 years. So now, after you factor in acquisition costs and disposition costs and commissions and net cash flow over the years, we will end up having net out, based on these projections, about $87,000. What if you had one of these every single year, or 2 of these every single year? How would that feel? If you can build your pipeline now and have this going on every single year. But it actually gets better because we didn't flip it. We held it long term. Therefore, we have lower taxes on the deal. It's now like long-term capital gain. We enjoy depreciation on our tax benefits over the years. So we get an accelerated use out of our dollar. And it actually has appreciated a lot faster than we originally anticipated. Matter of fact, just in the last like 6 months, it's gone up another 20 grand from when we looked at it last year. So it, in all likelihood, is going to be well over $100,000 gross or net at the end of a 5-year period, maybe even as fast as year 4 if this continues. So you may be saying, hey, that's all projection, so in your pocket. What about an actual deal? Well, I got a couple of those too. 2730 Mesquite. Previous speaker, Jet Lending, they actually loaned on this deal. So this was done with hard money. This was Jamie and I's very first house. We bought this place. It wasn't as trash as the other one. It definitely smelled that bad though. It was horrible. But anyway, that's when we bought it. We ended up rehabbing it, rented it out, refinancing the long term. We do much better remodels now. This was our first one, so don't judge us on that. But in any case, what our objective was really just to rehab it to meet the comps, and we accomplished that goal and rented it out. It was great, but then the time came to sell it. And really what happened in this case was taxes. It was appreciating so quickly that the taxes and insurance, the increase in cost was eating away with cash flow. So our margins were decreasing. So we decided to go ahead and sell it. So we did. And so we bought this house for $85,000, put 65 grand into it between the initial rehab and then the final make ready at the end. And then over that time, we had a net cash flow of 14 grand. And we sold it for $237,000. I was already licensed at the time, so I did list this. Had we flipped the house, we would have made about $25,000 or $30,000, which that's a decent flip. It's not like super exciting, but it's a decent flip. We ended up making 100 grand. That's really good. That actually excites me. And again, it was lower taxes, and we got depreciation along the way, which we had full-time jobs still during that time period. So the tax benefit was massive. Another case study, 5806 Hoover. This house we had bought, it was a HUD home. Whatever the case was before, when we bought it, it really didn't need a lot of work. It was almost like a home run deal for us. We ended up having to put a roof on it and do some little knickknack stuff. But since it was move-in ready, we actually didn't really do much on the interior. Rented it out. Then, refinanced. Similar story to the other one. The area is moving up in value. Taxes are going up. Insurance going up. Therefore, net income is going down. So we decided to sell it. And so we do. Numbers on this, $80,500. That was the purchase price. We put about $36,000 in it throughout the time we owned it. Net cash flow, almost 13 grand. We sold it for 224. And giving us a gross profit of almost 120,000. When had we flipped it, about 30 grand. Again, 30 grand, 120 grand. Like, which would you rather have? And the cool thing was this was actually pretty close in time to the other one. So we ended up having some like fat paydays all in a row, which was nice. All right. So the game plan. Do you want to hear the game plan? The actual game plan that anyone can do, whether you're brand new in this business or you're experienced or regardless, anyone can do this, because the truth is, if you want to build $1 million rental portfolio, it doesn't take as much as you think. And a lot of people think that they have to go do what Ben's doing, buy these huge, large multifamily properties, or they got to go flip 100 homes a year like Don. Those are great things, and you can do them, and you can make a ton of money. But if you are happy, especially if you're happy working a full-time job, just doing your thing and accumulating rental properties over time, it doesn't take as many as you might think to supplement or even provide the majority of your retirement. So let's go over it. These numbers, I have to work with something, and every market's going to be a little different. And I've got to work with static numbers to keep it simple. But just to illustrate a point, I'm going to show this game plan with a hypothetical property that is worth $175,000 ARV. Again, I mean, if you're in San Diego, California, then like you can't even get a spot next to a gutter worth that. But just play with me here and or work with me here, and you can fill in your own numbers and play this out in your market and see how it plays out. But I guarantee you it does play out. So ARV 175,000, loan 75%, 131,000, rent following the 1% rule, 1750 a month. PITI. Now this is based on 5% interest, which you can get, at least for now, you can still get much better than 5% interest rate. But PITI 1268. 10% cash reserves, because you have to reserve for taxes and insurance, or you have to reserve for vacancy, repairs, and capex, and then cash flow. So that leaves us with a net cash flow of $307. So what we're going to do is we're going to buy one of these properties a year, one property a year. Anyone can do that. Go out, and this is 2022. Buy one rental. That's all you have to do. Now, if you're flipping and you need to flip because you have to make money, right? That's fine. Flip 3 houses, hold one. Flip 3, hold one. Find a way to get one rental property. And if you can't, because of credit reasons or whatever, get in personally, JV on a deal. Matt was talking about how he's used joint venture. We use joint venture on our first deals. Joint venture with someone who can help you and can fill that gap with something that you lack, whether it's money, credit, deal flow. Maybe you have the money and someone else has the deal flow. Find a way to get involved and get your first rental this year. But this is what we're going to do. If you bought one rental this year, you're going to have $307 in cash flow based on this example and 43 grand in equity. You cannot retire off of this. So congrats, you got a rental, but you can't retire. Buy one a year and do that consistently for the next 10 years. So this time when we're doing the 12th annual Invested Agent Summit, or whatever, in 10 years from now, when you're looking back, you have 10 rental properties. This is what that would look like. You're a millionaire. So you'd have 10 rental properties paying you a net $3,000 a month. That's not life-changing. Well, actually, that is life-changing for a lot of people. You're probably not going to quit your job off $3,000 a month, especially with inflation. But that can be life-changing for a lot of people. I definitely realize that. And you have almost $500,000 in equity. But here's the secret. You're already a millionaire. You just have to let your tenants pay off the mortgage. That's all you have to do, because it doesn't even factor in appreciation. And it doesn't even factor in debt pay down. So you actually have more equity than you think at year 10. But once your tenants pay them off, if they do not appreciate at all in value, you have $1.75 million in real estate assets that are now generating more income every single month because you paid off the mortgage. But the truth is they are going to go up in value. So in a 10-year period, some of them may have doubled in value during that time, but a lot of them probably went up between 20 and 40%. Now, if you want to get aggressive with it, what if you use the slow flip strategy? That was a static example, just buying one a year. What if you use a slow flip strategy where you bought a property for every year for 5 years, but starting in year 6, you sold the worst one, the one that just gave you the biggest headache, the one you didn't like, maybe the one that just went up a lot in value and you're not making cash flow from it anymore. What does that look like? So over a 10-year period, you buy 10, but years 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, you sold one each of those years. So you ended up selling 5, but you use the money not to go out and buy a Range Rover or buy yourself a significantly bigger house, but you reinvested it, not back into just one property, but use the money to reinvest in 2 properties, doubling each one you sold. So when you sold one, you bought 2. So you ended up selling 5, but buying 10 more. Now you have 15. Now your cash flow is $4,600 a month with $656,000 in equity, but you really have $2.63 million assets under management. Like that. How's that going to impact your retirement? Now, what if you bought 2 a year? What does that look like? You bought 20 throughout the 10-year period. You sold 10. So you sold 2, year 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Each of those years sold 2, but doubled them. You used the money to go replace the 2 and then buy 2 more. So now you actually have 30 at the end of 10 years, $9,200 in cash flow, 1.31 million in equity, $4.5 million assets under management. Finally, if you want to be super, super aggressive, by 3 a year, you end up having 45 properties over a 10-year period, 13,000 plus in monthly cash flow, almost 2 million in equity. But you actually have close to $8 million assets under management. And the assets under management, again, it assumes that they didn't go up in value at all, but they do. And like that, there's not anyone here that can't retire off $8 million. Inflation would have to do a lot of, it would have to have a major impact for that not to work for you. So you probably got a pretty good retirement if you're retiring with $8 million. So how can you do it in 3 years? You only need 6 properties. That's it. With 6 properties, based on this example, you would have 1.5 mil, a little over $1 million assets under management. Let your tenants pay them off. That's 2 properties a year, or just 1 property, 2 properties a year if you want to do it in 3 years. But I mean, if you do it in 6 years, like, would you be sad about that? If you just bought 1 property a year for 6 years and paid it off, and then they're going to go up in value. So, and in reality, in a lot of markets, 2, 3, 4 properties will probably get you there. So a couple of key points here. You have to know your numbers. You got to manage like a pro, which for most people, that means let them pro manage them. That means you don't manage them yourself. Let a professional manage them. There's a lot of great property management companies out there. A lot of them flat fee now, like Renters Warehouse is a natural franchise. I know the owner here in Houston. So reach out to them, or if they're not in your market, someone like them, and or talk to a few, get some referrals. Unless you're going to be actively engaged in managing and you just happen to like it, you don't mind the Friday, Saturday calls that the AC went out and they got a clogged toilet, because it always happens on Fridays and Saturdays. Like, let a professional manage it. That way you can do the fun things, like manage the deposits come into your bank account. Financing. You have to stay on top of your financing. You got to stay on top of your books, which brings me to accounting. Do not let don't do your own bookkeeping. Let a professional handle that. It's not very expensive, and it's going to cost you a lot more money having a CPA fix your problems, which actually means don't do your own taxes. Don't be going on TurboTax. Like the professionals here with bookkeeping and having a real estate professional CPA do your accounting. They're going to far more than pay for themselves. And then that way you can focus on things that you're good at doing or you like doing. And then escrow. You have to escrow for taxes and insurance. Your mortgage is probably going to require that, but they're probably not going to require that you escrow for vacancy and repairs and capital expenditures. Well, you will have vacancies at some point. If you hold it a certain amount of time, it will be vacant at some point. You will have repairs. Things happen. And there's going to be some type of big capital expense, a roof, an HVAC system, a water heater, whatever. You need the money to pay for that stuff. So you may be able to absorb just one. But if you've got 3 or 4 that happen all at once and you got to absorb those, that wouldn't be fun. So have the money, keep it in a separate bank account. And that way you can... you don't get caught. And then last, reinvest. You got to reinvest the funds. That's the only way you're going to grow a portfolio if you're spending everything you're making, which can be tempting if you look at Instagram and all the folks that are in fake jets taking pictures. It's not real. You know it's fake. Like, don't try to live like the Joneses do, because the Joneses are broke too. You're not. You're reinvesting, and then in 10, 20 years, you're not taking pictures in front of a jet. If you want one, you could buy one, but you probably don't even need to do that too, because that's how you got rich. You reinvested everything, right? So here's how to reach us, investedagents.com. But we actually, we've got some other things we're going to be sharing later with the Invested Agents community. And I didn't even know this was up the whole time. Okay. So you can go to investedagents.com, and it has all of our social links. Definitely reach out to us. And but later on today, we're going to be talking about the Invested Agents community. So investedagents.com/community. Go there, definitely get connected with us. And we have some exciting things that we're going to be sharing with y'all. How much time. I can't really look at the clock while I'm doing this. See how much time we have left. Maybe like 3 more minutes. So, Jamie, you can hop up if you'd like. So, a couple more minutes. In about an hour, we're going to be talking more about the invested agents community. We'll give a couple plugs. One, our new book, Top Tips
After 100 flips. I'm getting tongue tied.
Not really, but so that book is officially being launched on Amazon. It's on pre-order now. Like you can pre-order it now on Amazon. We'll put a link in the chat here. 99 cents. Like I don't think it's going to break anyone. If you want to pre-order it, like love you for it, appreciate it. And we look forward to the feedback and Amazon reviews. If you RSVP'd for this event, which you can still do, investedagents.com/summit will give you a free copy. We're actually giving advanced copies. So you're going to get it before the actual launch on Amazon. So regardless of which way you go, like we're going to make sure you get a copy if you want one. And we just ask for a review. But we're going to be talking more about the invested agents community and the extra like investing training and resources and tools and all the stuff that we're going to be
coaching, mentoring. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because we get that actually during this. I've gotten a lot of messages about that, and and we got some other goodies. So shirt, like let me know what you thought about this presentation. Some of the top commenters, we're going to be giving away a shirt, and we got some other cool goodies and giveaways later on. So
yeah, we had some questions
for
your presentation if you have time, but let's see.
Yeah, we got like 2 minutes if you saw any questions in there.
Well, one good question about the financing. Do your finances have to get in good order?
So, Eddie, sorry, that was my timer to stop talking. Eddie Gant touched on this earlier.
Mm-hmm.
If you are going to go in this game, and that was part of my key points at the end, like your financing, you need to know that you can get into long-term financing. Now, today in this market, there's a lot of options. Like when we just got started, there really wasn't. It was like you had conventional, which the red tape there is a mountain of red tape. And if you got a good W-2 income and strong income and you can document it, good tax returns, like that's where you're going to get the best rates. You just got to go through a lot of pain to get there. But today, local community banks. And if you're watching, I'd go back and watch Eddie's section on that once we're done. Don't do it now. But go back and watch Eddie's section because he talks about that. Local community banks, get to know them, start a bank account with them now, let them know what you're planning on doing, make sure they invest in real estate. But that way, when the time comes, they'll know you and they'll be comfortable loaning to you.
Just don't do your mistake that you did in college. I love when you share that story.
Oh, yeah.
Can you share it? Do we have time? That was funny.
Yeah, I mean, I was super green. Like, I'd read Rich Dad Poor Dad.
You were 21 years old, you know?
I got these dreams, and I wrote this financial statement down. This is embarrassing, but I own it. So I knew you had to have a financial statement. So I wrote a financial statement. I'm a college kid. I don't have a financial statement, or I don't have assets. So on the assets column, I wrote down like my truck. I mean, okay, little credence there. My desk, my computer.
Your computer desk.
And I actually handed this thing to the banker when I'm doing the right thing. I'm inquiring, so give me an E for effort. But I can only so he thanked me and he went to the back room, and I imagine he laughed to all his banker buddies. So I mean, if that guy's still around, man, I'd love to talk to you. But in any case, local community banks, there are non-conventional lenders. There's investor-only lenders that will lend long-term for rental properties. Rates are going to be higher than your conventional. Like you're not going to get 3% rates on non-conventional. You might from a community bank, a local commercial bank. They're probably going to be a 15 or 20-year AM. So it is different, but they're there. Get to know them now and start developing relationships, network, figure out who these people are in your market, and even if you can't qualify now, get to know them, open accounts, and then work your way to that. So that's all I got.
Yeah.
I'll
Someone just
try
asked
to
if
answer any
we
other.
created a vendors list. I don't know if it's for what
Yeah.
you're
Well, I mean,
flipping businesses
I don't know if vendor list means when we're flipping houses
or
and
like right
things like that.
now.
Yeah, I mean, when we're flipping houses, yeah, when we need
Yes.
the foundation, we knew who to go to. We knew who to go to for plumbing and electrical was always a challenge because it's always
Mhm.
like a spinning wheel of who was actually going to perform. But we still had those in our. We ended up finding a good GC that since was able to do well over 100 flips for us and took a lot of that out. But
Right. Yeah. So if you're talking about like for flipping, if you want to be specific, then like on what you're talking about, if I'm thinking you're saying flipping for this, have you created a vendors list? So yeah, when we were rehabbing, we did, and that's great to have spreadsheets.
100%.
Your friend.
Yep. So I'll try to get some other questions in the comments, but we're going to take a 3-minute break. We've got another amazing speaker that's going to be coming up, showing you something that's pretty important to this whole process. You can't really invest until you do what he's going to be showing you. So we'll see you in the next minutes.
All right. Well, next up, so thank you for hanging in with us. We have a few more speakers. We have next up is Burton Alacondo. Hi, Burton. Thank you so much for joining us. You can unmute your microphone for us, please. Great.
Hey, how's it going? Thank you for having me. How are you guys doing?
Great. It's been an awesome day. We're so excited to have you on here. So a little bit about Burton. He is going to talk about finding motivated sellers. Burton is the senior product specialist at PropStream. which is a data and analytics company for real estate investors and agents. He has trained thousands of investors on how to use better data to find better deals. So thank you so much for joining us. Go ahead and take it away.
Absolutely. Thanks you so much for having me. So first and foremost, I'd like to explain what PropStream does. So PropStream started in 2006. We actually started, I always have this with me just so we can remember, but we started in the software era. So you used to have to install PropStream. And in the past, our goal is still the same as it is today, which is to go get records on your behalf, right? And those are public records, records from third-party aggregators, mortgage information, HOA information, and put it all in a platform so that you can easily read that information. Now, the main goal with that data was to essentially paint a story on an individual property. And this is where that led us. Today, a realtor just like yourself, or an investor, banker, contractor, anybody in the real estate space for that matter, can go in PropStream and immediately on our search page, zoom in on a market. Maybe it's somewhere in North Carolina, like Raleigh, North Carolina. Maybe the homeowner has a property. Maybe it's their mother's property. Maybe it's a cousin's property. But you're going to be able to go into any market, zoom in, and click on a parcel and immediately get 4 important things, which are property details, mortgage information, situational data, like they have multiple properties in this case. They bought this one in cash back in 2019. And the last, but certainly not least, is the comparables. You'll be able to look at public sale data and get an idea of what the market value would be for this rehab property, or this property if it was rehabbed. Now, that's not the point of today's presentation, but I needed to paint a picture of much data. There's so much data that we can paint a picture for each individual property on a nationwide level. Now, that's one aspect of our business, analyzing an individual property, negotiating with the home over the phone, obviously looking at our details page and using that to build confidence, to ask the right questions. And again, maybe run a comp and print our comps report. But the other most important part about PropStream is the same fact that we have a lot of data. And so what I'd like to share with you today are 2 different ways that you can build a list in PropStream. And I'm going to give you some best practices along with that. Now, before we go into the 2 best ways to build a list in PropStream, the first thing we need to do is search a market. And let me zoom in a little bit for us to see a little bit better. But the first thing we need to do is pull up a market. And in PropStream, you can either search by a county, a city, 1 or up to 5 zip codes, or another feature not too many people are utilizing is our draw search feature here at the top left. Now, before you begin a search, if you need any assistance or guidance on where the hot markets could be, on the map itself at the top right, we have a heat map. And this heat map can show you estimated values, MLS stats like listing prices, price growth, and rental values. Now, nothing's going to happen right away because each category has a subcategory you're going to need to select. So once you choose the category, click on a subcategory and select a subcategory. So in this case, if I choose estimated values, I can see where all the $1 million properties are in the United States, all the properties within $100,000 and everything in between. MLS stats, how does that MLS data look like? Show me all the listing prices. And hey, you know what? The listing prices match up that estimated value. Again, we're using data from multiple sources to paint this picture for you. My personal favorite of the bunch is the price growth, right? If you're not familiar with your market or you're endeavoring into a new market, use the price growth. Show me how that area has grown over the last year. And now you can see the markets where there's been over 100% growth, markets that have taken a loss, and everything in between. Maybe you're representing an investor buyer who likes to rent out properties. Rental values. You can see rent prices on a nationwide level. Red, our properties renting for $5,000 or more, makes sense. They're by the coastal area, right? properties 500 or less, everything in between. And you can even use that on top of a search. So you can say, hey, I'd like to see how this area has grown over the last year. And show me Richmond, Virginia. So I can zoom into Richmond, Virginia, again, or county or zip code, and the heat map will still stay there. Or another cool option is that draw search feature. You know, once you've highlighted an area, you can use our draw search feature and draw out your own shape through several left clicks. So left click, left click, left click. Essentially, you're making your own shape. Once you have your own shape, enter on the keyboard. Okay. So the main point here is we need to get to a market. So you can search by county, you can use the zip code feature, you can use the city feature or the draw search feature, and feel free to use the heat map along the way. Okay. Now let me clear everything. So we're back to a clean slate here. But let's go ahead and assume we're going to pull up a market. And let's use a different market here. Let's use Denver, Colorado. I don't know why, but the cold has got me thinking about maybe Denver. It's probably cold out there right now. I can only imagine. But I'm in Denver, Colorado. And the first thing that happens when you pull up any market, a county, a city, or a zip code, is we're going to give you the collective total results that we've collected on your behalf, right? So there's over 250,000 records that I can go through. And if I wanted to, I can go through them manually, one at a time. And I can click on next to get to the next page, next page. There's over 5,000 pages of 50 properties per page. I don't recommend going through them one at a time. It's not the point here, right? It's time. Point is to be smart. We are, one of our models is market smarter, not harder. And I don't think going through each property, I mean, even though we have the details of each property, so I can click on one of them at a time. And hey, David, I see you have a lien. I see you have multiple properties. I see you have a mortgage on this property. Yeah, you might be motivated. Let me call you, right? Let me reach out to you. To do that across the board, it's going to take way too long. So to help you out a little bit, we've categorized them into our first 8 categories. We've taken those records and we've broken them up for you. So we're showing you how many of them are on the MLS that we've been able to capture, how many are pre-foreclosure, auction, bank-owned, cash buyers, liens, vacant, high equity. So whether it's Denver today or the homeowner in Denver says, not my house in Denver, are you kidding me? That's my vacation home. I like to ski. I'm talking about my property in Atlanta, Georgia. Ah, okay. We can search Atlanta. Same thing happens. 300,000 records there, broken up into individual categories. But what you need to get familiar with is our search filter here on the right-hand side. Now, if you know you want auctions and that's it, yes, you can click on auctions and then just go through the 212 properties here. But once you're done with that, you're probably going to need to click on another category, right? So I recommend after pulling up a market, whatever your market is, get used to going into the filter. And here's why. These 8 categories that you see here are the first quick list choices in our filter. So you're going to see the on market all the way to high equity, right? And 10 other options. Tired landlord, senior owner, zombie properties, which are pre-foreclosures and vacant properties combined, right? Flippers, these are homeowners that bought a property and now they're listed within 2 years of that purchase. But let me make things even more easier for you, because not only do we have 18 categories, we have over 120 plus filters. Doesn't look like it, but if you click on property characteristics, you get more characteristics or filters. If you click on MLS status, you get more filters. Pre-foreclosure bank owned, you get the pre-foreclosure foreclosure filters, and so forth and so forth. So I decided to create this PowerPoint to show you the 2 different ways you can build a listed PropStream. The first way I call the traditional search. And prior to PropStream, and even today, investors and agents have been doing this. There's nothing wrong with this. This is actually the way you should be building your list if you're starting, or again, just trying to get into this and getting deals, right? But there are different ways to build leads. And the other way is the 4 golden rules search. But we'll get to that in just a second. Let me show you how you could build a traditional list in PropStream, or search traditionally. First thing you do after you pull up your market, in this case Atlanta, is you're going to pick a list. So once I go to Atlanta, going to go to the filter, and I'm going to pick a list. And now this could be, again, vacant properties, could be liens, it could be all the senior owners in Atlanta. So instead of 300,000 records, we're now down to 25,000 records. Now, we don't want to market it to 25,000 records. That's still quite a bit of marketing money, right? So I've noticed over the span of nearly 10 years of working with PropStream and investors and agents that there are some best practices. And those are the following 3 steps, which are, after you pick a list, let's make sure it's off market. So we're not needing to buy from the realtor. Not that you can't, but it's probably easier to do direct to seller, right? Speak to the homeowner and get them contracted. So off market, that can be found in our MLS status. Why? Because to know if a property is off market, we need to have that MLS data, and we have that. So I can go to MLS status, and in regards to the senior owners, the 25,000, I can see the ones that are on market by hitting yes, or by hitting no and seeing the ones that are not on market, or both, any. Most of us are going to probably aim for the off market one, so make sure you hit no here. Now, the third rule is the equity, right? We don't want to have the homeowner bring money to the table when they're listing their property. Investors as well. Most investors want to get equity so that when they buy the property, put their rehab in there, there's still enough equity, right? After the price goes up from the rehab to sell the property. Right? You're not trying to buy a property at over market price and then rehab it and then not be able to sell it because the market value is lower than what you invested. That just doesn't make any sense. So I've noticed equity tends to be the third rule, best practice, that our users apply. And that can be found in the valuation and equity section here. I'll see users go in there and they'll put the percentage. Maybe it's like 10% minimum, or maybe it's a 50%, 60% in this case. Last and final characteristic or best practice I see in the traditional searching, and this is before PropStream, with PropStream, and I'm sure going forward, we're still going to be doing this. Property owner characteristics. So users will go to our property characteristics and say, I'm looking for a residential class. I'm looking for commercial buildings. I'm looking for office spaces, industrial vacant land. Most of us are probably in the residential space. So we'll click residential, and then we can go to the property types and specify what residential property. Is it a duplex? Is it a condominium? Is it a triplex, quadruplex, mobile home, or single family? Beds, bathrooms, school district search, numbers of stories in an HOA, not in an HOA, all property characteristics that are available. Owner characteristics, I've noticed, is usually the last stop for most searches. And that starts at the top. Do you want the owner occupying the property? Yes. I mean, when you knock on the door, they should most likely be there. Do you want the owner not occupying the property? No, and so forth. Ownership info is the next final area. This allows you to specify owner, corporate owned, and so forth. Let's say individual in this case. When you're done, the close button here is at the bottom, and now your results are on the right-hand side. This is the traditional search that you can do in PropStream. So what you're used to already, going to the county, grabbing a list, refining it, you can do in PropStream. What I'm about to leave you guys off with is what I call the 4 golden rules, and this is something that you should pay very close attention to. This will help you find leads where leads are not being found, right? I call this finding homeowner situation. That's the power of data. I took 2, 3, and 4, those rules, and I made it the first thing. So if I go to Atlanta, for example, before doing anything else, I'm going to make sure it's off market. That's in the MLS. I'm going to make sure it has equity in the equity section. Let's say 60% once more. And then I'm going to put my property characteristics and owner characteristics. Maybe for this one, we're looking for residential and single family properties. Now for owner information, this is where I can build a situation. And I'll show you an example. One situation could be individually owned properties, but not just a list of, situations, but rather than choosing a list, how about I create one? And that one being individuals that bought a house in 2019 to December of 2019. And also in our mortgage information section, specify that they have a single mortgage as well. There are 324 properties in this market that bought a property with a mortgage a year before the pandemic. That's a situation. They're probably regretting that, and that could be a listing for some of us, right? So I want you guys to start thinking of situations. This is just one of them. And again, it did not rely on that traditional method of choosing a list. I just said, hey, you know what? There's a pandemic. I'm sure people that bought a house might be regretting it. Maybe we call this the regret list, right? So these are 324 that bought a house in 2019. No one knew about the pandemic, right? Might have had a hinge, but no one knew about it. But 324 individuals bought a property with a mortgage. Maybe we should be checking up on them. Here's another one I can give you. And take this away, realtors. I saw a realtor look for properties that had 3 bedrooms, but with 1 bathroom maximum and a minimum 1,000 square footage. Here's the situation though. Not only do you have 1 bathroom, but you've been owning this property for 10 years. So this is what she called the I need to upgrade my property list, because you have 3,435 properties in our market that all have 1 bathroom. Right? These are probably families with small children at one point, but 10 years have gone by. They don't have small children anymore. They're probably teenagers, and they may now need to upgrade. So ladies and gentlemen, this is what PropStream is ultimately about. Not only just the property details of the homeowners who need to upgrade in this scenario, but the ability to manipulate our data on a nationwide level to not just find things that we have on a list, but to find situations that others are potentially overlooking. If you get good at that, I mean, you can even mix it up. You can pick a list like a senior owner property, not just any senior owner, but a senior owner that's perhaps in a 2-story building. Have we considered maybe senior owners that haven't gotten to the 2nd store in months, maybe years? These are potential listings right here as well. So once you understand traditional and 4 golden rules, you should be good to go. Now I see a very powerful question here, and that is, how frequent is your data updated, right? That's a tricky question, because if you caught on, we have so much data. So here's the best way to check the frequency of data in your market. Once you pull up your market, let's say your market today is, and I'm going to pull up a random one. Let's say it's Salt Lake City today. Pull up your city, your zip code, whatever it may be. Use this feature right here. It's the spreadsheet feature. By clicking on that, you can see last updated. And if you click on that twice, you can see which property was the most recent updated. You can even do that for individual categories. If you want to know what's the most recent MLS listing, click on MLS, hit that tab, last updated. The most recent listing we had was 3 days ago. Pre-foreclosures, again, same thing. Last updated when it comes to pre-foreclosure records, 7 days ago. Right? No 2 data sets are the same. This is the best way to identify how up-to-date that data set is in that market. Thank you guys so much for watching. My name is Burton. If you guys have any questions regarding PropStream, I highly recommend you visit our website, propstream.com. We do live webinars Monday through Friday starting at 3 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. We also have a free PropStream Academy course. So if you guys want to learn more about PropStream and just PropStream alone, check out our Academy. Again, it's free. There's quizzes. You even get a certificate at the very end once we teach you everything about PropStream. So thank you guys so very much. Chris, I give that back to you, brother.
Yeah, thanks very much, Burton. I mean, in regardless of what market you're in, especially in real estate, this is a data. Everything's with data. Everything you're doing with marketing, it's all about data, better data, how to organize. And actually, the data actually can be a problem, because if you have too much data, you can't make sense of it. So being able to organize and filter and then process and know how to use the data to maximum effect, that's the power. And the folks that can use the best data, the most accurate data, and then implement good marketing on top of that, that's how you can get better deals and more deals. So appreciate it. We did put PropStream's link in the chat. So thank you so much, Burton.
Thank you guys so much. Have a wonderful day, everybody.
You too. So we got their link in the chat. We're going to come back here in 5 minutes. We'll take a 5-minute break, and we're going to bring up our next speaker. So see you back in 5 minutes. All right. Welcome back. You're not used to see me, right? You see Jamie when we come back from break. Okay, so today we've gone through, we've had folks talk about manufactured home. Brant Phillips talking about the opportunities with manufactured homes and mobile home parks. We've had Matt Gardner talking about working with investors and building community to the tune to where he was able to build a $50 million in sales business within 1 year on his first real full year in the business. Derek talked about investing in real estate in ways that you can do it tax free. We just had Burton talking about how to find deals and use data to find better deals. Mallory talked about all this like chaos in business and real estate, whether this is the investing or working as a realtor, finding balance and how you can actually find balance and not just find balance, but be consistently and purposeful about having balance in your life, in your personal life, and in real estate, and several other speakers. So we do have more speakers in line, and our next speaker is going to be talking about marketing. Before we bring him up, though, I want to share with you a little bit about invested agents and what we're doing. But first, before we do that, if you've gotten value out of this, like these speakers, if they've given you any nuggets that really hit home, or something that you think that you can implement in your business to either save you money or make you money. And that's how we always looked anytime we went to an event. We're like, hey, look, is something here going to help us make more money, help us do another deal, or maybe get a little bit more profit on a deal? Or is it going to save us money from not making a mistake? Like, are we going to learn like things to avoid? So if you've learned anything today that's going to save you money or make you money, click the like button, comment below, drop some fire in the chat. Definitely want to hear it. But I want to share with you a few things before we bring up the next speaker. First is the launch date of our new book, Top Tips After 100 Flips. And I'm going to try to bring up the image here while I talk about this. So top tips after 100 flips, real estate investing advice, tips, and lessons learned. This is co-written by my wife and partner in crime, Jamie, and I can share this. Let me share my screen real quick. I want to make sure y'all get a good picture of this. So we're gonna drop. We'll drop the pre-order link in the chat here in a minute. So Jamie, hold me to that. Officially launches February 1st, and you can pre-order it now on Amazon. We'll get that link down below. But we'll actually give you a free copy for everyone who RSVP'd for this event. You're going to get a free copy. So, but whether you get the free copy or you want to do the pre-order on Amazon, which if you just search for that term on Amazon, then you can get free. Get that pre-order. But either way, we definitely want to hear your feedback on that, because we spent a lot of time and effort in that, and it's kind of near and dear to us, because when we created this at the time was a presentation and we developed it into a book. It was the first time that we took stage and was able to share it in front of hundreds of real estate investors who are really successful. So, but in any case, February 1st, that's when it officially drops on Amazon. But folks at RSVP here are going to get an advanced copy. And that advanced copy is going to be coming January 25th. Oh, thank you, Kobe. So I will be emailing details on that in the coming days. So stay tuned on that. But regardless, again, definitely give us feedback. Leave us a review on Amazon. We want to hear back from you. The second is the invested agents community. This is something we've been working on for a while now in the background. And you've seen some of the folks that we work with, some of these speakers that we work with, and everything we do with invested agents and the community exists to provide you with the knowledge and tools and resources to get the most out of your real estate investing business, to increase your income, to build your wealth, to create the lifestyle that you deserve, right? So after working hard on the back end and collaborating with our several of our business partners, Jamie and I are excited to announce the new invested agents community. Watch this. Everyone says that they want to invest in real estate, but few actually do. Why is that? The top two reasons are I don't have enough money and I don't know how. The good news is education solves both of those problems. Hi, my name is Chris Bounds, the co-founder of Invested Agents. My wife and I have flipped over 200 houses. The truth is, you can learn how to invest in real estate to build wealth and passive income. It's a simple business once you understand it, and you don't have to use your own money. We have used more than $19 million from private lenders and equity partners to fund all of our deals. If you want to learn how to invest in real estate or simply connect with other real estate investors, then I invite you to join the Invested Agents community. You have 3 options to choose from. The basic membership is forever free. You'll get access to our private Facebook community where you can network and collaborate with other real estate investors, stay updated on upcoming events, and get access to our library of resources. As a pro member, you'll get exclusive access to advanced training, including the Real Estate Investing Fundamentals Masterclass, an 8-part class that teaches you everything you need to know to get started investing in real estate, including the mindset needed to succeed, how to find deals, how to evaluate deals, how to estimate repairs, how to finance deals, both through bank financing and private financing, how to rehab deals and manage contractors, how to make sure every deal is profitable, and finally, how to build a $1 million rental portfolio. You will also get access to group coaching calls, past event recordings, a private pro community, and so much more. When you watch the Real Estate Investing Fundamentals Masterclass, show up to the coaching calls, and implement what you've learned, you'll have a solid understanding of the core fundamentals to invest in real estate. If for any reason you feel that's not true, within 30 days, send me an email for a full refund. The Legacy membership is by application only for serious investors that want direct one-on-one coaching as well as ongoing weekly coaching calls. Regardless of which option you choose, I look forward to connecting with you in the community soon. All right. So yeah, like I mentioned in the video, whether you decide to join the free community, which please do, we want to work and network and collaborate with you, or upgrade for the exclusive benefits. Both Jamie and I, we look forward to connecting with you. That's how we started this whole thing. And so Jamie, actually, if you want to hop up, because we want to deliver and actually over deliver the value in everything we do. And we've been doing this for a long time. It started out local at a local barbecue joint. Derek mentioned that, and we talked about it earlier. And it evolved to this. COVID pushed us out of the restaurants and onto the the metaverse, I guess, if you will. So we just want to over deliver. And if you decide to upgrade to upgrade your membership to Pro, I actually have a special promo code just for watching the summit, and it's going to make it an absolute no-brainer. So if you upgrade to Pro, you can use the promo code, and Jamie's going to put this in the chat too. You can use the promo code Summit 2022, so Summit 2022, and save 68% off. So that's a $319 one-time promo code that expires this Sunday. Again, we're just trying to over-deliver here. So the value that you're getting in by upgrading to Pro, where you'll get a copy of the recording for this event and copy of the recording for last year's event, plus the Real Estate Investing Fundamentals Masterclass, plus our group coaching calls where you not only just collaborate and network and learn and ask questions to me, but to other folks and learn from other investors in the community. And Jamie, correct me let me know your experience this. But I know when we were in masterminds and when we've been involved with that, a lot of the education that we actually got, or some of the most impactful education, was by questions we didn't even ask. It was someone else asked the question that sparked a conversation around, and then like we're over here taking notes. Like, whoa, that was really good.
Yeah.
So yeah, I put in the chat. There's the link, investedagents.com/community. Again, the promo code is Summit 2022. And if you sign up today, now everyone's going to get the promo code, lasts till Sunday. But if you sign up today, you'll actually get a free shirt. These are our brand new shirts. I was really excited to get them in.
Yes. Shout out to my sister who.
Yeah. It's leave it to her side to be the creative side.
Yeah.
On that stuff. Sign up today. We'll make sure you get a free copy of the shirt. And I don't know. Do you have any final thoughts before we take a break for our next speaker?
Yeah, I think you really hit it all. I mean, our passion is really, it's always, we teach it to our kids, like be kind to others, help others. And that's what we genuinely like to do. My background is in education and teaching, and I just love helping people see that. I didn't have a background like Chris did, about real estate investing. That wasn't even on my radar. And then I saw that, hey, your average person, can go out and buy some properties. It's not that hard to build wealth and passive income for your future, for your kids' future. And we love and pride ourselves in educating others on how to do that. So, yeah.
Excited. So investagent.com/community. Yes. If you have questions, put it in the chat. We'll answer those. We are going to take another break. Our next speaker is coming on. He's already queued up, so we'll make this a short break, 3 minutes, and we'll be back here. See you all in a bit.
And we are back. We have just a couple more speakers left. Next, I'm really excited to bring up Connor Steinbrook. Hi, Connor. Thank you so much for joining us.
Hey, what's going on, guys? How's everybody doing?
Good. It's always a pleasure talking to you. Just a little bit about Connor. He's going to be talking about evergreen marketing. He is a former professional online poker player, a founder of Investor Army and Team Wolfpack. He used social media to grow his business from near bankruptcy to a multi-million-dollar company within 3 years. He is a social media influencer with nearly 40,000 YouTube subscribers and 2.1 million views. So we have like a little celebrity here. So thank you so much for joining us, and take it away.
Yeah, how's everybody doing, guys? Hope everyone's doing well, and you guys all had a great Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year, and you guys are ready to get back to business. But let me kind of just share some things I've learned about marketing over the years, because I struggled quite badly when I got into industry. So what happened to me, guys, is when I jumped into real estate, I had a past career that disappeared overnight, and I had to find something else to do. And so I was floundering and jumping around different industries, and I found myself in the real estate space on the investing side, and I made every mistake in the book and went $100,000 in debt. So I ran out of money, but I had time. And so when it comes to marketing, you always have one or two things that are impacting this: your time and your money. So if you have no money, you have to use time strategies. And if you have a lot of money but not a lot of time, you use that money to buy back your time by having systems and lead generation and employees and virtual assistants and things like that come and do it for you. So what happened to me was, instead of filing bankruptcy, I was working for minimum wage jobs, trying to keep money going, and I was building websites out. I was watching YouTube videos. And I was going on YouTube to try to figure out how to generate leads in my business without spending money, but I could do so with my time. And I was coming across what's called SEO optimization and website building. I was watching videos on how to build WordPress websites using YouTube videos, and I was linking private YouTube videos to my websites at the time because Google had just acquired YouTube, and I knew it was going to help push up the algorithm. I built accidentally the #1 house buying websites for most of the biggest long-tailed and short-tailed keywords here in North Dallas or North Texas. And I built a large wholesaling company first, went into fixing and flipping properties, started buying rentals, went into owner financing, started creating notes, buying land, mobile homes on land along the way. I joined EXP, and we built our organization up to over 1,600 agents. So we've done a lot through social media and internet marketing and through YouTube. Now, why is YouTube the most powerful form of marketing, in my opinion, in the industry or in all industries today? So let's take a look at some of the things that we have to take a look at when it comes to marketing. So everyone on here should understand the difference between passive income and active income. So there's 3 ways to create income in business: actively, residually, or passively, or through equity models. Most people spend their whole career working for only active income. This is why they never create wealth. Wealth is not created through active income. Active income is directly trading your time to create that income stream: a job, flipping houses, selling houses, where when your time stops, your income stops. What creates wealth is equity models, because equity can expand without your time to grow it, and then cash flow models, passive income. So why is passive income better than active income? Because it gives us time and money. So let's talk about marketing. We want marketing out there that acts residually. So let's look at marketing with proactive strategies or reactive strategies using social media. So what most people do is they do proactive marketing. They're trading their time to this. It's not a leveraged form of marketing on a one-to-one time basis, or they're doing something that's very limited with their leverage. Meaning, I can reach out to someone on Facebook, reach out to a client, reach out to an agent if they want to join our team, reach out to a private money lender. But I'm taking my time one-to-one here. So you're going to grow really, really slow. Whereas what if I took that same time, filmed a video, put that video on the internet, and had people react to it? So reactionary leads, meaning they're coming to you. Now, what does this do? It saves you the time of reaching out yourself, and it increases the likelihood that multiple leads comes from that same time unit spent, if that makes sense. So I can trade an hour to reach out to someone to talk to them, or I can trade an hour filming videos and placing these on YouTube, which is evergreen content, which is what we're going to talk about here. So why is this so important? Because if you send a postcard to someone's house, they touch it and throw it in the trash can, or touch it and throw it in a drawer. You put a video on the internet, it is out there every single day getting views and working for you. So not only is it a residual form of marketing where people are coming to you, it's an extended time horizon because it's out there forever. So you can invest your energy and efforts into your business and your marketing a lot more in depth, because you know that you're going to get a high return on that energy put in there long term. Whereas what most people are doing is they're trading their time directly to one usage, one unit in, one unit out, and nothing that has a long-term time horizon to it, if that makes sense. Now, the biggest benefit of YouTube is obviously the long-term benefit is it's a free platform, minus the expenses you're already using certain things in your business, and the time horizon which your marketing is going to be out there. But let's talk about the conversion rates of why you're going to see more and higher conversion rates as a percentage basis using video marketing and internet marketing. So when it comes to the way that we communicate, there's 4 main ways right now that most people are communicating in business. Text form only, which would be like a text with your phone, Facebook, Instagram, messengers, emails, just text form. This is the worst way you can grow a business, guys. So if you're only communicating with people in your business through text form, that's why you're growing slow. A better form of communication would be audio form. So instead of typing a message, you're going to have audio form. You can talk over the phone or over like Clubhouse or something like this. So it's just audio. Now, what does this do? It gives you the tonality, the inflection, and the delivery of the message. And the third form of communication is going to be what we're doing right now in video form communication, where you can see me, you can hear me, and you can hear the text. And the most highest form of communication is in person because you can feel what's happening at the moment. So the easiest way to understand this, guys, is that say it's a baseball game. In a baseball game, we can either read about it in a newspaper, listen to it over the radio, watch it on television, or go to the game in person. Now think about sensory overload. So one of the reasons why most people are struggling in the world today with marketing is they're scared to talk to people. They're scared to put their face on camera. They're scared to get on camera. They're scared to even get on a phone. They want to hide behind a text message. So guys, if you're running your business through text form communication, it's the #1 reason you're probably not growing at the rate that you want to grow at. Now let's look at the form of communication conversion. So you guys may be familiar with what's called 10-45-45. It's a breakdown of how we communicate. So 10% is a text form, 45% is a study breaking down the way that we deliver those texts, meaning the punchline, how we say the words, the tonality of it. So think if 2 movie stars went for the same role, only one can get that movie role, even though they have the exact same script. So it's how you say what you say, not what you say is what really matters. And then the other 45% is body language communication, nonverbal body language communication. So if 90% of your communication process comes from the tonality of the voice, the inflection, and the energy delivered, and the transference of energy, and then the other 45% is nonverbal body language communication. So they've now proven that over 90% of our way to communicate is done through video for the most part and audio. Then how can you build a business just doing text form communication is what I really want to get across to you guys. It's why I see so many people struggle. So that's one of the main reasons to get on YouTube. Now let's talk about why evergreen marketing is good for organic because it has a long time horizon. But what about paid ad strategies using YouTube or using social media? So let's talk about efficiencies and expenses when we're growing our business. So one of the problems is if you don't have a lot of money, you need to be very careful with the money that you spend. And so if you're going to send a postcard to a house, what is the expense to do it? The same expense to send the next postcard, right? And the next postcard and the next postcard. Why internet marketing is a little bit better is because once you get that initial click or initial interaction, you can do what's called retargeting. In the drip marketing, meaning the repetition, the marketing that you send out over and over to that same lead or same person or same house is going to actually reduce from the initial cost. So it'd be like if a postcard went from 40 cents down to 10 cents on that follow-up. So you're going to be able to stretch your dollars a little bit more, a little bit further. You can also, what happens is you're going to see a conversion rate much higher when you're using video form communication because the rapport building process is done before you actually even go out to the property and talk to that homeowner. So what do we usually do, guys, when we get a lead that comes in? We go out or someone in our organization goes out and works that lead. They go to the house and they're trying to build rapport with that person, build some commonality, build a relationship because you're about to go into a very emotionally tough situation, a lot of money involved, and who knows what's going on in the personal life of the individuals we're talking to, right? So you have to build that rapport at the property, which is what? One-to-one time usage, one-to-one time being traded to create that rapport. Now, what if I'm consistently putting videos out there on the internet for clients to come across and they're watching my videos? What happens if they watch the videos over and over and over for a month and then they decide to pick up the phone and call me? Now, think about the conversion rate doing this. When someone calls you inbound, meaning they reach out to you as compared to you reaching out cold to someone interrupting their day, how well do you think it's going to go? So they won't call you unless they're ready to work with you is how this works because they would never pick up the phone if they consciously and unconsciously weren't already in their mind saying, I can see myself working with this person I'm reaching out to because otherwise they never would have reached out to you. So what does that actually do for us on our side? Saves us a ton of time, right? So we're not having to spend all that time building rapport with the clients. When they contact us, the rapport is already built. It's just how can we go ahead and sign the contract? And I'll give you a real case study. There was actually, I'm not going to name the name, he was a Super Bowl winner for the Cowboys. And I actually bought one of his houses. He went broke, unfortunately, so I'm not going to embarrass him. But what happened was they were in foreclosure. A ton of people were marketing to them. Bankruptcy attorneys were putting packets on their doorstep. People were leaving notes on their garage door. People were, they had packets of, mailers like this tall on the desk when I went inside. So how did I get the deal? because I came from a different approach through evergreen marketing, internet marketing, and video marketing. So what happens is these homeowners are getting keyworded marketing sent to them, like we buy houses, sell your house fast, I can stop foreclosure. We understand that from inside the industry looking towards the community, but they don't really understand how it all works from their side, if that makes sense. So when they're getting these postcards sent to them, what they feel like, and I've talked to many homeowners, is it feels like they're being hunted for their situation that's not in a good situation. So they don't like the ability that people are trying to make money off of them when they're at rock bottom, if that makes sense. But they still need to solve their problem and have that solution fixed. So they need to have a company like ours or yours go and do this for them. But what they want to have control. And so what happens is this individual contacted me, called me, said they got my postcard, I think, even though I don't send out postcards anymore, which means that they got somebody else's postcard. So somebody else spent the money to create the attention, create the focus on the type of company that we are and that we have as far as all this, what we do in our industry. But they contacted me because they went on the internet and they typed in "We Buy Houses" or "How to Stop Foreclosure," and I popped up, and they thought I was the company that was marketing to them. They went into agreement with me, and I got that deal, and I made a lot of money on that house. Now, why is this different than the different approach everybody else is doing? When they contacted me, even though I'm the same as all these other contacting companies that was contacting them, they felt in control. They felt in the position of power, if that makes sense. They're in control of their own destiny as compared to having someone kind of chase them down and hunt them in a situation where they feel might not be a good one for them in their life. So it's a completely different approach when people find you off the internet and contact you. And once you guys spend a little bit of effort and start building up this database, think about like how a rental portfolio grows slowly over time. Each year you're adding to your portfolio, adding rentals, stacking up, and it grows and folds on top and layers on top of what you had built previously up and before this. Because of evergreen marketing and consistent, or because the marketing is going to stay out there forever, each year, think about your video database as a rental portfolio, a long-term asset that's an income stream, because every video that you put on the internet has a value attached to it. Some is a bigger value than some, and some is a smaller value. Some videos you may put out could make you $1 million legitimately, and we've seen this happen. I know people that have had this happen. So every year you have more videos on the internet, more chances for the community to find you, more chances for more partners to find you, more credibility on the internet, if that makes sense. So you can build off of this and grow off of this and extend it over time. And it's something that you need to think about, guys, as your organic strategies on social media need to be a long-term game plan like your rental portfolio. You're going to build it incrementally over time. Now, if you want to go direct to the consumer and get immediate strategies, immediate leads coming in, that's when you move to the paid strategies and you start using paid strategies directly and put people into a retargeting system. Okay. Now, where do I want to go here? So let's talk about how to use your evergreen content in your video marketing to amplify the other types of marketing that you're already doing. So some of the things that people are doing is changing the way that people are sending traditional marketing out there. For example, you're starting to see billboards on the internet. Instead of this big slogan like "We Buy Houses," go over here. It's just literally see what your house is worth, go to www.whatever, and they're going to go over there and they're going to click a video and it's going to put them into a system. They're going to have to put their email in and they're going to come try to figure out what their property is worth. But we're driving them to a video landing page instead of having to try to call our office, because we want them to go into an automated follow-up system and we want them to get into a system that's already built that's going to save our time from having to work that lead if we don't have our time available right then at that moment, if that makes sense. So long term, what we're trying to do is essentially create a strategy that goes hand in hand, organic growth and paid growth with a backend system using either an email service, like an email sequencing system, or some type of drip funnel where once they go in, we have something working behind the scenes. Think about evergreen, how video would stay out there ever. But if you can put someone into a drip sequence that's built out long term, it's similar to evergreen. It's not forever, but it's going to be an extended follow-up system, if that makes sense. So we're trying to drive people into these types of positions in our business. Now, what I'm talking about when layering your video marketing on top of your normal marketing is, instead of driving people to a phone number, instead of driving them to like a one-page website where they're going to get an offer, send them to your YouTube channel, send them to your videos, send them, instead of having just a website on your marketing, send them to your YouTube channel. Because what's going to happen, guys, is as a lead comes in, let's say I'm marketing the same house that you're marketing to. You and I both go to the same house. But on my marketing and my postcards or my flyers or my ads or my business card even, I'm leaving, go check me out on my YouTube channel, or go check me out, look into me, because I'm intentfully trying to get them to go find me on the internet. Because what I want them to do is see the difference between the competitor that I'm competing against. Because if you go to the house and you make the same offer, same conditions, same everything, everything's held constant, we're all the same, we could even look the same, And I do the same thing. And then they look for you on the internet. You're hard to find. Maybe you have a website, no social media presence, no social media following. And then they look at me on the internet and I'm everywhere. Who do you think they're going to go with on the biggest transaction of their life, one of the most important things in their life, which is selling their house? Now, why is this going to work? Because of what's called credibility marketing. So guys, write this down. This is the key buzzword that I think is being talked about by the highest level entrepreneurs all around the world behind the scenes. In a world of digital attention, credibility marketing is the most important thing that we have. Now, what creates credibility? So think of life in a hierarchy structure. Everything has a hierarchy to it. So look at school, freshman, sophomore, junior, senior. Look at the military. Look at anything in the world. There's a pyramidal structure. Everything has a pyramid hierarchy structure where it funnels up to the top, if that makes sense. And so, I kind of lost my train of thought. What was I going to say there? Literally, can't believe I just lost my train of thought. So I guess I'm going to make a really good point for you there. Oh yeah, credibility market. Okay, now that's okay. So when we have a hierarchy, when you're on a level above, people give you more credibility, right? So let's think about what creates the credibility. Microphones in your hand, microphones on stage, right? Being on a podcast, being on camera, using like a book licensing deal. You're seeing this become very common out there where people are using book licensing deals where they didn't write the book, but their face goes on it. So think about like Robert Kiyosaki or Bill O'Reilly, how they have all these books. Did they actually write these books, or are they leveraging someone else's energy and effort to write those books and put their face on it? So why credibility is important, guys, is because you're going to win in heads-up battles versus your competition. So think about what YouTube does. It puts you on camera and it puts you on video. Now, why does this change the way that people work with you and the way that people talk to you? So, you heard Jamie on here a second ago saying, I'm kind of like a celebrity. Guys, I'm just a business owner just like you. I'm no celebrity. I'm an average guy. I work hard, I care about my future, and I work on my business. But because I'm on camera and because enough people click that subscribe button, the perception that I'm on the higher level of credibility in the marketplace is there. Because as we grow up, especially our generation and the generation before us, what do we grow up with? The television, who's on TV, politicians, movie stars, athletes, people that we've dreamt of being like, right? We watch them, they don't watch us. So if you get yourself into a position, guys, using a free platform like YouTube or social media, the more video marketing you have, the more of a position of credibility you have in comparison to the people that you're competing against in the marketplace, which is just another way that you guys are definitely going to go out there and have a higher conversion rate. So when it comes to YouTube, the main benefits, obviously, guys, are it's number one video platform in the world. It has the highest form of targeted marketing, which I'm going to talk about a couple last things, Chris. I'll leave it here with paid marketing strategies as on top of what they can use. It has the quick way of getting in front of people, but also having a long-term follow-up process through retargeting if you're going to do it that way, and then just through putting more videos out on the internet using YouTube's automated follow-up system, which is like the browse feature and things like that. So when it comes to like paid marketing, the number one thing that you guys need to think about is how to skip and jump up in front of the line. So like if you're doing organic marketing, it takes time to build this up. It takes time for it to grow. It takes time to trigger the algorithm. But if you're going to use paid marketing, you can skip the line. So what a lot of people are doing, guys, is think of it like a state fair where there's 50 people in line. You can pay to get in front of that line. And not to go off all deep into the traffic sources and analytics and algorithms, there's what's called a browse feature as far as one of the YouTube algorithms that they have. So you guys can, in order to help your organic growth, you can run a small amount of paid ads to a good video that you have. And if you guys have videos on your channel, what I would do is I'd go back into your YouTube channel analytics and I would search your videos and sort them by the most subscribed to video per view. So like, for example, like one video may have more views than the other one, but out of 100 views, how many people subscribe to that, if that makes sense. So we want to find the video that has the most subscribers per 100 or per 1,000 views, and we want to run paid ads to that video. Why do we want to run paid ads to that video? Because we now have data from from the organic side of things that we're doing that says not only do people watch this video and have a high watch time, people watch it and subscribe to it. So what we want to do is we want to run paid ads to that video, and we want to get people to click it. And once they click it and watch it, what do? We have them into a retargeting system, but also that's going to trigger YouTube's algorithm and put that person in what's called the browse feature. And so you guys know what the browse feature is. If you go to YouTube today, let's say you haven't been to like any type of weird website for some random industry, like a bed or something like this. Like I went to a bed site the other day, and for like days I had them following me around the internet, seeing that pop up all over the place, if that makes sense. So we're trying to use the paid ads to catch that initial click, to get people in the browse feature, film a really good videos for the first video that they see. And then what happens is when we post our next video organically, it's going to come up on their Facebook thread. So when I go on YouTube, you're going to usually see 8 to 12 boxes. These are called impressions. I mean, these are called, they're basically flashing a thumbnail to you called impression. And when it's clicked, it creates what's called a click-through rate. So let's say they show you 100 impressions and 10 people click it. That's a 10% click-through rate, if that makes sense. But once somebody clicks that, those following organic videos that you guys put up are going to show up in their feed. And that's how you use a small monetary amount for paid ads to drive people into your organic side where they start following you. And then your videos are out there. As more people watch them, YouTube's going to support those videos and promote those videos out there further. And you're going to basically start to have a snowball effect with your YouTube channel, and you're going to have high organic growth that way. Now, Chris, how long do I have here? You want me to go for a little bit longer? Did you want me to open up for
yeah, well, why don't we open up for Q&A? Because I know you like to free flow, and it was kind of funny when you lost your train of thought, and I think it's just because you run at 100 miles an hour. And so something like, you talk so fast. I'm like, well, I mean, when you got the experience and then you're also still passionate about it, that's what happens. But so years ago when we first met, you told me, I obviously know what you did on YouTube, and you were telling me, hey, go out there, you got to create this content, you got to do it, you got to do it. And I knew you were right, but I didn't, because I made excuses because I was busy, and really I was busy. So that's not an excuse, but I didn't really ask the right question. How can I do it? And then I stumbled onto Gary Vee, which I know you know Gary Vee, and he came up with a strategy called document, don't create. Meaning you can go out there and create new, beautiful, very flashy content, or you can document what you're already doing, listing appointments, or flip properties. You're going to meet with your contractor, and you're going to go over the budget, or you're going over a change order. Like your contractor's like, hey, you need to check this out. Like it's probably going to be an extra $1,500. Go out there, record it, ask those questions. Boom, there's a YouTube video. All of that is content that your target audience can consume and then engage with you in some way, whether it's a like, a comment, a subscription, or as we're talking now, I'm getting feedback in from DMs, emails, and then some people who have my cell phone are texting me, asking questions and doing this and that or whatever. And then, of course, we've had hundreds of comments throughout the day on the various channels that we're streaming this on. So you can document what you're already doing, and you don't really have to worry about creating. And I got a really good example, and I want to hear because you've said this before, and I want to hear more about it because we've never really talked about it in detail. So I went, and I don't know if this is before or after you prompted this, but in any case, Jamie and I, we like going in open houses. So this is for the realtors out there. But it's not, I mean, investors can do it too. But for the realtors out there looking to get more sales, Jamie and I, we like going to open houses. And there's a new community right by our house. So I decided, hey, I'm getting on these flip properties. I'm getting a lot of calls from California, New York, and all that stuff. But I mean, they can't see the house this weekend. They probably would like to see a video of it though. What if I recorded a model home for a developer? So I brought my flashy camera. I get there, I forget the tripod. Actually, I bring the wrong tripod. So I'm like, so now I have to use my iPhone, the old rinky-dink iPhone that's more powerful than most computers were 10 years ago. So I have to use my iPhone, and all I do, seriously, you can go on my YouTube channel today, right now. We're streaming this, and you can see this. But all I did was record myself walking through the model home and commenting on it. And I'm not the best narrator. But I'm commenting on the floors, like how big, how many square feet it is, how many bedrooms, bath, price point, and the area. And then I did like a 3-minute question with the home builder rep that was there. That's it. Within like 30 days, boom, #1 channel on my video on my YouTube channel. So I'm over here thinking, man, I put all this sweat and tears into like the summit, like all the work we do in the summit. But I mean, this one will do well because it's live and it's such deep content. But we do a lot of content with like very detailed content on real estate investing, and then this video walkthrough, simple, like nothing flashy, or walking through a model home is top of my channel. So right now, looking on my channel, of the top 10 videos of the last 30 days, number 2 is a model home walkthrough. Number 4 is the video I just described, that very first one. That one's number 4 now. Number 6, number 8, number 9. Those are all of the top 10 videos are model home walkthroughs that anyone can do. You can do it with your iPhone. You can do it with your Android. You don't have to do anything fancy. If you want to spruce it up, you can put some music in the background, but you don't have to. Ultimately, people want to see content. So you shared a story a while back about someone who hit icon, doing pretty much just that. And I know you work with a lot of realtors, and some are investors too. Some are just realtors looking to do more sales, but I'm just trying to illustrate a point of how valuable content to your target audience, when you provide value, that comes back. But you shared a story on how someone hit icon, which with EXP, icon means you cap, you do some more transactions, you get your cap back, refunded back as a stock award. So it's huge. I've hit it twice in a row. Mallory talked about it like year 2. She's about to hit it. So you talked about people who've hit it year 1. And you may have some other examples, but can you share any maybe tidbits about that, and then maybe even make some comments and translate that over into the investor space of how investors could use content like that, the document don't create, to provide value and build their business?
Yeah, I mean, so like one of the reasons why you see so many agents joining us with the EXP or Wolfpack organization is because they're finding out that we're training them up and beyond what EXP has to do. So we've created a private independent YouTube training system for you guys to teach you guys how to do this, or at least for our agents. And so last year alone, we had multiple agents. I mean, we've had numerous agents hit icon stats their first year. We had one agent using the simple strategy that we taught them, basically working out-of-state buyer leads from California to Texas. They put their post on the internet the other day, 82 transactions, almost $67 million in sales their very first year. And they're basically almost averaging $1 million a lead coming in here from California. We got another agent, Aditya Soma, first year agent, came in with us. He's now a millionaire in 2 years. He did over 50 houses his first year using YouTube, doing basic strategies, similar to that. So we have another agent, John Pena, about to quit the industry, left his brokerage, came over with us. Now he's financially free within 12 months. So this is happening over and over and over and over. People just don't understand it because, it seems difficult to them because of perception. So one of the things you guys need to think about right now is, are things in your business or things that you see in your future difficult, or are they off a perception of difficulty? Because there's perceived difficulty and then there's real difficulty. And a lot of times we don't do things because of our perception of the time investment, the dollar investment is going to be bigger, harder, stronger, tougher than we thought, right? So we create this giant monster in our mind that we're going to go face. And a lot of times it's just sitting here, little tiny guy, right? So the perception that this is difficult is high. The actual difficulty is not that high. I have first year agents coming in and doing tens of millions of dollars in sales with just 1 or 2 basic strategies that we teach them. So once someone says 2 + 2 is 4 and it's simple common sense, once you guys learn what we're going to teach you guys and partner with us, it's going to be common sense. You're going to have an edge on the marketplace because it took us years to figure this stuff out. But once we know it, it's just rinse and repeat. So we've had a lot of first year agents doing this, and also with investors, Chris. It doesn't really matter, but like one of the things that one of the best things that I like YouTube for is if you're going to be targeting as far as like investment properties right now. As you guys know, very low inventory. A lot of people fighting for this low inventory makes it very difficult. So you need to come from a different approach. And what a lot of people can do right now, guys, is if you use a basic, if you figure out some basic paid ad strategies, and we're not talking a lot. One of the things I like, and I know we're talking about evergreen content, but I think this is important to say right here, because it kind of plays on both sides of the platform. Let's say that, like someone's going into foreclosure. What would they type in at night? Let's say at like 2 in the morning if they're up stressed out. Think of like a keyword. What would they go into Google and type? How to stop a foreclosure, how to stop my foreclosure, right? Those are the keywords that they're going to type in. Now what's going to happen is YouTube is going to suggest pre-existing videos on the internet. It's going to suggest them for them to choose from. You're going to get all these different videos from different channels. Let's say one video at the top has like 72,000 views, and it's on how to stop foreclosure. That's going to be a view aggregate across the entire world on that platform watching from people from Texas, people from Florida, people from Canada, people from Mexico, right? Now, let's say you're trying to only market in North Texas or in your market of Miami or your market of LA or wherever you're at, right? Out of those 72,000 views that video has, what if, let's say, only 195 of those views actually came from the market that you're in, meaning people in your market watch that? You can go in through YouTube settings in the back office and use kind of their system behind the scenes, and you can run an ad so that your video pops up only when those 195 people watch that video, not where you're paying for all those other 72,000 views. So what does this mean? You can get in front of the exact person you're trying to get in front of, and it feels like it was directly sent to them, because when they pop on YouTube, that video is going to play for 5 seconds. It's going to be, hey, this is Connor Steinberg. What I do is I teach people how to stop foreclosures in the marketplace. I give you all the solutions to figure out how to stop your problem on your own. But if not, I have multiple solutions where I can help you in a short time frame. And then I drive them somewhere, right? So what you're doing is you're diving down to the exact person that you're trying to find, who's trying to find you by the words they're typing in the internet, and you're getting on their computer at their house talking to them, as compared to waiting for the next day for them getting a postcard in their hand. So this is just one of the most powerful things that you can do. And then once they click that, remember, the next click for retargeting is cheaper, and you have a longer term follow-up because your dollars go farther. But there's just a lot of really powerful things people can do with video on YouTube that people have no idea, and that are incredibly simple to do, that literally take a few minutes to learn how to do. But people don't see.
And so we talked about Gary Vee, who's kind of the king of social media marketing and leveraging social media from a branding standpoint. But he was on I was listening to him sitting down with Tom Ferry, who is one of the most influential real estate agent coaches right now. And Tom was telling Gary that one of the most impactful marketing methods that a realtor can do right now, out of all marketing methods, and he works with thousands of agents, is pre-roll YouTube ads. So exactly what you described. So pre-roll meaning before the YouTube, and when you watch YouTube, that 30-second ad that came up before you watch the video. It's that, just because of how well it can be targeted. So
I mean,
if you're not utilizing these strategies, one, you don't have to pay for it. You can do the organic. It's a little slower, but it's there and it's good. And as far as YouTube's concerned, it's organic because Google owns YouTube. But you can get in front of more people. It's evergreen. And I implore you to look at, TikTok's changed the game with short form content now, in which all platforms are now trying to implement that. So we got TikTok, whether it's a 30-second up to 3-minute pieces of content, very, very simple, that realtors are starting to get on there. They're starting to build their businesses on there, and they're getting leads. Like I've talked with realtors that are getting leads and doing business on TikTok. YouTube has short form content. So get educated, do your homework, but you got to implement this stuff. You got to implement it, because at the end of the day, this is why old dogs who dominate industries start getting market share taken away from, that 18-year-old kid, the 24-year-old young buck that comes in the industry. They don't know as much, but they know how to connect with an audience, and they'll learn the game. But connected with the audience, if they can do that better than you, I mean, people don't know you, or they'll start to forget you, and you'll lose market share over time. So
I mean, literally, you can take people's market share from them. I could literally run my ads on your channel, on any of y'all's channel. So like, if I want to get in front of you're running building a YouTube channel organically, trying to get people to come see the message you're sending, I can actually talk to them first before they watch your video, because the ad's going to pop up first. So I can run an ad on a YouTube channel. I can run ads on specific videos. I can do all sorts of different things with the analytics behind how YouTube gives us a system to operate through. But yeah, I can literally run an ad on all my competitors' YouTube channels. So I'm right there, the first thing that homeowner or that client's going to see before they actually see the video that they're trying to click on. So think about how powerful that is.
Yeah, that's huge. Well, Connor, that's a wealth of information that can cost a lot of money in other platforms. So appreciate giving your time and your wealth of knowledge. And I look forward to seeing you in our next mastermind call. So we'll talk to you soon.
Thanks, Chris. Keep doing what you're doing. Always respect what you're doing. I was out there grinding, doing things in the business and killing it. So I appreciate you inviting me on here. And guys, I hope I helped you learn something today. You guys have a great weekend.
Absolutely. Appreciate it. And we had one comment come in that I want to chime in on. Chris said, should we build short form content following before transitioning to long form? So I actually would suggest, here's the thing. So Gary talks about document, don't create. So document what you're already doing, but this is what you can do. So this summit right here will be chopped up into probably 700 pieces of content that in little bite-sized forms. Folks who got the all access pass and who are joining the community and upgrade and all that, they'll have full access to the whole thing. But there'll be 700 bite-sized pieces that will get distributed through images, through smaller videos, short form, or just maybe a couple minutes, or in blog form for the next couple of years. So, Chris, what I would recommend there is whatever you're doing, don't be afraid about length. I mean, there are some podcasters out there they do podcasts that are an hour and a half. I know Joe Rogan, Tim Ferriss, they do a lot of long form content, but then you can go take that and cut it up into bite-sized pieces and put that in short form content, whether it's TikTok or whatever. But what you do have to make sure is it's native to the audience. So LinkedIn, the audience on LinkedIn is different than the audience on TikTok. And TikTok is not for 12-year-old girls. It started out, let me rephrase that. It started out, and a lot of people, when they hear TikTok, they're like, oh, that's just dancing videos with like teenage girls. I mean, it maybe started out that way, but that's not true today. So the biggest demographic with TikTok now is like the 30 to 40-year-old range. It's just true. Facebook evolved from just college kids to now the biggest demographic. I mean, people grow up. And then, of course, then their parents and grandparents get on. So the biggest demographic on Facebook is like the 45 and up. So just make sure your content is native. You're not going to say the same message on LinkedIn as you will on TikTok or Facebook or Twitter or whatever. All right. So before we get our last speaker up, her message really wraps up everything we've been talking about. We're going to take a 3-minute break and stay tuned. Like, you will absolutely not be disappointed, because she's going to be talking about something that it's fair to say most people, or probably 98% of everyone here, like, it's a dream that they're working towards, and it's a dream that she's actually, like, she doesn't call it a dream anymore. It's something for her that it's real life, and she's worked for it. She's going to show you how that came to be and how you can do it too. So 3-minute break, and we'll see you soon.
All right. So, way to wrap up. I hope y'all have gotten so much information. It looks from your comments that you have. So, thank you so much for joining us today. And we're going to have our next guest, Jennifer. Or you can bring her up. Hi.
Hi, Jamie.
Hi, how are you?
Hey, doing really well. How are you?
Good. I'm going to just give a little bit about Jennifer. She is going to be talking about a 7-figure business while traveling. So, like Chris said, it's something we kind of all strive for and want to work for, just the free time. And so she's going to kind of go over that. So a little bit about Jennifer. Jennifer is the founder and CEO of Agents Invest. She helps real estate agents close more deals while working fewer hours. So Jennifer has 250 units under management and sold 150 million in real estate last year just through referral transactions. So thank you so much for joining us, and go ahead and take it away.
Awesome. Awesome. Thanks so much for having me. I am so excited to be chatting with you guys today. And I can't wait to watch all the replays. I've been in a Tony Robbins virtual event all day. So I just caught some of Chris's presentation, but I can't wait to watch the replays. It sounds like really, really great info. So as Jamie had mentioned, my name is Jennifer Beatles. I'm originally from Seattle, Washington. However, I'm now living in Phoenix. I was able to build a pretty big investor business in Seattle. However, I didn't want to stay in that market. The winter weather is terrible. It rains 9 months out of the year. And so like many of you guys, I started kind of on the residential real estate side, and then had to figure out how to build a location independent business while still staying in real estate. And so that's what I want to talk to you guys about today. So I'm going to pull up my presentation here. We'll see if I can share my screen. I'm going to pull it over to, let's see, share. Oops. All right, hopefully you guys can see this. All right. Okay, so as Jamie had mentioned, my topic today.
We just lost it.
Oh, did you lose the presentation?
Yeah, we saw it and then we lost it. You want to try again?
Okay.
Share it?
Yep, I can do that. Share screen. All right, so hopefully, can you guys see this?
Okay, yes.
Perfect. And then hopefully when I hit present, we should be good?
Yes, perfect.
Amazing. All right. So as Jamie had mentioned, yeah, I've really, kind of had to figure out how to build this business that allowed me to be location independent. But I didn't always start there. So I'm going to kind of share with you guys a little bit of my background to this story. But my first question is, how many of you, let's be honest, put your comments in the chat. How many of you spend more time in your business than you do with your family? I have certainly been there. I would say the majority of the time in business, I've actually spent more time in the business than with my family. Not today. We're going to talk a little bit about that, but go ahead and share it in the chat. If that's you, if that's your reality right now, let us know. Next question is, how many of you got into this business to have financial freedom? That was truly my number one reason for getting into real estate sales, is I wanted to achieve financial freedom. And so I wanted to have the freedom, with time and with money to set my own hours, to work when I wanted to, and also to have the unlimited income potential that we all have in working with real estate and real estate sales. So let us know in the comment, is that one of the reasons why you got into the business? And then the third question is, how many of you would like to own a business that operates regardless of if you show up or not? Let us know in the comments. This, again, was something that I really, really wanted in my business. I didn't quite know the how yet, but I wanted to figure out how I could create monthly recurring revenue and essentially work with a few amount of clients every year that purchased multiple properties, right? But I didn't want to have to be there in order to have the income have the business producing an income. So again, I'm going to kind of share with you guys how I did that and some framework that you can implement and start implementing in your own business. All right, so a little bit about my backstory. I became a licensed real estate agent during the worst housing market in history. So as mentioned, I come from Seattle, Washington. Seattle is about 2 years behind every other market in the country. And so the recession didn't really hit us until I would say about 2009. And so that's when I got in. I got licensed in May of 2009 when everything was either a short sale or a foreclosure. It actually, I think it was 18 months in the business before I actually sold an equity sale where the seller wasn't a short sale or wasn't a bank. And then I was working 7 days a week, 10 to 12-hour days. And I quickly became the top agent in my brokerage, which was fantastic. But this all came at a price. So the price is by 2016, I was earning more than I had ever imagined was possible. However, my relationships were failing and I was absolutely miserable. I remember feeling like, on one hand, a great success. I was the top agent. I had, multiple projects going. I was flipping houses. I was building houses. I had this real estate sales business that was making a ton of money. But again, deep down, I felt like something was missing. I felt like I'm earning all this money and I'm, working all these hours, but I didn't have that time and the freedom, which was the why for getting into the business in the first place. So if you're there right now, if you're feeling this pain in the business, maybe you're highly productive as an agent, maybe you're earning a fantastic income and you're doing a lot of things, but you're feeling like you don't have that freedom with time and money that you want, let us know in the comments. Let's be, honest and transparent with each other. This is a brand new year. This is a great time to get real about where you're at with your life and where you're at with your business so that we can start to break down, some of these issues and challenges and rebuild anew. All right, so fast forward to today. I don't know where my little picture is, but I own 2 highly profitable, scalable businesses, and I work about 20 hours a week. And when I say work, to me, it really doesn't feel like work. I absolutely love what I do. I show up with energy and excitement, not the burnout that I had experienced just a few years ago, because I have a greater impact. Last year, we earned 7 figures in annual revenue. This is from our real estate sales business, which was absolutely incredible. This had far surpassed what I had done in previous years from just the real estate sales side. But the thing that's remarkable and really what I want to convey to you guys was that I was traveling the entirety of 2021 full-time with my family. And so we visited 22 states and we visited 9 countries in 2021 while doing all of this. So I want to kind of give you guys some how and some tips and tricks that I've learned along the way of my 14 years here in business on how I was able to pivot a business that was completely location dependent, which meant that I had to be there to show up every day in order to bring money in. And then also, just some feedback on how you guys can implement this. All right, so the number one question that you're all probably thinking is, how do you pivot from operator to business owner? Again, the difference is the operator has to show up and operate the business in order for revenue to come in. The business owner does not have to show up, does not have to, trade time for money. The business owner owns systems and processes that drive revenue and that essentially, runs the business. So first thing I want to point out is get rid of the tyranny of how, right? So when you're asking yourself these how questions, which is essentially how I had been previously operating my businesses, a lot of times you get stuck, right? You get stuck in either analysis paralysis or trying to figure out how to get yourself out of the situations. And I would advise you, and actually the difference that made all the difference for me was instead of asking how, ask who, right? Who do I need inside of my world that can help me get to the next level? Who can help me scale this business? Who can help me go from location dependent to location independent? I'm going to share with you a little bit of a visual framework here. I really focused on 3 different things, and this is true for any business, right? So as mentioned, I'm in 2 businesses, and also, kind of implement this in both businesses. But really, where the magic happens is when you can couple hiring great talent with their creation of systems and processes inside of a scalable business model. That's really where the magic happens. That's where, that's how I was able to travel full time all last year, really kind of show up to the business when I wanted to, and really kind of get us to this next level, right? So I'm going to break down each one and give you guys some tips and tricks. So hire great talent. So if you're just an individual agent right now, that is absolutely fine. We all start somewhere. I was an individual agent to begin with. And the very first hire that I made was a transaction coordinator. Now, we all know that there's third-party transaction coordinators that you don't necessarily have to hire as a full-time salaried employee in your business. This can be a person that gets paid at closing. This can be somebody that, again, is paid per transaction. So you don't have a lot of initial upfront costs associated with this, right? I believe that every single agent should be working with a transaction coordinator because you want to focus on income producing activities as opposed to all of the admin work and all of the things that go into selling real estate, right? So number one, everyone in 2022 or this month, get yourself a transaction coordinator. Now from there, my next hire recommendation would be getting a strong admin team, right? So hiring an executive assistant, somebody that can manage the back end of the business while you're scaling up. And in order to attract and find this great talent, you need to have a compelling reason why you're in business, right? You need to know what kinds of clients do you serve? What is your value proposition to these clients? And exactly where are you going with the business, right? Talent, it wants to be attracted to talent, right? And you are the first talent, right? And so you really, though, have to know where you're going, the compelling vision, why, the direction of the business, and start bringing these people in as the revenue scales up. I also tend to hire before the growth, right? So I can anticipate and do a lot of planning in Q4, usually of the prior year for next year, and really start making those hires in Q1, which is what we're in right now. So again, everyone get yourself a transaction coordinator. That transaction coordinator should get you to at least 4 to 6 transactions a month. And then once you're consistently hitting that, then you're going to need that admin, right? And building a team around you so that you can be focusing on that income producing activity. Once you've got your talent, then this talent and this team creates systems and documents your processes, right? So who has done something that feels like you do it? It's the same, either answering questions or the same kind of tasks time and time again. Right? And then you realize that I'm doing the same thing, but we don't have a system or a process behind it. An example of that would be you go under contract with a client and they ask you for, a list of home inspectors, maybe insurance agents, maybe they're asking for lenders. A recommendation would be to take those things that you're doing, that you do time and time again, and create them into a system and process. So now when clients go under contract, we have a vendor list that's in the cloud that they get a link to where they can get access to all of these different vendors, right? Home inspectors, insurance agents, moving companies, right? Contractors, painters, things like that. So anything that we're finding ourselves doing at least more than once, we're creating a system and a process behind that. Again, that's not something you would need to do. This is something that your team can help you do. All right. And then number 3 is a scalable business model. So as mentioned, I was flipping houses, I was building houses, and I was working with a lot of clients on the residential side. And what I found is that, flipping houses, it can be a scalable business if you build an entire team around that, right? So you don't necessarily have to show up to do everything. But you have to build a team, right? So you have to have people that are going to be managing these projects and doing all of these things. I didn't want to build a large flipping business, so I decided not to go into that model, right? Instead, I found the opportunity in continuing to focus on my investor clients. what I realized is my investor clients, I could work with, maybe 20 clients a year that would purchase 5 to 7 properties each, right? And so for me, that was a very scalable business model. And I went all in working with investors. I knew if I could put out great content for working with investors, bringing investors in, and kind of just really scale that, then I could work with fewer clients, have, less budget for advertising, and then also just, again, continue to work with the same clients and close multiple deals. So for me, that was, obviously, if you're on here, if you're in this summit, then it's likely that you either are already working with investors or you're an investor agent yourself. So maybe you already have that scalable business model. You just need to fill in the pieces of getting that great talent who can create systems and processes for you. Things such as the way you send deals to your investor clients. We send, I would say, a couple of hundred deals every single month to our investor clients, and we use a system called Airtable. So essentially, we put the information in about a property, we email one link out to all of our clients. They can see all of the properties available and then click and make offers based on that. Right. So that's a system and process that has allowed us to close a lot of transactions every single month because, again, it was necessary. Otherwise, anytime we find ourselves kind of hitting that ceiling of achievement in the business, we notice that we were either missing a great talent, right, a great team member, or we need to really beef up our systems and processes. So I want to leave plenty of time for Q&A, but I want to remind you guys that there's 2 ways to build wealth. Number 1 is own a business. Again, as a residential real estate agent, most of us own a job, right? And so the focus needs to be, how can I move from operator to business owner? How can I build systems and processes and have great team members that are operating and running the business for me so that you can be location independent, right? Or you're not working 7 days a week, right? Simple little things can start with there. Number 2 is obviously investing in real estate. So as you guys are building and scaling your businesses, you should be taking a good portion of that commission income and investing it into passive income properties, right? So taking that commission income, investing it into either apartments or, value add multifamily or even, 1 to 4 unit properties, but start investing in real estate. That's the second business that I own, right? Is I have a rental portfolio, personal rental portfolio of over 200 units, 250 units. And it's all because the business allows me the income to have the income to build this rental portfolio. All right, so I want to give you guys a quick tool. So for those that are interested in understanding how to analyze deals and how to identify if a rental property makes sense, I have a free calculator. It's a deal analysis calculator. You guys can download it and start to, run deals through it, see if deals make sense. You can also, we have a lot of agents that are using our calculator to pitch deals to investor clients, right? And close more investor opportunities, by putting the numbers in front of the investors. So agentsinvest.com/free calculator. We're also always looking for referral agents. So agents that we can refer our investor clients to in markets where there's cash flowing properties. So if you'd like to apply to become a referral partner, it's a free program. There's no fee to join. We're looking for experienced investor agents who want to work with more clients, especially out-of-state investor clients. We'd love to have a conversation and see if it would be a fit. All right, I'm going to go ahead and stop sharing and then just see if we have any questions.
Yeah, thanks so much, Jennifer. It was funny. I'm just a little plug on the referral network. I think it was you actually posted about Waco, something about Waco, Texas. It was some lead there, and that's where I'm from. I mean, I don't really like to brag about that part, but I was like, I don't know anything about Waco real estate anymore. But in any case, it was like interesting. So. Yeah, I have a question, and if anyone else has any questions, definitely put them in the chat. We got a couple minutes here. Most realtors will go their whole career and never own a single property outside of their primary residence, and for the more successful ones, maybe a vacation home. Why is that? But they will also say they're interested in investing. They want to invest, but they don't. Why?
Yeah, I've asked myself that question for years, right? I mean, guys, we have like insider information to these deals, right? So the way I look at it, as every listing opportunity, every opportunity that comes in front of me, it should always be, first question is, do I want to buy this? And then if no, then it's okay, I'm going to pitch it to an investor, right? I'm going to find a buyer for the deal. But why agents don't, or why not many agents don't invest in real estate? I think part of it is also the finances, right? I think agents need to do a better job of preparing themselves to invest. And then I think the other thing is, I think a lot of agents are just running around busy operating their business. And so we hear a lot of times they say, I'd love to do that, I just don't have the time, right? Which is exactly the reason why they should be investing in real estate. They should be investing in real estate so that they can free up their time, right? And have an exit strategy. My exit strategy from day one was, I'm going to use my real estate commission as the vehicle to use to invest, right? So that at any point I can step away and say, I don't want to sell real estate anymore because I have this huge portfolio that pays all my bills, right? And it's interesting, I'm there, but I just love the game so much. I love real estate so much that of course I'm still here. But yeah,
you can equate that. So we're talking realtors, which they make their money through commissions, but that is directly comparable to flips. Like if you're out there flipping, you're out there wholesaling, because Jamie and I fell into that trap. We flipped 200 or so houses. That sounds really cool, and we made a lot of money doing that. But at the end of the day, we're in the trenches day in, day out. We've got flips and projects and back payments and like managing all this stuff. And then eventually it gets to a point like, man, we kind of have to do this to pay for everything. And then we don't have the time to do all this other stuff. So, I mean, it wasn't easy, but in the beginning, I mean, it gets easier over time. Same thing for the realtor doing the commission thing. Do that, but find a way to find that first deal. It's pretty amazing the transformation that goes afterwards, that happens afterwards.
Well, absolutely. And then also think about all of the clients that you'll attract if you're buying your own deals and sharing that, right? And so we find that a lot of the more deals that I was doing personally, I was attracting some big investors, right? And they were saying things like, wow, I don't find many agents that invest in real estate. So therefore, I want to work with you because you know what you're doing, right? You understand how to calculate cap rate. You understand cash on cash. You understand what rental rates are.
Yeah.
Right? And so it really actually helped me. And it was interesting because I saw the opportunity to learn from my investor clients. And so I'm like, wow, I get to earn more commission income, learn from my investor clients, and then take that and apply it into my own rental portfolio. I mean,
you're getting paid to learn from
100%.
experienced people.
100%. And then it was really interesting because, so I should back up. In the very beginning, when I got my license, I didn't have a whole lot of money, right? But I knew that I wanted to work with investor clients. And so, I just became a deal hound. I was just great at finding really good deals. And then a lot of times investors had approached me and said, do you want to partner? And then that was really interesting because I found myself, finding the deals, kind of bringing in my contractor and things like that. And I was partnering 50-50 with investors. And so, we were flipping houses. And again, I had no money into the deal. It was all the investors' money. All I had to do was find the deal. I got listings out of it, right? I got other potential buyers from these listings. And so it's a difference in mindset, right? And so again, I think a lot of agents are so focused on how can I find more clients? How can I, get my business cards to look a certain way? How can I perfect my website? And, really all of those things don't really matter, right? It's all about how can you create more value? How can you build a business today that is a business that's going to be scalable in the long term, right? I also believe that when you're building a business, you have to be thinking about your eventual exit strategy, right? Mm-hmm. Because it makes you think differently about how you'll be building it. It's not just about you. It's about how can I create and own a system and process that, again, generates revenue, and you don't have to be there for every little step of the way in order for that revenue to come in. And
yeah, Jamie and I talked about that in our book that's coming up. Every decision has to be with long-term thought. Like you got to think long-term. Now, short-term decisions are important. Things come up. especially if you're flipping houses. Things come up. And sometimes that's at the expense of a long-term plan, but you got to always think long-term, take care of the short-term problems as they come up, get back to long-term, like do it. And so we did have a question, and we'll bring it up in just a second, but one final thought is realtors out there dealing with clients all day. Like, the stress that can come with some clients, but how would you like to be your number one client, your own number one client? You're probably not going to frustrate yourself as much as some do. So John asked, gave you some major kudos. Tony Robbins, did that spark any change?
Yes. Oh my gosh. Yeah, that was a significant change for me. Again, I think when we're at an inflection point in our life, a lot of times I focus on the who. And I'm trying to remember, I think at some point somebody had mentioned that they had gone to a Tony Robbins event, and I'm not a raw person, right? I'm very like analytical driven, like, okay, I just want to get in and get business done. And I remember I attended a Tony Robbins event, and the first thing, it was like the 30 minutes was dancing. And it was like, go hug your neighbor, high five. I'm like, what did I sign up for? But there was so much that I gathered from that, which was really to kind of go back, focus on, the reason why you're in business, right? Why are you in business? What values do you bring to the table? What's the long-term benefit to you also and to your clients of operating this business? And then the next was, okay, so how can you manage the business you're in and start building the business you want to be in? And that kind of journey led me to this discovery of I don't actually have a business, right? I was a self-employed person. I owned a job. I didn't own a business. And so for years, I had this kind of false reality of thinking that I owned a business when really, again, I just had a lot of job titles. Yep. I had like acquisitions, flipper, even the way that we operated our rental portfolio, my husband and I did everything. And I mean, I feel so blessed because my husband was able to retire at 30 years old and be the primary caregiver for our daughter when she was born in 2014. But he created another job for himself, right? As he was our handyman. He did everything with our rental properties, and we just had no time and freedom. And I had an inflection point. This was just prior to going to Tony Robbins, when it was my daughter's first birthday, and we were in Hawaii. And we were getting ready to go to the beach, to go surfing for the day and just kind of have some downtime. And I had a deal come in, and I was stuck on the phone in the condo all day negotiating this deal. And my husband came back and he said, look, something has to change. Your daughter's first birthday, you've built this business to have this like life of freedom and abundance. And yet we couldn't spend the day with you.
Yeah.
And so I said, okay, I need a who in my life. And the who for me was Tony Robbins and his organization. And it made all the difference.
Love it. Yeah. So Brant, who spoke earlier, he's in the same mastermind you're in with Tony. And I know you were having that session today, and he had mentioned it too. And so maybe y'all two can connect, but I've yet to go to the one Tony event I was supposed to go to last year. I ended up getting like COVID.
Yeah, you got COVID.
I was waiting for it for 2 years because in 2020 it was planned, but then it got canceled because of COVID.
Yep.
So 2021 it happens, and mine gets canceled because I get COVID. In any case, and then I'm seeing all the Facebook feeds and all this stuff. I'm like, oh man, I so wish I could go there. So it's
definitely on the bucket list.
We're definitely going to try to make the Unleash the Power. I think it's this November. Amazing. So cool.
Yes.
All right. Thank you so much, Jennifer. Appreciate your thoughts here and for sharing everything. And look forward to connecting with you again soon.
My pleasure.
Thanks so much.
Take care.
All right. Bye, guys.
Bye.
All right. Wow.
Yes, we have some love here.
That is a long day.
Yes.
Thanks. Yeah, so that's a wrap. We had 14 guests, 8 hours. I mean, it was just jam-packed. So what do y'all think? Was it good? Like, should we do this again next year? It's a long day. I have fun doing it. Probably got a little sunburn from this bright light shining in my face, but I
happy
enjoy
hour
doing
time
it.
for sure. But yes, we'll definitely do it again next year. It was so amazing just having back-to-back guests who have poured out so much value. So I mean, my brain is just on information overload right now.
So Jamie, real quick, the Invest Agents community, you can use the promo code Summit 2022, save 68% off pro membership, and everyone who signs up today gets a free shirt. But Jamie, do we have any free shirts we're giving away for commenters, folks that were engaging today?
Yes, I have the winners, and we have it looks like the Novice Wanderer one.
All right. The Novice Wanderer from YouTube, reach out to us, send me a DM or email, Chris at investedagents.com.
And then actually like pretty close. I don't know if I know someone signed up, so if they might have already gotten the free shirt. But we have Kelvin, what was his last name? Foster. Kelvin Foster.
All right, Kelvin.
And then Chris Segovia was the third. Like y'all were just like all tied.
Awesome.
Getting those last ones in too.
Yeah, Kelvin, Chris, reach out to us. Or Chris, I know I've got your information. But Kelvin, reach out. So we've got 60 seconds left before the Facebook feed cuts out. Jamie, you kind of want to close it out?
No, yeah, just thanks again so much for watching. Keep up with the comments. We'll get back to them as many as we can, even after this is done airing. So it's been great. I hope you've taken some nuggets back to bring to your business, because I mean, remember, our goal is to help you increase income, build wealth, and have that future you deserve.
Definitely. So thank you. We'll see you in the comments.
Bye.